Hey lads, Neon here. This is part 2 of the 2-part Fall 2022 Seasonal Anime Impressions podcast. So if you haven't seen part 1, go ahead and click the card in the top right hand corner or the link down in the description to check it out. And if you enjoyed the podcast, please hit the like button, head on down to the comments, let us know what you think, and subscribe to the channel for more episodes of Castaway Anime and other videos. And without further ado, let's get right back into it. Alright, this next one we got is Blue Lock.
So this is definitely one of the hyped shows of the season, at least before the season began. But from what I can tell, the general consensus on this show has kind of soured over time, where people were really hyped at first because of the manga, but that as it's gone on, people have been sort of dissatisfied with the adaptation. The average score, at least on AniList, of the Blue Lock manga is far higher than the anime. And overall, it does seem a little bit like a read the manga forehead moment, at least judging from me watching the show. Albeit I haven't read the manga.
When this season first started, I had this thing planned out to cover Bleach, Chainsaw Man, Blue Lock, and... Sorry, I was moving my mic. And all these other shows, the second they came out, and I was like, Blue Lock is massive. It's potentially one of the biggest things this season alongside of Chainsaw Man and Bleach and even Gundam, and it got 2,500. It got 2.8k views. Everything else, for record, got 4k plus. Well, I wasn't doing it for that reason. I was trying to illustrate a point that it fucking sucked in terms, like, people really hyped it up, and it went nowhere. Like, I'm sure I could have kept making videos on it and gotten, like, 1 to 3k views every video, but when you compared it to Gundam, Bleach, and Chainsaw Man, which have all done, for the most part, like 4k or above, especially when I was uploading them, it was like, wow, that wasn't as hyped as people thought it was. And I watched the episode, and I was like, yeah, the faces are cool, kind of like the directorial choice to have them be on, like, white backgrounds with slight effects in the background while they do these wacky faces, but I could tell early on that I was like, this is definitely one of those manga that gets overhyped because of stuff that happens later on, but the beginning is kind of whatever, because I watched it, and I was like, it's fun, it's like a death game, except for it's soccer, and no one dies.
We're talking about Chainsaw Man, not Blue Lock.
It was okay. It's the best I could say about it, and the thing that hinders it the most, it was coming right off the heels of Aoashi, which is the soccer anime that aired for 2 seasons and just ended right before this came out and was really good because it had really good, character interactions and whatnot, had slight romance, like everything you could ask for in a sports show. And then Blue Lock was like, all right, what if there was no chicks? It was kind of gay. Also, everybody's insane. It's like, all right, I can get behind that.
Well, see, yeah, that just sounds like a masterpiece.
It sounds like a masterpiece. Then you watch it. I only got an episode in. I didn't bother with anything more. I probably will at some point because it wasn't bad. It just was kind of eh. And from the episode I watched, I was like, yeah, it was okay. It was kind of fun. But I'm just, in the back of my mind, I'm still remembering all those people who said it'd be better than Aoashi. And I'm like, I don't know, Aoashi hooked me in the first episode. This one was kind of like, yeah, it's okay.
Aoashi has a better OP.
I don't actually remember either of their OPs, but I definitely agree with Spuddle in saying that Aoashi is... I mean, I've only seen 1 episode of each, but Aoashi's first episode was immaculate. It got me super hyped to watch the rest of the show. It's fine. I could watch more episodes of this, but... There are some things that are bothering me, and some things that, while not huge issues in the first episode, seem like as the series goes on, they could become far more pressing and actually ruin the show in huge ways. The biggest one being the CG at the beginning. In the first scene where, he's kicking the ball into the goal, there are some CG players, right? It is not awful in its use here. It's definitely not ideal. It's like, oof, don't like CG in this context, but it's like, it's tolerable. But the thing is, anime productions tend to shovel all of their money towards the first few episodes so that they can look really nice and get people hooked in on the show and the characters before, the visual quality sort of decreases. But by that point, they're so hooked on the characters and story that it's like, well, I don't care if the visuals aren't as good. but it has CG in the first episode where it's probably getting more money than the later episodes. That seems to me like a bit of an oof moment right there, a bit of a warning sign if there ever was one.
See, my issue with Blue Lock is that it's twofold. On the surface level, it's that immediately I had my worries about it when the visuals for like the poster and the trailers came out, and I was like, huh, of all the studios to give this like manga, this sports manga known for its like insane art style where all the characters are kind of edgy looking, they get these like intense serial killer looks in their eyes to show how determined they are to win. You give it to 8-bit,
Really?
who's
The
best
guys who
known
did
for
Slime?
yeah, it's like, and Slime is not a bad
bad.
looking show, but it's not particularly great, but it's like, it's serviceable. It's good for what it is. But like, I'm imagining the parallel universe where Bones is doing this shit, and I'm like, I'm getting hard just thinking about it.
God, David production on a sports anime make my fucking dick explode.
It's called Captain Tsubasa.
Yeah, that's old as fuck. Wait, did they do a remake that I'm not
Yeah,
aware of?
they did a remake a couple years ago, I think.
Oh fuck! I just completely forgot about it. I might have to watch
Yeah,
that.
and it's also a soccer anime, so haha.
Well, there you go. But I'd say that Awashi and Blue Lock both have the same problem that a lot of sports shows have, where they just start in like the middle of a game and then they lose and then they're crying and you're like, I don't know who you people are or why I should care. And they do that for like the first 8 minutes, 5 to 8 minutes, and you're like, bro,
feel
that
like-
doesn't bother me personally, but that is a put off for a lot of people.
To be
aren't
fair,
particular-
that was a little bit of a put off for me. Not even just because of the lack of knowing the characters, because that really isn't the issue for me. It's that it's it's like how in every idol show it always starts with them getting enraptured by a performance.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's the same opening each time. There's no easier way to tell me turn off the TV right now than to just start in the most bland expected way possible.
Exactly.
And like,
and
it's
when-
narratively important, and like I get that, but at the same time it's like, I feel like there were more striking
There are
and interesting
better
To Blue
ways
Lock's
to
narrative
credit, like you kind of have to start it here because
No,
like
with Blue Lock, you could have started it with the guy in school or doing that funny shit he did with his parents at the very end of the first episode in the little jokey thing where they're shitting on him because all he knows is sports. Like, you could have started with something like that. Then then maybe you meet one of the other guys, the rival dude, right? Then he goes and plays the game, he loses, and you're like, okay, I was kind of invested in that guy. It kind of sucks that he lost. He really should have taken that shot. Then the episode ends with the rival guy getting kicked in the face. That would have been a better way to set it up than just, here is this sports star. Like, it's, oh look, I'm a sports show because I started in the middle of the sport. But then, like, I think it was Bagels who said it, but it might have been Neon. Like, it didn't really look that great, and it's like, if you're gonna start with it, at least look good if that's what you're starting with. And again, that's not an issue to me, but there are a lot of people who aren't anime sports fans, show, whatever, you know what I mean? They're not fans of sports anime is what I'm trying to say. And so for them, they're like, and they immediately turn it off. They're like, I don't care. I don't know why should I care about these characters? Why are they doing this? So on and so forth. Just like Bagel said with the Idol show, the one Love Live Superstar is fantastic, at least in the 2 episodes I watched, and it doesn't fucking start like that. This show has that same issue Awashi and a lot of others does, is that it does start like that when it could have done it a lot better. And while it's not a turnoff for me personally, I can see why a lot of people don't like it. But my main issue with it was, after that, we get like a lot of exposition and we get the best character in the entire show is the glasses guy. He was fantastic, even during his dumb explanation of shit, because he's just so silly and wacky. But it's like, oh, also another thing I'll give it credit for is when they went into the big assembly or whatever with everybody gathered, like almost every dude looked like a main character. So I was like, fuck, I don't know actually who's just gonna get easily knocked out because they all have unique character designs. So I liked that. But my problem is that it's just a bunch of exposition and it's kind of boring outside of the funny, wacky faces. And it's not until the very end where they start playing tag with the beanbag thing that you're like, all right, I'm kind of into this. And it gets you a little excited for episode 2, which I haven't watched. But it wasn't anything amazing. Like, people made it sound like it hooked me. Chainsaw Man hooks you in that first episode. Trying to think of another show that we've already talked about. Gundam kind of also does. No, Gundam does it with its first episode. Akiba Made War, yes. Do it yourself. Like, these shows hook you in that first episode, and this show, it doesn't, like, reincarnate it as a Sword It, and where it completely fucks it. It's like, well, this isn't worth watching. But it's not the best. It's just okay, and it doesn't really encourage you to watch more. And if you're somebody like myself, who was a fan of the other sports show and thought it was fantastic, it immediately makes you go, well, this isn't as good as it, because the first episode isn't as good. And you can tell that the focus it's going for is wacky death game antics and not interpersonal character stories. Like, that might still be there with the different teammates, and there's a way they can do it. But Aoashi was always like, no, it's his relationship with his family, the girl he likes, his teammates. Near the end, it was with the other team. Like, it all spiraled from one point, and it connected later on at the end. And with this one, it's just, all right, well, main character's obviously going to be number 1, so how does he become number 1? And the way that they went about it with the beanbag game was fun. It just took too long to get to that point, and I thought the stuff before that could have been done a lot better. That said, the beanbag game at the very end, damn, that shit was pretty good. The way the animation got when it kicked the dude in the fucking face, mwah. It was beautiful.
I definitely the premise of this show, where it's like you said,
Squid
almost
Game.
dead. Kinda, I guess.
It's literally soccer Squid Game. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong, but
except if you die, you just get blacklisted from the soccer world somehow.
Yeah, it's just kind of stupid. It's like, you can't play soccer anymore. Like, who the fuck's gonna stop me? It's like, well, you can't play it professionally, and it's like, okay, well, I probably wasn't good enough to do that in the first place.
What about that one guy who's in nationals or whatever?
Yeah, they're just gonna say, yeah, sorry, kid, you can't fucking play anymore. They're gonna tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I took the winning shot and
got because
my
someone
team
hit
to
me in
nationals.
the face with a beanbag. I can't fucking play in my nationals game anymore.
I thought it was straight up a soccer ball.
It might have been a soccer ball. The way they played it, it was like tag with a beanbag, and I might be misremembering. It probably was.
It was a
pretty
soccer
positive
ball.
it was a soccer
I
ball.
saw the episode literally this morning.
You might have just
It was a
hacky
soccer
sack on the
ball.
brain.
Yeah, I was thinking like hacky sack, but yes, same concept. He hits him with the soccer ball. You gonna tell me that guy went home and his coach was like, "Sorry, fam, some weird fucking nerd came and told me that you can't play in the game, so guess we'll just fucking lose." No, and they're like, "Oh well, the entire soccer corporation is behind it, so they're gonna tell you." It's like, bro, it's a fucking high school game. Like, nobody cares. It took itself too seriously. And most of the time, it was like it was in a funny way, because it's like, aha, you have to be the hubris of yourself, which I didn't completely disagree with. You do have to be very full of yourself to make it in sports or YouTube or really anything that relies on you as a person and not you helping to a team or something wider as a whole. Like, you don't need to be a jackass to do game development, for example, because you're working with a team. But I didn't necessarily disagree with those statements.
John Romero.
Who the fuck is that? That sounds familiar.
The guy who made one of the two guys who made Doom.
Was he an asshole?
Yes. Do you not know the Daikatana story?
No, I don't fucking. I have no idea. But that's
oh my god.
That's a story for another time. Either way, my point was I didn't disagree with what they were saying, but the way they presented it was still kind of innately goofy, and so that made it more palatable. But then there's other parts that are really up its own ass and very serious, which is mainly just the you can't play soccer anymore. And it's like, it sounds like they tried really hard to make it a death game without the death aspect, but they just couldn't think of anything better other than, yep, no more soccer because we said so. And if you just take it,
this might be nitpicking. I don't know like the exact rules of like the World Cup. And I know it's inconvenient for them for these kids to have to do this, but is there anything stopping them from like if I'm an American and I want to play for the American world team for World Cup, am I like restricted to only play for the American team? Or if I like go to Europe or if I go to Japan and I'd be like, hey, I'm good at soccer. I'm like one of the best in my country. Can I join your team because I didn't make the tryouts for the American team? And they're like, yeah, sure, fam.
I think you have to be a citizen of the nation
Okay,
in order to play on the national team, but I don't
Okay,
fucking
what
know.
what if I move then? What if yeah?
Well, it takes
if
in
I
a lot of
move
countries,
and I
it
gain
takes like
citizenship, can I
if
do
you
it?
in
Or am
that case,
or
say
am I
you
like
moved
bound by my birth?
if you moved to Japan and gained citizenship in like the 5 or whatever ridiculous years it takes, like the 5 to 10 years it takes, then yeah, I guess you could, but that's like 10 years later, for example, at like the worst, and some people are out of their prime by then and they won't be good enough for the World Cup. But I don't think it's not really the fact that you bring up a good point. They could literally just go to a different country, but these are broke ass high school students, so they probably wouldn't be able to do something like that in the first place because they also don't speak anything other than Japanese. But the main issue comes from it is at face value, you go, oh yeah, I guess they can't play soccer anymore. But then you think about it for more than a second, and you're like, wait, the guy who got kicked out was going to nationals the next day or the next week or some shit. He's gonna tell me, even though he got eliminated that fast and could easily go back home, they're just going to tell him no? That'd be dumb as fuck. He could potentially win the not the World Cup, but
yeah, it's not like he had to blow off nationals to go there, because the guy was literally like, yeah, no, if you're down for the Blue Lock program, you have to leave like right now, right this minute. You have to put your
But then he
entire
got knocked
life on
out the
hold.
same
Yeah,
day.
we did not prepare for you. Yeah, and like they didn't mention any like big passage of time. It's still daytime outside.
Presumably, it was just a couple of
when all the buses
hours.
are going to the Blue Lock.
So he gets knocked out, and it's like, well, his finals weren't for like a week, I think, or like a couple of days. So there's nothing stopping him from going, and it's just innately stupid and silly. Silly in the haha, it's kind of funny, but also that's kind of dumb way, in the sense that if they were to show this guy going to nationals and they just go, nope, go fuck yourself, like, it's funny. They're not going to do that. I highly doubt they did that. But if they had, that's funny, but it's also really dumb because that guy could have been a really good striker or whatever the fuck, and he just got, he got knocked out by shitty tactics or whatever, right? Because, like, they go to be the best striker or whatever, you need to be full of yourself, and that's not incorrect. A lot of the like they point out, a lot of the good ones are very full of themselves, but it's like it's also still a team sport at the end of the game.
Yeah,
so leadership skills come into
one
play.
of the things that was like the twofold problem I was talking about. On the surface, is I don't think 8-bit was up to the task of adapting Blue Lock, because one of the things I just hate aesthetically about the show is I'm not a fan of the drawn line shading for like the shadows cast by their necks and like their chins onto their necks. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I hated that.
That didn't bother me, but I could see how that could annoy some people.
That didn't bother me, but what did bother me, and I'm not sure if this is like a pedantic complaint or not or whatever, but I just don't like the directing. It's very, and also the sound effects and like just the overall presentation of the show, where it's like, it's very, in some sense I do like that it's very dramatic, but in other ways it feels a bit overkill. Like fucking when the fire appears in the main character's eyes when he's super determined.
No, see,
or on his
no,
legs.
that's cool. I like that.
All I can think
that
seeing
kind of
that
shit
is all I can think seeing that is just Sans from Undertale. But
well, yeah, it's goofy, but it's
like it feels a little.
It's goofy, but it plays
appreciate
into it in a silly way, so it works.
Like I
but
see that perspective, but
it's the eye of the tiger.
The problem is that
it,
Bagels brings up a good point, though, because there are spots where, like, we liked it, it's goofy, but it knew it was silly, right? It knew it was goofy. But then, like, there's other spots where it's being completely serious. You're like, yeah, bro, calm down, it's just soccer.
Dude, like, the sound effects in particular.
It's
sounds
more
like
than soccer, it's their lives.
It sounds like
it's our lives!
The sound effects sound like the gun blasters in, like, a sci-fi movie. And it's like, but why? What's the point? Or, like, when
because
the dude's
they're
doing
kicking
a
with
speech,
the force of a laser cannon.
like, during his speech, for no reason, and I'm not sure if this is diegetic or non-diegetic, I'd have to, like, go back through the episode to figure it out, but there's, like, this blue hologram of, like, the interior of the building, and it's like, but why?
I think
what
it's
did that
both.
accomplish? And also, here's something really pedantic, right? But when they're doing the game where it's like, whoever gets hit with the ball last gets eliminated, there's like this graphic on screen of these little sketches of the characters that are diegetic and do seemingly exist in the context of the show. Did they really draw each person Like all of these, what? I think 300
no expense
contestants.
was spared to determine the number one striker, Crunchy.
But why?
They had to commission some artists.
That's completely unnecessary. There's no reason to do so. It's just there to, I guess, be visually quirky for the anime. But in that case, make it non-diegetic. Because I'm looking at this right now and I'm like, they must have a warehouse of like 50 artists to be able to draw that in that amount of time. I mean, they didn't know. Think about it like this. They didn't
probably
know
planned that shit. They probably had enough time.
Bagels, you
mean-
don't understand. Ball is life.
They're straight fucking fallen.
But it's like, why do you need these drawings? Why?
Because
have
it
that
looks
expense?
cool. That's literally all it is. How
Yeah,
else would you put
it's just to make it look
diegetic.
nicer. I feel like this is a weird point to harp on.
I mean,
It's-
yeah, I know
it's
it is a
cool.
weird point, but
I am a teenage boy. I like cool things. That's cool. Well, guess I'll give up my life to soccer then. It's that easy.
It's propaganda.
It's quite literally propaganda for teenagers.
Now,
and for the people watching
not
the
even
show
that
who are
cool.
mostly teenagers.
I want to cycle back to a point that Spud said that how it's a team-based sport. That's the other big thing that the problem I have with the show, that like I knew that the whole premise of Blue Lock was that it's supposed to be a sports manga about, you know, trying to be the best, and you can say that about any sports manga. If fucking
Anything
Pokemon is like, I want to be the very best, that kind of shit. But like Blue Lock is like explicitly being like, no, not only do you have to be the best, it's like it dives into what it takes.
You gotta
to
be
the
him.
best. You have to be him. You have to be cutthroat. You have to, even if you don't like it, you have no choice. You have to kick other people down climbing the same mountain you are, because there's only enough room at the top for one.
It's not incorrect. You could look at something like YouTube and attribute the same thing to it. Like, YouTube is both a competitive but also a friendly space. Like, we are collabing right now.
But I'm secretly taking a vacuum to your channel and sucking
Exactly,
like fucking
right?
Wile E. Coyote Dick Dastardly and sucking all the subscribers into this channel as we speak.
Exactly, right? That's a joke, but I think, hopefully. But also, it's very accurate. Like, we're collaborating in a friendly sense, but at the end of the day, if we were all going to make a video on the same topic, it's immediately competitive. I have to make mine better than yours and get it up before you, and if it came down to it, I'd be like, yeah, Bagels, you shouldn't upload today, cause like, insert bullshit reason here to get you to not upload so mine can go up instead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will straight up lie to my friends in order to.
Yes,
to
make
succeed,
the
like-
Machiavellian YouTube way. Undermine
So-
everyone except yourself.
This is what Susan wants us to do.
So it's not incorrect in the sense that even in team sports, yes, if you want to be the very best like no one ever was, and you want to be him and be hot shit, you have to believe in your own hype. You have to sniff your own fucking farts, and you have to be in there training and practicing every day. There is I think it was Kobe Bryant. It was Kobe or it was LeBron. I don't remember which one. But the coach asked him, they said, Kobe, LeBron, I think it was LeBron. We'll go with LeBron. He said, LeBron, why don't you pass the ball to anybody else? And he said, because they show up 30 minutes before training starts and they leave right when it ends. I show up 3 hours before it starts, and I leave 3 hours later. Why would I want to pass the ball to somebody who's not putting in the same amount of effort as I am? They're not taking it as seriously. So that kind of mindset does exist, and if you want to be one of the best athletes that stands out, you do need to think like that, and you need to perform like that. However, these games are ultimately still especially soccer, is ultimately still a team sport, so it's disingenuous to say people like the blonde guy suck because he's for the team rather than for himself, because those kind of leadership and I can't think of the other word, but those type of leadership skills that he possessed to lead his team to make the right goals, those are just as important as being him and being the best there ever was, because it's with those two types of people together that you get one of the great teams that ends up winning the World Cup and nationals and all that other shit. So the problem with this show, like Awashi did it perfectly. They were like, you need to be him, but also, bro, you got to think about your teammates, and it's like a chess game about how you use them. But you're him because you're the one using them, but you need to remember they still exist. This show is like, you're the only one that matters in this sport of 12 people. Fuck those guys. And it's like...
Yeah, I like to imagine that Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers has the exact mindset that Ego from this show is looking for, trying to bring out in these teens. And right now, in the 2022 NFL season, the Green Bay Packers are on a 5-game losing streak, which is the worst they've done since 2008. And Aaron Rodgers has reportedly, he's gone on record saying that he is like not spending enough time with his family in order to devote more time to football. And look how that's turning out for him.
Yeah, it does come down to a team-based thing. You can be LeBron, you can be Kobe, you can be Jordan, right? If we're using basketball as an example. That don't fucking matter if the rest of your team suck dick, bro. Right?
Yeah, there's a line that one of the Ego parrots from one of the top made-up player that in this fictional
Wait, is the
world
glasses guy's name Ego?
Yeah,
that's hilarious. I didn't know that.
I know, bro. That's some Pixar shit.
That is some Pixar shit. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah, his name is Ego Jinpachi. And then
okay, I remembered the second half of his name. Yeah, I just missed the first part somehow.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you say it like Ego in Japanese, but whatever.
It doesn't matter.
They
what
knew
was
they
it that
were
he
doing.
said? He quoted.
Yeah, he quoted the best striker in the world, Noel Noah, and he said, "It feels better to do good and lose 3-4 than it is to assist my team in winning 1-0." To which I reply, "You fucking retard."
Who says that?
It's like,
what's even the rationale behind it? I don't.
Because you scored more goals, bro.
That doesn't even make sense.
It
can
doesn't
get-
matter. Your team like sucks ass, and therefore you don't win and don't get as many sponsorships and as much money.
I can get where that's coming from, but that's when you take the ego too far. The ego should be taken to the limit where you are successful, because the win is what matters and nothing else, right? But when you forego the win just to make yourself feel good, it's like, bro, you're not gonna make any money, and no one's gonna draft you because you don't play the fucking game the correct way. Like the other people he quoted.
That is the entire point of Blue Lock, is to explicitly produce the most egotistical, like power-hungry striker in the world in order for Japan's soccer team to win the World Cup.
And that's the thing that it leaves out, is that, because like not all the strikers had a dumbass quote like that. That guy was the only one. The other people, you could tell they understood. They were like, you gotta be ego-driven and you gotta be him. But they were like, but there are other skills. Like, that's the most important one, but there's still other skills you need to focus on to get the win, because that's all that matters. But the problem with this program is they're trying to produce people like that one guy, where it's only about the ego. It's like, no, bro, trust me, the ego is important. You do need ego if you're going to do anything that relies on you as a person, that relies on skills, like I said before. But you gotta factor in the other factors, my guy. Like,
yeah,
that's like saying, I'd rather get a 10 out of 10 video as long as I knew I was right and those dumb casuals knew they were wrong and Chainsaw Man sucked. And it's like, no. You should find a way to tell them to criticize the show, but in a way they'd understand that makes it entertaining, so you can get a 1 out of 10 and still make fucking money, you moron.
Yeah, I'd rather, like, as someone who values pride and ego, admittedly, I respect what the show / manga is trying to do and trying to say, because I do feel like there is a bit of a ego deficiency in this generation, not to get all boomer on y'all.
No,
but
I completely
feel like,
agree with that point.
Yeah, I feel like people today should put higher stock in themselves, because, like, even if you are shit, bro, and you're not as good as you say you are, fake it till you make it. It's like, once you start, like, you're not going to be able to push yourself to reach those new limits if you don't think you're even capable of pushing yourself at all. So I respect what they're trying to do, but to encapsulate it in this team-based sport is not smart. Like, if this Blue Lock were about, boxing or MMA, then we'd be
it made so much sense.
Yeah, dude, imagine how much, like, fucking kick-ass this show would be if instead of, like, doing these, like, soccer drills and having 300 soccer players eliminate each other, imagine if it was, like, a big MMA tournament.
Okay, I will say something in the show's defense on this point, because I don't entirely agree, which is that the show does see, like, the main character, upon being the first one to join this elimination thing, literally thinks to himself, this guy is probably wrong. And then the other dude that he was with explicitly joins the tournament to prove him wrong. However that works, I honestly don't know what his plan was.
I think his plan was to win the blue lock, become the best striker, and still go on to maintain, be like, I'm still the same striker I always was.
You know, that
And you did
does
not
make
break
it make
me.
sense, but like what that tells me is that the show doesn't entirely buy into his ideology, that it would show people opposing it this early on and even have the main character say like, I'm not even sure if this guy's really right. It's like the show does understand on some level that this dude, I mean, think about even how the guy's portrayed. He's portrayed as a maniac who's like flailing his arms around and making weird ass expressions. I don't think the show entirely buys into this.
The show will
competition.
probably explore it later on about how it's not all about that. Like, sometimes you gotta be him. Like, you have to be him, but sometimes you gotta pretend to not be him so that you can come back and be him even harder. Because if you're him all the time, you're gonna end up faltering, right? Because your pride's gonna get in the way somewhere, and you're gonna fuck yourself over. Sometimes you have to know the restraint to pull back. You gotta hide your power level. Be like, no, I'm not actually him, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. And then you wait a second. You use bide like in Pokemon. Bam, you're him again. You never stopped being him. You were just him intelligently.
I was gonna say, until you brought up the Pokemon analogy, I was gonna say, are you like, did you just parrot a quote you saw on like r/alpha males or something?
No, I just made that up.
Because
I don't go on Reddit.
You
I
can
don't
tell
use
me you
Reddit.
pulled that from that subreddit, and I'd believe you.
That sounds like some shit they'd say, but
Sometimes you
I
gotta
don't
be
know.
the sheep in order to be the lion you truly are.
It's not entirely incorrect because, like, and there's a situation, like, I'm him, right? I'm like, I do my own thing. I'm gonna succeed. But on the same hand, it's like, someone wants to help me out. Well, my pride would immediately go, nah, fuck that. You don't need help. But the intelligence in me would be like, are you fucking stupid? Stop being him for 5 seconds so you can get that help and be him even harder. But the show doesn't portray that. It's like, no, him all the time, gotta be him 24/7. It's like, that's not how being him works. To truly be him, to encapsulate being him, you have to know restraint and other skills to know when you gotta pull back a little bit. You gotta be I wouldn't say be the sheep, but you gotta pull back a little bit and then go forward full blast. And the show might touch on that later on because, like Bagel said, they do. First off, the guy's name is Ego, like you said, but he's also portrayed as this, like, he's waving his arms around and he's crazy. So they might dive deeper into what I'm saying, and they probably do. It's just the issue is that on the first episode, they portrayed this guy as being crazy, and they go, no, this dude's definitely wrong. And then the first episode ends with them knocking out the guy who wanted to be all teammates, buddy, and it's like, no, he's right, you have to be him. And I'm sure the dichotomy in the show, or whatever the word it is I'm looking for, like...
I respect the show for doing that, and if only to, like, be so steadfast in its point, even if you think it's wrong. I respect the dedication to be like, no, this is what it takes.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that, and personally, I think as the show and or manga goes on, it's going to get in what we discussed, where it's not always just about being him. There's other factors that go into it, especially in something like a team sport. The only issue is it just doesn't portray that feeling in the first episode, and I feel like it could have. That said, I don't think the show was bad. I thought it was still fun, and I think maybe a solid 6. It's just not the 8 I was expecting going into it based on the hype.
Yeah, I
Because,
feel like
yeah.
this show has fallen off we're nearly halfway through the season by this point. I heard a lot of hype. I saw it trending when the trailers came out on Twitter. It'd be like, oh man, Blue Lock, it's gonna be the big one. You know,
It's gonna be him.
It's not gonna be Chainsaw Man because no one can compete with fucking Chainsaw Man, but it's gonna be one of the big ones. You gotta watch Blue Lock, and then they've been real quiet.
They're like, yep, it came out. It's a thing that exists. It's like,
You can tell, like what Crunchy said near the beginning of this segment. The scores on Mal and AniList are not nearly as impressive as the scores the manga has, and I'm sure it's one of those shows that maybe it is a really good story, but it just suffered a subpar adaptation.
Read the
I think
manga
that
forehead.
from the first episode, I thought there wasn't anything particularly wrong, with the adaptation. It just seems more like people watched it and they were like, Yeah, it's not that great. And the reason why there's a disparity between the manga and anime scores is because the anime was viewed by a lot more people and they went, it's okay, just like I did. And then the manga has a high score because it's obviously only still read by fans. And the fans are like, no, it's peak. What are you talking about? But it was never going to compete with the
honestly-
likes of Bleach and Chainsaw Man anyways, in terms of sheer amount of people watching it.
Honestly, mate, I'd read the manga instead just so I don't have to hear those fucking sci-fi sound effects.
I don't know. I feel like that bothered you a little bit too much. I didn't have a problem with it personally.
The last thing that I want to note about Blue Lock before we move on is that I have the sneaking suspicion, as I always do with these shows like these, whenever I pick them up on the radar, that I feel like it's gonna be, I have this term for these types of shows called Goo Goo Gay Gay, where it's a show, you know, your Tokyo Revengers, your Banana Fish, what's another one that came out recently that I can think of? I don't know if you'll remember Bocchi Gire.
Bleach, get it! Yeah, that show was pretty fun.
I remember
it's a
that vaguely.
It has a stupid English title that has nothing to do with the show.
It's
I
like
forgot what it was called.
Shine Back, Bakumatsu
Shine On
Brothers, whatever.
Bakumatsu Bad Boys.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a stupid
that.
title.
It's the kind of show where it's like, even if it's not explicitly yaoi, any theme or any intelligent point that the show will make will be drowned out by the amount of Fujo whales that are just like,
What he's trying to say is, it's not gay, but it's kind of gay.
Pretty much.
kind of, yeah. It's the kind of like fandom that I hate to be would hate to associate with the most, because like I've seen a good number of Tokyo Revengers fans be like,
Tokyo Revengers
not-
is so bad. I don't know
not-
how anybody thought it was good.
I
watched
called
the
it from
whole
episode
thing.
1. I called it from episode 1. It was
I
shit,
watched-
and now
I
the
watched
manga are
the
getting buyer's remorse, and I
watched
want
the
to say I fucking
whole
called it.
thing, and I did the same as you. In the first episode, I'm like, this is dog shit. I watched the whole thing. I was like, wow, it never
I
got
dropped
better.
it after one episode because I know things. I know
speed
better.
read. I speed read the manga.
I didn't even bother with the manga. I knew the manga
I
was
got
probably better,
bored
didn't
and I
bother.
speed read the manga up until like the final arc, where the final arc started. I didn't, obviously, because this was like a year ago when the anime was airing. I speed read the manga and I was like, wow, when you speed read it and you barely pay attention to what's going on, it's actually kind of fun. But when you put a modicum of thought into it, it's like, man, we really were the Tokyo Revengers all along, huh? It's so
that we made along
it's
the
so
way.
it's so bad. And it was bad since episode 1, and it was always one of those things where I was like, why is this popular? Like, I know people have shit taste, but come on. You got that big a shit taste? And with Blue Lock, I don't think it's inherently nowhere near as bad as, like, Tokyo Revengers.
No, Blue Lock is better than Tokyo
It's a
Revengers.
lot better. I think it's just, it's baby's first, you know, I'm him series, or I can't think of a way to put it, but you know what I mean? It's either a bunch of Fujo bait, or a bunch of Fujoshis who watch it, because the cute boys.
That's the thing, though. It's the kind of show where it's like, it's not directly appealing to them, but the Fujos will latch onto it and then make it about
100%. But the
Dude,
fandom that you see the most
one
vocal
sleeping
about
character, the one character who slept the whole time and then got up and like is clearly the craziest of them all. That is them.
I
That
can
is,
fix
like,
him.
That is their character.
I can fix him. I can fix him. You don't know. He's not that bad. You're giving him a bad rep.
In fact, I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna find his fucking name. I'm gonna type him into Twitter, and I'm gonna regret it.
The people
Neon, you
that I
don't
see
have
talk
to do this to yourself. You know that, right?
No, I need to do it just to confirm myself that I'm not just like talking out of my ass and making up a way to attack the show. What's his fucking name?
Neon made a good point. Like, the people who like Tokyo Revengers are the same as the people who like Blue Lock. It's like their first, that this isn't technically a shonen, but it's like their first big shonen, and they're like, oh, well, it's not like Naruto and One Piece. It's so different from them. They're like, it kind of ties into what I was talking about before the podcast with the Chainsaw Man director, where they're like, it's like a seinen, bro. It's different. It's cool because there's gore in it, and there's sex and violence. It's like one of those. Not that I'm not saying Blue Lock has those things, but I'm saying it's in a similar nature to those, the same as Tokyo Revengers, where people think it's these teenagers, or these either 13-year-olds or eternal 13-year-olds, I like to put it, where it's like a 30-year-old man, but he still has the mentality of a 13-year-old, and not in the fun way, but in he's stupid type of way. But 13-year-olds and eternal 13-year-olds latch onto it, and they're like, because it's different, it's not the same as those other shows that you like. and then you watch it and you're like, yeah, it was okay, I guess. Or if it's Tokyo Revengers, you go, yeah, it's pretty dog shit. Like, there was nothing good about it. So the type of people I see talking about it all the time are those types, but I won't lie, I have also seen Fujos who go, oh my god, him, I can fix him. That's where I got that joke from.
Okay,
So,
I've
he's not
typed in
wrong.
his name, Meguru Bachira. To their credit, it's not as bad as I thought it'd be.
It's not. Like I said,
I still
it's
see a
more of
couple
that
being like,
other side of the
finally, I can
fandom.
be infected by Bachira Meguru particles, and it's like a perfume of like a a merch perfume from
It's
the show.
merch. It's merch. The subsection of the fan base you're talking about does certainly exist, but they're too busy latching on to shit like oh fuck, it's something airing this season and I forgot, where it's like Bungo Stray Dogs is a good example, but that's old, so I'm not gonna use that one. There's another show this season where it's like it's guys doing things, but Fujos latch onto it and be like, wouldn't it be hot if Kakashi and Iruka fucked? And you're like, what? No. But they
I
do
know
it
what show you're
anyways.
talking about, and I feel like that one is like actually more actually geared towards the demographic, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
I think we've expended all we need to about Blue Lock. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, it's alright.
Watch out Ashi instead.
100%, I agree with that.
Or you want to know what else you can watch instead? Urusei Yatsura.
Yeah, it's alright.
okay.
Not gonna lie, this is probably my show of the season. There is another show came up in this block that does actually compete with it more than Chainsaw Man. We'll get to that, but Urusei Yatsura.
Without getting into conversation about the other show, I'm just going to tell you right now, if you are going to stand there in my domain and tell me that Urusei Yatsura is better than Bocchi the Rock, you have dishonored me and my clan.
I like how he said without talking about the other show, and then he brought up the other show.
Without like discussing the other show, I'll name drop it, but I'm not going to. Well, this is Urusei Yatsura time, not Bocchi time.
They're
Bocchi
close.
time gets its own time.
They're close. I'm not entirely sure which one edges it out, but I think it's Urusei Yatsura.
So obviously, Crunchy, the reason that you love Urusei Yatsura so much is that you want to be Ataru so badly. That you want love in your life, in real life.
No. Loom would.
Hey, wait, hold
Loom
on.
would ruin my life, right?
And that's the best part.
And
Well, see,
Makima wouldn't.
Makima would also ruin my life. Probably even
Yeah, but not
worse
in the way
than
you
Lum.
want. Not in the way you want.
No, exactly in the way I want. Just speak for
Lum
yourself,
ruins it in the
motherfucker.
cute way.
Lum ruining Ataru's life is what sells this show so hard to me. So, Neon, you know this because you've seen the video I made on it, but I love Gabriel Dropout to an unreasonable degree because it's just fucking chaos between 4 characters in a slice of life setting. This is like the closest I've seen a show get to recapturing Gabriel Dropout, where every episode is just the most... the entire mindset of this show is, if this situation can get worse, it will absolutely get worse.
Well, see, it's funny that you mentioned that. You say it's the closest gotten to Gabriel Dropout. There was another show that precedes Gabriel Dropout, with the exact same premise. It's called Urusei Yatsura.
Yeah, but see, I didn't watch that one, so it doesn't
Oh,
count.
fucking
fake
heathen.
fan.
You didn't watch the BBC dub of Urusei Yatsura 80s?
No,
It's hilarious. It's
I
fucking
imagine
hysterical.
it is, but no, this is actually my first experience with Urusei Yatsura, and it's a really good first experience. It's just such a funny, interesting show. It's just fun to watch. Like,
Yeah,
that's
Urusei
really
Yatsura
what it
is
comes
one of
down
those.
to.
It's one of those shows / manga that like, even if you've never heard of Urusei Yatsura, you have seen Lum before, and you like, if you saw a picture of Lum, you'd know who she is.
You know, ironically, before I watched the show, I hadn't.
What?
And if
You've
I did,
never even
it-
heard of Urusei Yatsura?
Nope.
How?
It did not stick. I'm sure there was probably a reference to the tiger bikini in certain shows. I'm pretty sure Monogatari had one, for example, but it just never committed to memory because I didn't know who the fuck it was. I watched the show and it all came flooding back, and like immediately I'm like,
Like, yeah,
I thought that
you cannot be like in the anime community and not have at least heard of Urusei Yatsura.
no, I hadn't.
What
You know what
the
I heard a lot
hell?
more than Urusei Yatsura? Utena. That's the one I always heard about.
Well, yeah,
well,
but I've heard
Utena's
about...
another one of them. But I feel like Urusei Yatsura, Utena left
Urusei
its mark.
Yatsura is the bigger one. There's a reason why I got
Urusei
a fucking
Yatsura is like
remake.
the bigger one.
But no, I had not heard about it till I watched the show, and when I saw the title for the show,
put Rumiko Takahashi on the map.
Yeah, see, I think Rumiko Takahashi, I think Inuyasha. That's what I grew up with.
Well, yeah, because you're a fucking Zoomer.
I'm 27.
It's fine. You're a filthy millennial.
I'm a millennial. Well, 26. I won't be 27 until next year. Besides the point, though.
Yeah. All right. So no, you are a Zoomer. You have to lie about being a millennial.
Wait, is that in Zoomer material?
No, 26 is you're still millennial, but the fact that you have to lie, say
I don't pay attention to these dumbass. I don't know how. Well, it's because I'll be in a few months. My birthday's in April, but.
That's 5 months away. That's not.
That's pretty quick. Hey,
you're 26, not 27.
Besides the point, right? I don't keep up with like boomer generations or whatever the fuck they're called. What I was trying to say is, I grew up with like Inuyasha and Urusei Yatsura. I didn't know it like by name or anything, and I saw the name and it did sound familiar. And then when I watched the show and saw the trailer and all the other shit, I'm like, oh, it's the girl in the bikini.
It's the thing about Takahashi. She's got a lot of hits. She's got Urusei Yatsura was like the one that put her on the map. She's got Maisen Ikoku. She's got
Ranma 1/2.
Yeah, Ranma
Inuyasha.
How involved
Inuyasha was her
with,
last big work, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure it was. How involved
did she do Love Hina too?
No, she didn't do. No way, she didn't Love Hina. I feel like that was someone else.
No, I think that was her.
Did she also do Love Hina?
Love Hina.
No. That was Ken Akamatsu.
Oh yeah. The guy running for prime minister.
Yeah. The most based politician in history. Yeah, he did Love Hina and Negima. Don't say it with the hard R. So, fuck. What was I gonna say? Yes. How involved is she with Yasahime?
Yasahime.
The Inuyasha sequel.
Barely any at all. She just like approved of the character designs, I believe.
Okay,
like the same amount that
she's the
Fujimoto's
Toriyama
involved with Chainsaw Man. Yeah,
I
she's like
the
Fujimoto,
to
Toriyama.
Dragon Ball Super.
She's not Kubo, right? Kubo's dick deep into the Bleach production. She ain't that. She's like the other authors. I wouldn't say she's as hands off as Toriyama
Kubo's
was.
Dick deep in it because that's all he's got right now. Is Burn the Witch still going?
No, because he said, and I quote, "I like to draw things when I like to draw, and when they tell me to do it, it makes me not want to draw."
I understand that completely.
He's like, I'm rich as fuck. I don't have to do this. I do it because I want to, but when you tell me to do it, it makes me not want to do it. But, yeah, Kubo's dig deep because, he had the back issues and all that shit, so he had to rush it, and he's like, nah, I want this to be really good. And I wouldn't say Rumiko was as hands-off as Toriyama, where my man literally just wrote some shit down on a sticky note, was like, yeah, do this. I think she was a little bit more hands-on, like Fujimoto is, where they passed some stuff off to him, and he's like, yeah, those designs are good. Stuff like that. Because she designed Moroha and Setsuna and the third bitch who I don't remember. But that was kind of about it. I think she probably gave the general plot structure, but for the most part, the anime did its own thing.
And then
I think it has a manga adaptation, but I don't know who's doing that.
I guarantee not Takahashi. I'd imagine that she's probably even less involved with this remake, if only like she'll give her approval, probably being like, yeah, like that's good. But then again, even that approval means like dick all because fucking. Well, maybe I might be wrong about this, but Miura probably gave some sort of a stamp of approval to the Berserk 2016 and 2017 anime, so.
He was like, sure, you can make it, and then they made it, and they were like, he was like, oh, fuck, that was more horrific than anything I've ever written.
And I wrote Berserk, goddamn.
I wrote Berserk. Like, I didn't even think about if she had involvement in this. I don't think she did, because I didn't see it, like, there's no interviews or anything like that said she was involved. I think it was more of, this is mega fucking popular in Japan, and inspired the modern day waifu, and Lum herself is still popular, so they're like, we should just redo the anime. So it's less based on the original manga and more so the anime. They're taking from both, but I've seen people who have watched both and read the manga go, yeah, they kind of just pull from both sources. Some stuff they do like the original anime did, but then other stuff they follow more closely to the manga, and then some stuff they just do themselves.
I find it very cute that they what the fuck was it? Oh yeah, here it is. Here's my note. That for Lum's theme, that her in this version of the show, it's the OP from the 80s
The
anime.
original. Another neat fact.
I noticed that and that was awesome.
Ataru's parents are the original voice for Lum and Ataru from the first show.
Oh, that's cool.
Which is really cool. I was like,
oh, that's amazing.
That's really cool. They do a lot of references to the original. I will say hands down that this show is neck and neck with Bocchi and Chainsaw Man for the most stellar fucking production this season, and I'd probably even give it to this show.
Bang on the door of like the office doors of David Production and like storm into the office, shake Mr. David himself and being like, why the fuck did you give this such a good production and you're like fucking pissing all over JoJo Part 6?
Because they said,
what's the game here?
Because you know what I think the reason why JoJo Part 6 got was dog shit? Because the creators of the show, the animators and director and whatnot, knew that Netflix is a dog shit horrible platform that will kill the series. But David Pro's ex-president became the head of the anime department or some shit like that for Netflix. And so that was why that show was a Netflix exclusive. So they probably didn't want to put as much effort into it because they were like, well, we have to do Urusei Yatsura at the same time. And to be real with you, Netflix is going to kill this, which is exactly what it did. Nobody fucking talks about JoJo anymore. Remember when it would get memes every week and it was this big prevalent thing? Yeah, that's fucking done. Hopefully they don't do the same thing with Part 7, but they probably will. And so they probably just said, fuck it, we're going to dedicate more of our time and effort to having the one that's going to premiere on TV and worldwide overseas. And they made it look immaculate because, like, we discussed it a bit before the podcast, but Chainsaw Man, nothing's really topping it in animation. It looks like a goddamn movie half the time, if not most of the time. But it does falter in other aspects of its production. If its animation is a 20 out of 10, its voice direction, art direction, and certain, like, just direction overall, some of the series composition in terms of the writing, that'd be like a 7 to 8 out of 10. It's not perfect, right? But Urusei Yatsura, and for Bocchi the Rock, which we'll talk about it more when we get there, Bocchi the Rock is more, it's less of a, this is 10 out of 10 in every point, and more of, they're just really fucking creative with it. And on the surface, it's kind of cheap, just like Monogatari is with Shaft, but they took advantage of not having the best talent in the industry working on their product, like Chainsaw Man has, and instead, they were just like...
You have no idea how hard I'm holding back right now just to prevent us from talking about Bocchi the Rock in an Urusei Yatsura segment.
Yeah, we're holding back. I'm just going to make this quick point, and then, because we'll talk about Bocchi later.
You have no idea how much I want to scream how wrong you are right now.
Bocchi was less, we have the best talent in the industry working on this, and more of, what if instead, since we don't have that, the director was like, we just got really creative. And it's similar to how, what Monogatari did with its, like, real-life aspects and shit that was thrown into Bocchi, because the director was very experimental with some of the stuff he did. And Bocchi was basically the same stuff. Like, you have stuff like the balloon popping, the random real-life dam scene when she threw up, but it's funny, and Bocchi is not, like, 10 out of 10 in every regard because it has the best talent on it, like Chainsaw Man and Urusei Yatsura. Bocchi's 10 out of 10 because they're fucking creative, which is ultimately what you need to be in a creative production, is you have to be the key fucking word, creative, and Bocchi does it perfectly. Urusei Yatsura has that creativity, but also they're loaded. They probably have a fuck ton of time and money for this production because, remember, it's one of the biggest things in Japan and has been for like 30 years or however fucking long it's been out. So they were like, all right, we want every person who's ever done anime on it or whatever the shit. So they have this amazing animation. The art direction is beautiful. The way they do the title cards is like how fucking Bleach does it, and it makes me jizz every time.
Look
where
at
like
Lum's hair. It's so beautiful.
Look, Lum's hair itself is amazing, but my favorite part of the show, like there's I think it's episode 2 where she can't fly, so she's jumping around, and she jumps through the title card for the episode. I'm like, oh, that's so fucking creative. Like, it's so good. And don't even get me started on the voice actors. This shit is fucking stacked. They got Hiroshi Kamiya. They got Kana Hanazawa. They have I forget who voices Lum, but she's really fucking popular, and I can't remember her name.
Let me check the page.
I did notice Hiroshi Kamiya's voice pretty much instantly and was like, ooh, that's a good voice actor. You gotta.
They have such
Sumaru Uesaka.
Exactly, yeah, it's Sumire Uesaka.
Yeah.
Very, very. I think she's also was in Monogatari. I want to say she was Hanikawa.
Oh shit, they got
but I might be
Mamoru
wrong.
Miyano for a character.
Yes, for the silly dude, the dude who jumps out of a plane in like the end of episode 2, beginning of episode 3. They got Mamoru Miyano. The voice cast is fucking stacked. Every aspect of this production is stellar, but its problem is that it's adapting a manga from the 80s, and sometimes the comedy just kind of falls flat. This is most relevant in episode 1, where the first half is silly, it's kind of fun, and then the second half is the same fucking joke for like 9 minutes straight, and it's not really that funny. But then episode 2, and I said this in my review, I said, yeah, episode 1's not really that funny, but I think this is a show that benefits from its wider cast of characters. And then lo and behold, episode 2 introduces a new girl, and she's funny as shit. It's a very funny episode. Episode 3 is pretty fun too. Episode 4 is kinda whatever again, and it goes in and out. So while every aspect of the production is stellar, I will say the one part they faltered on was the most important one, and it was the comedic timing and just the way the jokes play out in general. From what it looks like they did, they just adapted the 80s comedy 1-to-1, but it's like, first off, it's from a manga, so manga comedy and anime comedy are not the same thing. They're different mediums, but also some of that shit, while it can be funny, like the guy being a pervert it can be funny. They do that in Monogatari. The production bends over backward to make the joke funny of Araragi molesting a little girl.
Mineta is a national treasure, as everyone knows, and he's not wanted to be burned on the fucking cross.
You talking about the grape guy from My Hero?
Yeah, because to build on your point of pervert characters being
they can
so
be
beloved.
they can be funny. But Mineta's funny because he's not the main character. He just comes in every once in a while. Araragi's funny because the production will change its art style, its music, its pacing, and its direction, all for a scene of him molesting a little girl, and it's fucking hysterical, right? But Urusei Yatsura doesn't do that. It's just the same thing in the first episode, at least. Again, it does improve in the later episodes and then falters again, but it never goes back to its really low point of the first episode, where they don't really do that. They just do it exactly almost how it did it in the manga, and it's not funny, both because it's really old, so that comedy isn't as funny nowadays, but also it's a different medium, so if you adapt it 1-to-1, it's just not going to work that well. And I will say in other episodes, it benefits from, like I said, having more characters. But if they were to just do better with the jokes and the comedic timing, the show would be like a 10 out of 10. This could be one of the best, if not the best show this season. Not the most popular, of course, but it could be the best show this season. But it's being held back by those factors, and it kind of just boggles my mind.
To be fair, how much of that is David's fault, and how much of it is it the fault of just Urusei Yatsura? Like,
I would say
they're not just pulling from the manga. They're also
pulling from the old anime too,
anime as a template.
But that's why I'm saying it's still David's fault, because if they were able to make everything else look immaculate, there's no reason they couldn't do the same as a Bocchi or a Monogatari, where they play into the jokes so much that it makes something that's not funny, but they don't do that. Or if simply by fixing the comedic timing, the first half of the first episode is not like a slog to get through like the second half is. The first half is wacky, it has moving parts, and it's a little funny here and there, right? But the second half, they just adapt it like 1-for-1, either from the original anime or the manga, I don't know. And it's just not funny. They don't bend over backwards to make it funny. They don't have good comedic timing, but those are all things that David Production could have done. It's not like, for example, I don't know, this in a story-based one, some really stupid plot point happens, and they adapt it, and they don't change it. Yeah, technically they couldn't have changed that, because they want to still adapt the story that's being told. But when it comes to something as simple as getting the comedy right, That's something that they can and should definitely change. It's their main responsibility to adapt it into a new medium and make it entertaining. And to be fair, it is entertaining in the second episode onward, but that's more of a benefit of the manga introducing these new wacky characters than it is David Production doing what they were supposed to do and making it funny. They also, this is in episode 3. I'm sure Bagels has probably seen this far.
I've only seen the first 2 episodes. Not gonna lie. I'm holding.
Oh,
I'm
well-
holding back for a future video that I may or may not make.
Okay, understandable. I'm doing the same for Bocchi. So, just a quick aside, in the 3rd episode, the dude who's voiced by Mamoru Miyano is afraid of the dark. So the joke is that the second they're in a cave.
Off my headphones for this. I don't want to get spoiled.
They're in a cave,
He doesn't
and
want the
he's
joke.
very afraid of tight places, and he's afraid of the dark. But the joke is that he's this super manly man who's perfect and gets anything done as long as women are looking at him. So the joke becomes he covers the girl's eyes, he covers Lum's eyes, and he suddenly starts freaking out like a baby. Then Atsuro moves his hands, and now he's like super manly. He's like, "It's this way, ladies," like that. And that's funny. They then proceed to do it 6 times. And it's like, it wasn't funny after the 2nd time, but he did it 6. I counted. It was maybe 5, but I'm pretty sure it was 6. And I was like, why? And that's a good example of poor comedic timing on David Pro's side. Like, David Production could have made the decision to just stop the joke after the 2nd time.
All right, I didn't hear anything of what you just said, so I can't really comment on it specifically. But not gonna lie, hard disagree. I thought, like, my sides were very consistently in shambles. Like, you're talking about the second half of episode 1 being kind of slow and repetitive or whatever. I was like, I still found it funny each time. And what I especially love is how it almost gets sort of dramatic, where it's like this foggy street as Lum's just causing chaos everywhere. And it's like the fact that the show almost takes it seriously, but that the situation it's predicated on is so stupid, to me makes it side-splittingly hilarious, where it's like this dramatic, chaotic moment of Ataru's girlfriend, like almost like legitimately people are getting emotional over it, all because Lum is just that much of a being of chaos. That to me that's like Nichijou tier comedy right there, where it's just absolutely side-splittingly hilarious and absurd. And that to me is what sells this show, because in the romance department, obviously, yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure they're gonna get together eventually, they have to, but at this point in the story, Ataru's life is just getting ruined by this girl. But in the comedy department, it is very consistently funny to me. It has the exact right level of chaos that I only have really gotten from shows like Nichijou and Gabriel Dropout and Azumanga Daioh. And I guess Love is War, too.
When they say comedy is subjective, they're talking about specifically what you find humorous yourself, and that's exactly that's exactly what you just described. You thought that the innate wacky chaos is funny, and I can see how someone thinks that's funny. Personally, it doesn't do much for me. So for me, it comes down to the more objective side of how the joke is delivered, because comedy can be broken down into different parts, and it has been for thousands of years since its inception. And so when the entire joke of the 2nd episode is, he looked at boobs or panties, ha ha ha, she hits him with a power line, that's funny, you're supposed to laugh. And I'm like, well, the delivery was kind of shit, so it wasn't that funny. But again, that's where the subjectivity comes in the sense that, like you said, you thought this sheer chaos was hilarious. And I can totally see how you think, and describing it is kind of funny, where they have a 3-way phone call and it makes a black hole and a helicopter gets sucked in and then she crashes a spaceship into his house. On paper, that sounds fucking hysterical. But it's, for me, the way they delivered it wasn't good enough to get me to laugh. However, if you just find that in and of itself funny, with the way it all, not necessarily the way it all breaks down, but the fact that it's happening to begin with, then yeah, I could see how you think the series is funny.
It's not only that it's happening to begin with, but that it's so seriously, like the characters are taking it completely seriously. And that dissonance to me is also hilarious, where it's such a wacky situation, but the way it plays out, and even the way it's portrayed in some scenes is dramatic. Like, the characters right now are having a dramatic emotional moment, and that's hilarious.
You find that dichotomy to be funny, where they're like, no, I really want to talk to this girl. This is a serious thing. And she goes, okay, but yeah, go fuck yourself. Let me jam the communications. And he's still trying our hardest. There was one scene that did make me laugh, and it's when the dad gives him the fucking raincoat. So he was passed down.
Oh, that scene is so
That
good.
shit was pretty funny. But that's what I mean, where that took the silly situation, but then it added onto it with perfect comedic timing, because you're like, oh, he's gonna go out there, he's gonna get hit by one of the girls for blah 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 because he's trying to talk to the other one. But it stops. It breaks up the monotony for a split second, and it has the dad give him a coat, and you're like, how is this funny? And then the way the fucking dad is like crying and holding his shoulder, it's funny. And that's the thing that's universally funny. Whereas the setting and whatnot, the chaos, the dichotomy between them taking it completely serious, but it's this wacky innate situation, that's the more personal side of things. Like, if you personally find that funny. For me, and that's what I talked about in my video, I was talking about the more universal objective side of how a joke breaks down. And if you go purely based off that, it wasn't really that good in the second half. But again, it also is still up to your personal taste to if you found the rest of the shit that predicated it or that made up the scene hilarious. And for me, I didn't. But I did find, like I said in episode 3, no spoilers, but I did find a joke they did there to be funny. The issue is they kind of ran the joke into the fucking ground, but I still thought it was fun just because of the sheer silliness of, I won't explain it, but yeah, of what I already explained.
I feel like
so
that
the show
should be
has its
the
merits.
kind of thing I laugh my ass off just from the way.
Oh, you'll find it hysterical. But I think even you will go, did they really need to do it like 5 times? Like, I thought it was funny the first 2 times. It's one of those jokes where you laugh and then you laugh again, and then you're like, why did they do it a 3rd time? And then they keep going, and you're like, okay, it was funny, but yeah. If you're a fan of the original series, or you just like, because I didn't think Nichijou was funny either, mind you. I could not make it past first episode.
You are at.
I thought clips of Nichijou was funny. The dude wrestling the deer is fucking hilarious. Like, I've seen that clip a lot.
Mr. Electric,
it's funny.
kill him.
But I watched the first episode of Nichijou, and I was like, I don't like it.
You're wrong.
So I was like, you know what?
Factually.
Maybe it'll be funnier dubbed. Then I watched it dubbed, and I was like, nope, still don't like it. And that was it. Dropped the show. Because Nichijou is predicated on things are happening, it's super wacky, whoa! And it's like
The
she
pacing
literally
of the show
rolls
is
into
on like light speed
It's
ADHD
light-
mode at all times.
It's like a super ADHD riddled comedy, yes. Because there's like one where she walks out of her house, wait, she tripped at the break, but she spiraled into a circle, and there's a nuke, and you're like,
that's not ADHD. What's ADHD is Pop Team Epic.
Yeah, but it's
ADHD,
good.
or I wouldn't say Pop Team Epic is ADHD. I'd say it's more of a giant shit post for 30
Newgrounds.
minutes.
Well, it's
It's
also
Newgrounds type humor.
And that's why it's
And
on
I
Adult
would say
Swim.
Pop
It's a
Team
perfect
Epic
fit.
is 50-50. Some Pop Team Epic makes me laugh, and then the rest of it I'm like Hell Shake Yano was funny, and Are You Upset? You Mad Bro? Or however the fuck that one joke goes in season 1. Thought those were funny. Everything else, I was like, yeah, it was alright, I guess. Pop Team Epic was brilliant in doing the multiple voice actor thing, though, where it had dudes voicing them in the first half, and then
I
chicks
feel
in the
like we're
second
getting
half.
a little sidetracked now.
You
little
got the
sidetrack.
order reversed, by the way.
Or it's reversed, yeah, I don't remember how it went. But either way, yeah, Nichijou and stuff like that is founded on the innate sheer wackiness. So if you love that kind of shit, you're gonna think it's hilarious. But the actual, and I only watched 1 episode, so I won't comment too much on it, but the actual delivery of the jokes is what people can find universally funny, right? Even if they don't like the ADHD riddled comedy or the wackiness of the environment. Because this is why some people just don't find anime funny in general, because they don't care that it's super wacky. Like, some people don't like Konosuba because they
wrong.
don't care that they're wrong, yes, but they don't find, for example, Konosuba, a good example of what I'm talking about. The subjective side of the comedy would be the guy getting isekai'd and taking the goddess with him. That's only funny if you think it's funny because it's so wacky and it's like, whoa, that never happens. I watch anime all the time and they never do that. But the objective side of the comedy is the way they deliver the fucking punchline of you died saving a girl. It's like, oh my god, I'm a good person. It's like, no, actually you had a heart attack and it was a tractor and she wasn't really in any danger, and then the doctors laughed at you when they tried to do surgery, so you died. That's fucking hilarious. Anybody would laugh at that because that's perfect delivery. The other stuff that happens, it's like the visual comedy, for example, can be more subjective. And again, it's the same thing here in Urusei Yatsura. If you like shit like Nichijou and just the sheer innate silliness of it, which I do like that kind of shit, but it didn't make me laugh, and it similarly had the same problem as Nichijou, where it just kept going with it, and because I didn't find it funny, I was looking forward to the actual joke delivery, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll keep watching if they can do that. And they didn't really do that except for the one scene with the dad, but it looked so fucking pretty that I kept watching. And I knew it was one of those shows that benefits it's going to keep doing the wacky comedy all season. It's not going to suddenly change, but it's going to benefit from having more characters to bounce it off of rather than just like fucking 3 of them. And I was correct because
that is true.
Subsequent episodes were a lot better.
I mean,
when you do that style of comedy, oh god.
I haven't gotten past episode 2, obviously, but this is definitely one of those shows where, not even because it breaks up the monotony, although that is one aspect of it.
That's one aspect,
and
yeah.
it also goes on forever, so clearly it would need to break up the monotony at some point. But it's also that injecting more characters into the mix. Like, this show's comedy, at least to me, is predicated on how chaotic it is and how complex the situations
needs more characters.
And how many
I
layers
can do
of
without the priest character, though.
Do with who?
Do without the priest character.
Yeah, I didn't laugh. I never laughed. I laughed in episode 3 when he was on screen. He did not make me laugh in the first 2 episodes.
I don't know who that is, so I can't comment on that.
The monk. That saves him from jumping over the bridge and then tells him he has an ugly face.
That
short bald dude.
Now I remember, yeah. Okay,
wow, he left such an impact on you, huh?
Exactly.
Not really. No, he's kind of forgettable. I'll give you that much. But
yeah,
like
I
said,
do love that his parents hate him though, because it's like,
oh, that's hilarious. Every time his parents shit on him, I was laughing, right? And like you said, that some of that other style of humor where it's just the sheer chaos of the situation. When the parents were like, "We're gonna be lynched because he sucks," and they took it completely serious, I was like, "All right, that's kind of funny, right?" And then every time the mom was like, "I regret having given birth to you," that's funny. But these type of comedies are predicated off that chaos, and so having more characters, like you said, not only breaks up the monotony, but it gives them more to work with. When you take something like Asobi Asobase, that's a type of show that is more predicated on the joke delivery itself on top of the sheer wackiness.
Well,
but they
I'm
only
one of
ever
those
have
hipsters who didn't like Asobi Asobase.
It's because Asobi Asobase, while it does have wacky shit and it's chaotic, it never treats that chaos as like serious business. There's a guy who shoots laser beams out of his ass, and they know that that's dumb. And so because of that, you have to find the joke delivery itself funny, and they do that perfectly. But you're clearly the type of person who likes the more, the contrast, the stark difference in their comedy, and that's what you find funny, that it's supposed to be this way. And
actually a good point, because I've never actually understood why I don't find Asobi Asobase funny. Like, comparing it to Love is War, where the mind games are taken completely seriously by Kaguya and Shinomiya. Or, wait, no, that's Shirogane.
The president.
Shirogane.
But yeah, that does actually make a little sense now that you spell it out like that.
That's almost certainly why, because you said you also like Nichijou.
Yeah.
You like stuff that's either serious, but it has this contrast of the comedy being super wacky and chaotic, or the entire thing, Nichijou, is just completely insane, and that's all it is. It's just chaos. Lucky Star, Asobi Asobase,
I love
Set
Lucky
in Academy. Those type of shows are predicated on joke delivery. I haven't seen too much of Lucky Star, so I think that one is less because it's funny and more because it's like, bro, why does the chocolate come out of the other side, you know? Like, it's like high, you know, I'm buzzed out of my fucking mind type humor, where it's just the stupidest shit. If you think hard enough about it, it's kind of funny how it works out. But yeah, Asobi Asobase has that silliness, but because they don't, like, predicate it with a layer of seriousness, you don't find it funny. Whereas with me, I'm like, that guy just bent down, licked piss, and the Case Closed theme song plays. That's fucking hysterical. And then they call back to it a few episodes later where they're like, yeah, we had to get a substitute teacher because he's in the hospital. Like, that's fucking amazing. And then the actual jokes themselves between the girls, because they can't rely on the stark contrastal difference, or whatever the word I'm looking for is, they can't rely on that. They have to rely solely on the objective joke delivery. And if you fuck that up, then it's not funny. But Asobi succeeds because they can do that well. That, like I said, anybody can find that funny. But if you are the type of person like yourself who just likes the other style so much more, doesn't matter if they on a factual piece of paper they did it completely 100% correct, you still might not find it funny. Which is why humor is still ultimately subjective. There are objective parts to it on how to deliver a joke, but some people just don't fucking give a shit. Some people are like, nah, I want it to be serious,
that's the entire
but not
basis
serious
of
at the same time.
our current meme culture.
Exactly. And so, it also depends, speaking of, depends on the generation you're brought up in as well. If you find base boosted Among Us memes hilarious...
Oh, I do.
Well, then... Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, meanwhile, we show that to a Victorian child in like the 1600s
like,
and they
I
would
don't get it.
evaporate.
They're like, what the fuck is this? Why is it so loud? I'm scared, right? It depends on the generation you're raised in, too. Because I've seen a lot of people confuse that because they'll use comedy as subjective as a crutch of not being funny themselves. It's like, no, you just can't make a joke. But there is an objective, correct way to make a joke and make it funny. But your audience's personal thing that they find funny, that is subjective. One generation might find objective joke delivery funny. The other generation doesn't give a fuck. They'll go, yep, that's how you tell a joke, all right. Why didn't a deer come flying down from outer space and then shit in the main character's mouth? That would have been funny. But then the main character took it completely seriously and said, yeah, I still need to go take that test for math, though. Gotta get an A+. If I don't, I'll get expelled. Bagels would fucking lose his shit if I animated that. Right? He'd think that's hilarious. I would go...
debatably.
If it's... Debatably, obviously. But if it's wacky enough, I also find it funny. I found with Asobase, Kaguya, right? I found those were wacky enough that it made me laugh really hard. Urusei, I didn't think it was as wacky as it should have been to really get me to bust a gut. Kaguya did it consistently, but, Kaguya also had an issue, too, in the first 2 episodes where they'd tell a joke or they'd make a comedy, like a visual gag, and then the narrator would explain it, and I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. Thankfully, he stopped after, 2 episodes. They stopped doing that. But no matter what your favorite comedy is, none of them are perfect. They all do something poorly. I think the only thing that comes close to being almost perfect is Konosuba, and even that kind of, once you start getting past the first season the second season into the movie, they kind of redo a lot of the same jokes because they know it's funny, but that's the problem with comedy. If you're gonna redo the same
Comedy
joke...
comes in threes.
Yeah, it comes in... I wouldn't even say threes. Personally, I think twos. If you do anything more than twice, it better be completely different the third time, or it ain't funny. Comedy's hard to get right, but there's also a guideline to getting it correctly. But then it comes there's a guideline on how to tell a joke, but you have to add your own flair to it, your own personal humor. And that's why a comedian can be funny, but not humorous. There's a difference between humor and comedy. And it's the greatest comedians, or in this case, anime and TV shows, that can nail both perfectly. That's why universally, most people like Konosuba, or Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? It's fucking funny. But anyways, yeah, Yatsura is pretty good. I think it improves in later episodes, but if you're not what I just explained, you're not gonna enjoy it, especially if you've never seen the original.
I appreciate the great lengths that David has gone to make this feel like an updated version of the 80s anime. All the character designs are like spot on.
They look exactly the same, but in the modern day.
Yeah, shout outs to Naoyuki Asano for doing this. This ain't his first rodeo. He was the character designer for Osamatsu-san, which is another anime remake.
Yeah.
I don't care for that show. I don't think it's very funny outside of
that one.
I don't think it's funny outside of the first episodes of both seasons when they just go fucking nuts to butts and go hog wild with their concepts and break the fourth wall until it's nothing left. He was also the character designer for Eizouken, which is based because Eizouken has god tier character designs. All praise the goddess Kanamori.
You fucked the ugly one, right?
Yeah, that's I just said.
That's I don't remember names.
The base milk drinking capitalist.
Yes.
And Crunchy, here's something that here's the missing key. Here's the degree of separation as to why you love Urusei Yatsura so much. He directed the first opening of Sangatsu.
The guy who directed this entire show?
No, the character designer.
Who the fuck is Song? You mean Sarazan Mai?
No, Sangatsu
No,
no
Sangatsu
Lion.
no Lion.
AKA literally the best
March
anime.
comes in like a lion. March comes in like a lion.
Yeah, he was.
No, he didn't direct the whole anime.
Yeah.
for
No, he
March Comes in
direct.
Like a Lion.
No, he
The opening.
Yeah, the directed, storyboarded, and animation director of the first
Speaking
opening.
of openings, this is
Kick
OP
back
of the
better.
season. Huh?
Kick back better.
Fuck
No,
you.
sorry.
No, kick back
No.
better.
I gotta go
I
with- I
even
gotta
had
side with
to.
bagels.
I considered putting like a Bocchi up there with Kickback more than I did this one. This one's good.
All right, listen.
Don't get me
Bocchi
wrong.
has a good opening, and Kickback is really, really good. But this is like god tier. I have
not
watched
heard-
this
Kickback
OP
clears it.
literally. I've probably seen this OP like 50 times at this point. I just keep on watching
me with
it.
Kickback.
Instant
Literally me with
serotonin.
Kickback.
Literally me with this OP. It's so much better.
Maybe it's just because I just prefer rock music, but come on, man.
I mean, I generally do prefer rock music, but this song is just really a banger.
Well, okay.
I haven't heard Bocchi, but between Kickback and this show, I would say that they're matched, right? I would say Oe, or I think that's literally what the song is called, is Oe or some shit.
Yeah, it's the Japanese vowels. I think minus the O. I think you pronounce it Aue.
Or something like that. It doesn't matter. The stupid Urusei Yatsura song and the stupid Chainsaw Man song are equal. But I'm sorry, the ending for Urusei Yatsura blows them both fucking away. I love the ending for this show. The song is so good. The Tokyo Rendezvous, I think is what it's called.
I don't actually remember
the ending in
song,
episode
but
1.
I do remember enjoying it.
The visuals were okay, but I downloaded both, and the ending song is so good. If we're talking purely,
Oh, okay, I remember it now.
if we're talking visuals, right? Based on what I've seen, again, I haven't seen Bocchi, so that could beat it. But visually, it is between this and Chainsaw Man. I would probably give it to Chainsaw Man because it's just so perfect. It understands everything about the show. But this opening has a lot of like really good callbacks to the 80s.
Honestly,
which are really
I like
fun.
the visuals of this OP way better than the ones in Chainsaw
yeah,
Man.
because you haven't seen enough movies that aren't animated.
Even if it's not about movies, you also get more appreciation for the opening if you've read the manga and you understand how perfectly the guy was able to encapsulate the entire thing, as well as the characters and the outside factors like the cinematic references for Fujimoto. However, if we're talking song-wise, honestly, I'd probably give it to Gundam. That Yoasobi song is so fucking good. The visuals suck dick, though.
I don't even
I've
remember
not heard
the Gundam song. Did they play
I'm
it?
sure
in
they'll
the
it
listen
was
to
not in
the
the first
Gundam song.
episode. It was not in the first episode.
It wasn't in the first episode. That's why it played as like the ending. So that's you probably skipped it, or you just don't remember it because of that. But not watch it. The visuals are dog shit in my opinion. But the song itself is one of my, if not my absolute favorite this season. I'm only saying one of because I haven't seen Bocchi's opening, and so
No,
that might top
dude.
it.
Once you see Bocchi, you're gonna be like, Kickback's got some competition.
Bocchi does have
I
a
think
good
it already
OP,
has competition for. It's already visually. It's already got competition for Urusei Yatsura.
Okay, yeah,
I think
I
it
do
just
like the
slightly
80s
edges it
visuals,
out.
and I like the especially with the animated manga panels of the 70s manga.
Okay, I just want to butt in here real quick because I saw these and the first time I was like, hold on, are they gonna sell these as NFTs? It feels
They didn't, did they?
I don't think they have, and I hope they never do.
That could be profitable.
But if I saw those and I was like, I feel like they're gonna sell these somehow.
I am
feel
ashamed
like-
to admit this though. I'm ashamed to. It took me like 3 to 5 listens of this opening. It wasn't until I was like sitting down to watch the episode because I saw the opening, or rather, like saw and listened to it a few times before I actually watched the show because it was making the rounds. I'm sad to admit that it took me a few listens to realize, holy shit, Manami is in this.
Honestly, I don't even really.
Do you remember the
know.
domestic girlfriend opening that was way better than it deserved to be?
Oh,
yeah.
she's in this opening?
Yeah, that's her. The
Oh.
girl with like
No.
the crazy ass pipes with like when she roars, she's got like the rolling R's and it's like a fucking booming voice and it's awesome.
You're talking
Okay,
about the
that makes
singer for the
sense.
Urusei Yatsura song?
Yeah.
It's by
Okay.
Maison Des. Is
Okay.
Is that a band, not a person?
This is a collaboration. They got Minami to feature on the track.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The opening Minami is in it. Okay, the ending is a different person. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's probably why it's so good.
Yeah, that is like I think Maison Edis does like the chorus part and like the like that part and the instrumentals.
That's definitely her because it's the same in the ending and she does both.
Yeah, but like the part where like they're like belting out the lyrics fast, like da 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 da, and like that stuff. That's Minami.
That's probably
Yeah, they're
Minami.
going
That
like
shit sounds really
da
good.
da 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 da. Yeah, that's all Minami.
You're really making me want to listen to this OP like 15 more times back
The
to
song
back.
is so good, bro. I
The
love
song
the
is
song.
good. The song
Dude,
is
I've-
good.
This
It's just
like,
not
it's
kickback
so
though.
well directed though. Like the song with the infinite spiral of Ataru running away from Lum, basically encapsulating the entire show in
My
one
favorite
image.
reference in it, other than the '80s montage in the middle part, is where the opening starts with him as Galaga. He's playing Galaga and he's shooting hearts at the girls,
And they
and
just-
then by the end of it, it's Galaga, but it's all Lum, and he's not shooting any hearts, so he dies.
But like they're all coming down like Space Invaders and
Yeah,
he dies anyway.
It's so fucking
That's
good.
what Galaga is, yeah, or is that Space Invaders, and I'm getting them mixed up.
I think
Or
it's both.
maybe-
They definitely come down like Space Invaders.
Doesn't matter. Point was, that was one of my favorite parts. The only reason I give it, like, because I think this song is better than Kickback, but I think visually, Chainsaw Man it edges it out.
I think
And,
it edges it out in both.
It edges it out in terms of like the visuals on the opening, and so it just kind of leaves them tied. And then you have the Yoasobi song in Gundam, where I'm like, well, the visuals are shit, but the song's really good. And again, I haven't seen Bocchi, but I would put them both as a tie for number one, just because they edge each other out in slightly different aspects. And it's not even like they're massively better. It's just like by a 0.5% better. But they're both really fucking good. I will say though, like if we're talking Chainsaw Man songs in general, I think the opening is one of the weakest ones. The endings, almost all the endings are bangers.
I have not listened enough to the endings to make that distinction, but like, dude, I get fucking sexual tension every time I get to the part where Kenshi's like, "I love you, kenashite kure zenbu wa bawa
Oh, the
te
one where it's like rest in peace, or however the fuck it goes. I didn't
Yeah.
know he was speaking English until I read the lyrics.
Yeah, neither did I.
I
Oh, it's
didn't
just
know
such
that
a
he was
fucking
speaking
banger
English
song.
ever. I've literally only
There's a
listened
few
to
parts,
it.
like Neon said, he says, "I love you," and then there's another one where he's like, "Rest in peace,
Yeah, he says, "My honey."
I
I did pick up on "Beautiful Star" every time he says it in the refrain.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right,
but
but here's a question,
the endings,
right? Does the Chainsaw Man OP have Lum in a jar?
Oh god, he's got me there.
Don't worry, Kobani will end up in a jar at some point, probably in the show, and then
Yeah, you do get convenience store's whole ass in your face, so.
yeah, that is true. We do get Kobani's entire package.
And you also get they do the what the fuck the stupid ass dance at the end of the opening. I forgot what it's called.
In fairness,
I comedically called it the gritty, but it's
in
not
fairness,
actually
they're
the
doing
gritty.
the-
the gritty is pure serotonin, and I have there's a version of the Chainsaw Man OP on YouTube that's literally just that dance playing over the entire song. Honestly, an improvement.
It's funny as fuck.
But overall,
I did
Urusei
have
Yatsura
one note
peak.
that I was confused by the OP. I thought it would like bleed into the show. I find it fascinating that it feels like the timeline of the
modern
show's
technology.
universe. Yeah, he pulls out a smartphone and
Yeah.
goes on Tinder at one point when he sees all the Lum, but then you watch the show and no, it's still set in the 80s or 70s because
I
he's still
feel
using
like
rotary
what,
They had the
phones.
what
rotary
must have
phones.
happened
They have the old
is
TV
that, like,
sets.
it's a thing in OPs in anime at this point to have.
Yeah,
like,
it's all
them
non-diegetic,
using-
obviously.
Yeah, to have them using phones, and I feel like the animators were like, "This is the only chance we're gonna get to have these characters use smartphones." Either that, or also the
I
next
think-
OP. So I feel like they were just
I
like, "Let's use this chance while we can."
And Chainsaw Man and Urusei Yatsura share in common that both of their openings are better than the actual show in terms of understanding the material and presenting it in the best way
no.
possible.
Ooh, I feel like the Chainsaw Man thing might make you some enemies.
Oh, he's already
Because
made enemies in the first episode of the podcast. I've seen that comment.
Yeah, like
I'm
me.
sure. Are there comments? They're like, I think there was a comment on they're like, that's not how you're supposed to interpret the first
There was one there, and there was also
episode of
one on
Chainsaw
Reddit.
Man. Oh, there's one on Reddit. I didn't know that, but yeah, no. The Chainsaw Man opening, right? The same for the Urusei Yatsura one, but the Chainsaw Man one completely understands the guy who directed it. He also did like Jujutsu Kaisen and Ranking of Kings openings wise. That man just needs to be given his own anime to direct because it'll be fucking immaculate because he understands it perfectly. He was like movie references to reference outside of the source material because that's what Fujimoto likes. However, we're going to cherry pick those movie references so that it fits every character perfectly, and we're going to have the sheer wacky chaos of the manga, but also the slow scenes and the comedy, and we're going to do it all perfectly. And then the anime goes, okay, but what if it was just Slim Jim followed you?
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but like I got the notification on my phone. It's like, what the fuck?
That's fucking massive.
That's amazing.
Time to get all right.
That is-
This
that's
this
hilarious.
podcast now sponsored by Slim Jim
But anyways,
in Minecraft.
fucking-
In Minecraft.
there was. Wait, did Minecraft follow you too?
No, you legally cannot say that you are sponsored by something and not be sponsored by something.
Oh.
You
I had
you,
no
you
fucking
have to
idea.
make it known that it's a joke. Otherwise, it's like actually you breaking the law.
That fucking blows. But
Okay, next up we got Shinobi no Ittoki. This one's by Troika.
I hate this
and
show.
yeah. All right.
That was
Yeah,
fast.
Troika is one of those studios where you'd think they'd, with their rate of their output, would produce more bangers considering how long they took. Like their last non-idol anime that they didn't just make for a fucking paycheck was the 2019 Fate Detective show.
hey, that one was actually pretty good.
Well, I'm not a Fate fan, so I couldn't tell
They
you.
also recently made a sequel to that, which was good too. This was popular. This was big, quote unquote, because it was an original coming right off the heels of Licorice Recoil, also an original. So you'd think, like, damn, the anime's just been
I
Decadence
would
was
put
also
no faith in that at all.
no, see, because Decadence came before Licorice Recoil was also a good original, and I think we had another good
debatable.
original before Licorice in this same year. So it made you think, like, damn, anime originals are popping off. So you're like, yeah, it's by Troika. They're not the best, but they make serviceable stuff. Then you
I heard
watch it, and you're
Recreators was
like,
sick.
then you watch it, and you're like, this would make a fucking light novel artist confused. Like, this is something a light novel artist would wipe his ass with, and they're not really the high bar in terms of fucking, literary expertise.
I mean, depends on
Visually-
what light
visually,
novel
yes,
artist
I-
you're talking about.
Yeah,
Isekai
visually less.
ones.
If we're talking about isekai light novels, I actually enjoyed this more than the isekai light novel trash adaptations that we've seen for, like the past few years. Like, is it very good? Not really. Did I watch the whole episode and not feel like my time was wasted? Honestly, yeah.
I did not finish the I don't know how you did that. I mean, okay, there is
it's
one
not
good
great,
thing
and it's-
this show does, right? One
When they
thing
kill
I
the
like,
cop?
which I don't
Well,
even
not that-
They
think
don't
I
actually
got
kill the
that.
cop.
That's a good thing.
No,
Fuck,
they
oh, I
did.
forgot
He
how that
faked it. He
sounded.
faked it. They don't
Oh yeah,
actually
that's right.
kill
They
it.
did it. No. Yeah, so that was the only good scene because the cop shows up, right? And I know Bagels isn't gonna know about this because he didn't finish the episode, but you will, Neon. The cop shows up, and I'm like, that's a bad guy. Like, why the fuck would he just be out here in the middle of the
I
night?
thought the same thing.
He looked at a cop and said, "Oh, that's a bad guy."
No, because
A cab, baby.
I was like, bro, it's the middle of the night. Like, that's definitely one of the enemy ninjas. Then they kill him. I'm like, oh shit, it wasn't a bad guy. I wasn't expecting death out of it. I even wrote down in my notes. I was like, I wasn't expecting death out of this show, so I'm gonna have to give it props because it seems like one of those shows that wants to be taken seriously but doesn't actually have anybody die, and it's like a Saturday morning cartoon.
And then they immediately dial it back.
And yeah, it's like a Saturday morning cartoon. I'm like, God, I really gotta give it props. Dude fucking stands up. I'm like, never mind. It's exactly what I thought it was. It's fucking bad, and that was stupid, and I'm mad that it tricked me.
A neck-shaped and neck-colored like blood bag on his neck, because we clearly see the guy slit the dude's throat.
Yeah, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's like
out of it.
It's ketchup or some shit. I'm like, bro.
Well,
he slit
they
your
didn't
throat.
they didn't explain what it was, but that we know that obviously it wasn't real blood.
It was ketchup, and he just squirted ketchup pack it.
Oh,
right
did he?
No, it's a fucking joke. It's stupid either way.
Oh, okay. No, you were presenting it like they actually explained it. I was like, I don't remember that at all.
I do that with everything.
Well, I didn't get to that part, but the part that I like is when, he asks, to paint the picture, anime, the medium full of all these cowardly protagonists who don't know shit about women, and then this dude gets confessed to by a lady, and he's like, yo, I'm gonna say yes to that. Like, immediately getting confessed to, there's like a relationship in the show. He's learning the ropes about dating and women. I didn't watch enough to see him see the relationship explored at all because I was bored.
Oh no, you missed out on the best part.
Oh, what happens?
Okay, did you get to where she took him back to her room?
Yeah.
Okay,
that
so
part
you did
I
get to the
didn't
best
watch
part.
much past that.
Before I saw the show, I will say.
Did you see the soldier ambush?
No.
You didn't see him look under the bed?
You dead ass. You stopped right at the good part.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck happens that's so good?
I will say, just to interrupt real quick, the scene that Neon's talking about, before I watched the show, I saw a clip of it, but it was on Twitter.
Same.
So the sound didn't play, and he looks under the bed, and Neon's about to explain it, but there's like a guy under the bed, and then an ambush happens, and I'm like, this looks fucking hilarious. But then I see people are like, this show sucks, and I'm like, wait, but that looked really funny to me. And then I watch it with the sound on, and it was shit. The whole scene was, like, it was still kind of funny, but it was one of those shows where with the sound off, it came off, this isn't a good thing, by the way, it came off as a completely different type of show, and when I actually watched it with the full production engaged, I was like, oh, this is what they were going for. That's really bad. But I will say, if you watch this show without volume, it's probably a really decent comedy, because I'm not gonna lie, there's no context, there's no speaking, I just see this guy with a half-naked girl, he looks under the bed, there's a fucking ninja, and I'm like, that's hysterical. But go ahead, Neo.
So what happened was, like, the girl, it turned out to be a ninja from a rival clan, the one that confessed to him.
No, why would they ruin that?
And then she was trying to kill him the whole time, and so she took him back to his room. She took him back to his room, and then was like, he was like, because he doesn't know what to do on a date. It's like, do you want to watch TV or something? You want to like hang out? And then she starts taking off all her clothes, like trying to like convince him to have sex with her, and be like, you don't want to do it? And he's like, he's like, so doesn't know what to do with himself, doesn't know what to do with his hands, type of shit. That he's like, no, it's just like, you're not supposed to like do these things on like first dates, and like we barely know each other. Like, oh, I get it, this is a prank, right? Like, I bet someone's just gonna jump out under the bed and like scare me, right? And then he lifts the cover under the bed. There's a fucking like masked up full bodysuit soldier with like red glowing eyes looking back at him laying under the bed, and all the soldiers like jump out of the closet, they burst through the walls, and then she pulls out her fucking kunai. It's like, well, goddamn it, I wish you didn't do that. Die, bitch.
Okay, well now I'm glad I stopped with like these pleasant memories of an anime starting a relationship in the first episode, because that would have made me so mad to actually watch in real time. I would have been flipping
your
tables.
Media literacy was running on empty if you thought that was going to be a lasting relationship. You cannot tell me you did not see the obvious main character mascot ninja girl with the fucking the face mask on, and you cannot tell me she is not going to be the love interest.
Bagels, I gotta be.
I
honest
thought
with
she was
you.
just some awkward bodyguard.
Bagels, I gotta be real with you. You're being a Twitter
Alright.
user right now. That shit was obvious from the first 3 minutes, and the second she confessed to him, I'm like, that's a bad guy.
I knew it was going immediately.
That's a bad guy. Like, it's a show about ninjas. It's not moving this fast. Like, there's no way. And Bagels is over here like, bro, this is gonna be a great romance. But I don't know.
No, I didn't think it was gonna. I didn't think it was gonna be a great romance.
Bagels is like, oh no.
Admittedly,
that's just a
I
side
didn't see
character.
that coming. But in fairness, right? I'm one of those like super rom-com fans, so when I see that, I get immediately excited.
This isn't a rom-com though.
Yeah, it isn't. It But still,
why are you imposing rom-com expectations onto it then?
I don't know. I just want to see an anime romance.
We have the next show is like that, but more on that in a bit.
Oh, hold on. What's the fucking next show?
I mean, it's not
no,
really
that's even
it's
worse.
It's not a great anime romance, but I'm like, you can criticize this show as I will, and I'm sure Spud will too. But like, you can't criticize for that. That one's a skill issue on your end.
Yeah, I'm not
that is a lack of media
That's-
literacy on your end.
Look,
I mean,
would
fair
almost never
enough.
agree with Neon, but Bagels, I'm sorry, bro. You're really being a Reddit user right now.
I've been called a Twitter user and a Reddit user. I'm at my lowest point right now.
It's time to kill myself. Yeah.
Like you're just like a millimeter short of a YouTube commenter. You really don't want to go that low.
I mean, even putting that aside, right? There are like a million other reasons why I don't like this show.
I mean,
Like,
it's just bad in general.
immediately, I hated the directing because it starts off with like this almost artful film style where it's like trying to look sort of like
and then
an old
Troika
film.
starts jerking themselves off with the opening credits.
But hold on. Going back to the film reel, it's like it's not in black and white. It doesn't look like an old film at all. It's like they went halfway and it ended up looking like shit. And it's like, well hold on. Like you're trying for something, but it just feels really awkward and generic.
Now, I had the similar feel because at first I was like, damn, all right, this kind of stylish. Then it proceeded to go on for like a full fucking minute or 2 minutes, and I'm like, all right, now it's just annoying. Like it came off as very up its own ass, and I'm like,
Yeah, it is
doesn't look
it thinks it's way more artsy than it actually is.
Exactly. If it was like 20 seconds, I'm like, all right, cool, right? We got some here, and it's like,
If
hey,
it was 20 seconds but also was in black and white and with film effects, it'd be good. But
But
to
it, like,
not go all
half-assed
the yeah,
it
it's so
half-asses
awkward.
it, but then acts like it didn't, and like it's hot shit, and it's like, bro, we're a minute in, bro. Show me some titties or something. Like you're losing me. You're losing me. Also, there's a side note. I fucking hate that they didn't translate the title of this show, because it's called on Crunchyroll, where there should be an English title, Shinobi no Ittoki, right? So I'm sitting here the whole episode. I'm like, okay, I don't speak fluent Japanese. Ittoki must mean like something else, and maybe it was untranslatable, or it would have made the title too long. It's his fucking name. Literally, all you had to do to make the title English was remove the no, the possessive vowel or whatever the fuck it's called in Japanese.
To put forth my 7 days of Duolingo that I've been taking recently on Japanese, Shinobi no Ittoki, just for my rough translation, I think it just means like the ninja of Ittoki's ninja, or the ninja of Ittoki.
What it means, because I took 14 days. What it means is that Shinobi, no is a possessive particle. It's Shinobi, and then Ittoki is the possessive form. Like it mixes with it. So what it's trying to say in English is Shinobi Ittoki. The Shinobi Ittoki, that's his name. He is the Shinobi Ittoki. So to get an English title, all you have to do is remove the possessive particle. Because the no's
Yeah,
not
but what if the
kappa.
show's too good for that?
I
What
hate
if,
it.
what if
But that's the
Mr.
thing, I
What
don't
if
think that
Mr.
was the-
Troika?
I
What if
feel
Mr.
like-
Troika was like, Crunchyroll, I swear to God, if you translate this show, it's a Japanese original production.
See,
it's gonna
that's the
have its
feeling.
Japanese title.
The bad thing is, that's exactly what I thought happened, because in my head, I'm like, well, Crunchyroll got lazy. But then I was like, wait, there are cases where they have to do what the production company they're licensing from says. And when you take into account what Bagel said about the first minute of the show, I was like, no, it seems very on brand for them to be so up their own ass that they're like, no, it has to stay in Japanese. And they go, well, okay, sir, all we have to do is remove no, and it just becomes an English title, Shinobi Ittoki, or just put a the Shinobi, or Ittoki the Shinobi. Like, we rearrange it and maybe add the word the, and it'll fit in English. We don't have to do a lot. They're like, no. Shinobi no, Ittoki. Fuck this show, and fuck Troika.
Yeah, why does this show look so bad when
Because
Troika's...
Well, I mean, to be fair, Troika's kind of okay. They don't make...
I remember, I didn't
What
watch it, but I remember
has
seeing clips of
Troika
recreators, and I
done?
remember being
'Cause
impressed by it.
You keep on saying, okay.
Recreators?
That was how many years ago?
5, I think.
Yeah, like...
I haven't
Waver-
seen any Troika
They also
shows.
did Bloom... They also did Bloom It To You, which I remember looking nice.
It had good art direction, right, and lighting, but, like, the character models and animation itself were very in line with this show. And
I remember
was
the
kinda
animation
cheap.
itself being not
Kinda
very impressive, but I remember
stiff.
the character art being fine.
That's the thing, yeah.
It was like moving
lighting-
manga, but very, very pretty moving manga.
It's Troika is basically like Queen Bee, but instead of hentai, they make anime. And the last good show they did was Recreators, but I think Recreators was one of those like One Punch Man type of shows that had a bunch of experimental like web animators and shit working
They
on it.
also
Or they
also
did it with
Aldnoah
another
Zero.
studio. They did.
They worked with A1 to do Aldnoah Zero.
Yeah, see, that's where they worked with somebody else, and then yeah, I guess Recreators is the only one, and that one didn't look too bad from what I remember. But you can tell as time went on, they just became a kind of mediocre studio. Because the Yaoi Idol one, I watched an episode of, and it actually looked better than this show and Bloom Into You, from what I remember.
This show was
I'm looking
awful.
at their filmography, and it's mostly just Idolish 7.
Yeah, you could tell that's their fucking moneymaker, because I'm pretty sure that's an original property. Oh, no, it's from a game. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense.
No, you've answered.
It's a
Yeah, there,
gacha.
you've answered your own question.
It's a gacha game. But yeah, the closest thing that you could compare this to is the Waver Fate show, El Malloy Case Files, because that was like the most recent thing. And I could have swore they did the OVA for Case Files too, and it's not on here. So I think that actually.
I think they did.
No,
I can't think of a
that's
reason
a
why they
different
wouldn't.
studio. I must be by a different because it's not on here.
Now, which show would you say is more pretentious, this one or Eminence in Shadow?
This one, Eminence and Shadow.
Oh, this one is far more
I got
pretentious.
Eminence.
I mean,
in Shadow's way more
okay, listen.
pretentious.
In your defense, Neon, the piano scene from Eminence Shadow
That's a
is
shit
little
post
bit.
more
No,
than
the
it's being
crowbar,
pretentious.
him explaining the crowbar to
That's-
the soldier as
that's
he's
not
beating his ass with it.
Oh well, I didn't
wouldn't
see
s-
that part, so I can't comment on
I
that.
wouldn't even say that's pretentious. It's just supposed to be funny. He's so far gone in his own chunibyo, his own chu-tu, that he just goes, while he's beating the shit out of somebody, he's talking about the history of crowbars. It's supposed to be funny. This show is
I think
pretentious-
it can be both.
This show is pretentious on like a fundamental creative level where they're like, don't translate the title of my show, and I want you to start with a minute of half-assed film grain, and we're hot shit. I bet you didn't see that twist coming, huh? Yeah. Yeah, this show is definitely
I
like,
mean, I
actually
didn't, but
pretentious. Well, that's because you didn't. I don't. That's that. You
That's
just.
I
because
don't want
I
to
have
say you
rom-com
weren't
on
paying
the brain.
attention.
That's that Twitter user in you. I don't know how the fuck you didn't see that coming.
I don't even
but-
use Twitter, bruh.
And that's the saddest part.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Oh no. I feel so insulted being called a Twitter user, even though I don't use Twitter. Am I really that bad?
I mean, I've seen a lot of dumb
here's-
anime communities, and they're the only ones, or they're one of the worst ones that just don't understand anything they watch. And if you watch this show and didn't see the twist that she was a bad guy coming, that's some Twitter level shit.
Sobbing. Absolutely
Here-
sobbing.
that's-
Here's
so
something that I
bad.
do want to legitimately criticize the show for. This is a ninja show, right? Ninjas are commonly associated with like action and cool fight scenes. The action choreography and animation
Sucks.
in this show, at least from the first episode, is subpar and not impressive at all.
I thought it was funnier that they're supposed to be ninjas, and they drive like a minivan.
I haven't seen
So
the
stupid.
action choreography, but what I do want to point out in relation to that point is how awful the scene where, like, okay, so the show's trying to paint the picture of this dude being a cool guy. He's a cool ninja. So he's like, oh, I gotta get to my thing faster, right? He's going to this building for some
Cram school.
obligation or whatever. Yeah, I think it was a prep school, but anyway, he starts doing parkour, right? And it's kind of goofy, where it's like, so, because it's such a blatant attempt to make him look cool. But then it gets even goofier when a very lucky and unexpected QuickTime event happens, where a car
is a
just
fucking QuickTime
randomly starts veering off towards
And he hit
him.
triangle in time, and he did a perfect backflip
Yeah.
over it.
He
I was
was like
kinda hoping
cleared
it
the
was
entire
finessing
car and
that
everything.
triangle button, and he does a flip over it. And it's like, I burst out laughing. It's
the-
so
David
dumb.
Cage would be proud.
The funniest part about them supposed to be ninjas is you're like, okay, ninjas blend in. The first 3 minutes of the show, you see the obvious ninja and his childhood friend or whatever in the class, and she sticks out like a fucking sore thumb.
Well,
like she's got a very
to
unique
be-
character design, and I'm like,
to be fair,
whoa.
to not spread misinformation, he did not know that he came from a clan of ninjas. He himself is not technically a ninja
Not
by
him.
choice. But yeah, the girl, like, literally obvious ninja.
Like, you see it, and you're like, ninjas blend in.
God-fearing, COVID-fearing ninja.
The first 2 minutes in, 3 minutes in, before you even get told any of the plot, this girl doesn't even speak. You see her, you're like, that's a ninja. But she's wearing a mask in the middle of class with tied up hair. She's got streaks. I'm like, bro, how the fuck are any of you good at your job? And then,
This
yeah,
bitch
later
is an
on, they're like
anime
driving
character.
minivans and bombs are going off in a residential district in a house, or maybe not a bomb. They broke glass or some shit. But it's like, you guys are awful fucking ninjas. Like,
yeah, the biggest sin this show committed was teasing like the super cool aloof guy being like, oh, he's actually like he's nonchalant and aloof, but actually he's like the demigod ninja. He's like one of the strongest in the clan. We gotta take him seriously. And he's like, all right, time to get to work. Cuts to black. Next scene, we don't even get to see him fight. It's like, well, what the fuck, dude?
The writing for this is really fucking bad. It's really bad. Obviously the biggest point of how of where it's bad is the thing that Bagels missed with the whole enemy love interest, because it's like they try to play her off, right? As I already said, they try to make it as big twist and play it off as her being a love interest and not an enemy, but you know it's a ninja show. And even if you didn't, because you randomly caught this on TV, even if you didn't know what the title was, literally everything, as you guys have already pointed out, points out that it's a ninja show, including the 1 minute prologue that just directly says it. So what
And,
the
you know,
fuck
the
was
title.
the point?
It literally has Shinobi in the title.
No,
so.
I'm saying, yeah, but imagine if you turn this on, and you were Japanese, right? And you just turn this on at 2
You're
a.m.
flipping through the channels.
Flipping through the channels. Even then, the 1 minute prologue gives it away. So it's like, who the fuck was her pretending to be a good guy for? Like, I mean, yeah, it threw off Bagels because he was having a Twitter moment, but outside of him, like, anybody with common sense would go, yeah, this is... And to be fair to Bagels, he was checked out by then. He was like, I'm gonna fucking drop this. This sucks dick, right? So it's like, anybody who actively paid attention all the way through, it's like, this is so obvious. Like, why is this here? Is it here to throw me off? Is it here for the main character? Or if it's here for the main character, shouldn't I be in the same shoes as him, where I don't understand it? Because it's kind of stupid when I understand it, because it becomes frustrating at that point. When something very obvious to you is not obvious to the main character. And if it's within reason, then that's fine, right? But if it's something that's just anybody with a brain in the same position could figure out, like, for example, him not immediately wanting to fuck her, I guess. I could see how, like, a 15-year-old boy is thrown off by that. He's like, oh, fuck. Okay. Like, I don't know what to do here. And he starts freaking out. But then hers, like, I love you. And he's like, yep, I'm not going to question that at all. Like, bro, even his mom. Now, again, you could chalk that off to being a dumb teenage boy. But to the core audience watching it, because it airs at like 2 a.m. in Japan, it's so stupid. Anybody will look at it, but that's so dumb. Why is he so dumb? And even if you
I
can
can-
forgive him, it's still like, it's just dumb. The writing is just really, really bad. Even if you can sympathize with where the main character is coming from, why he's so stupid, right? Because of his age and whatnot, it doesn't make the writing any less shit. Because it's like, we could have sped run through that whole plot point and gotten more covered in this one episode, instead of carrying it over to the second one that no one's gonna watch. This is your chance
I can tell
to
you
leave
the
an
reason
impression.
for this show.
Go ahead.
It's to make you skip it and go straight to I'm the villainess, so I'm taming the final boss.
Well, why would you go to that show?
That show's
Of
not
all,
funny.
I'd say it's arguably.
I'd say it's better.
Well, I
Eh.
mean, yeah. I mean, you could just watch
I
Hame Fura in
it's-
the meantime. You know?
I-
Yeah, I was gonna say it's literally Hamifura,
But
but called
worse.
something different.
It's just
I mean,
my
I
life
haven't
is a
seen
villainous,
Hame
except for it's
Fura.
called I Am the Villainous. See, haha. There's actually another show next season with the same fucking premise.
It's the new subgenre.
It's the new subgenre, except for the other one. I don't think is like a game. I'm pretty sure this one's a game. It's the same thing. She's reincarnated into a
Yeah,
game
it
or
is.
some shit. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's one of those dumb light novel shows where even though it has like a decent premise or a decent start, unlike, for example, unlike the Sword one, even though this one has a decent start and might get you to watch an
I
episode or two,
disagree with that one heavily, but we'll get to that.
even though this one has a decent start that'll get you to watch it over the Sword one, it does the same fucking thing that a lot of these schlocky, shittily written light novels do. It ends like 4 or 5 episodes in, I think. I think someone... No, I didn't make it this far. I had someone else I knew watching it. And they asked me, because I don't watch a lot of anime. I think they got... It was 4, 5, or 6. It was one of those episodes. They were like, why did the main plot end? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, the goal that she was going to do or whatever, it just happened and she beat the game or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that's a light novel for you. And I had to explain to her why light novels do that and why it's bad. Because what they do after they do that, they tell their story with their gimmick or whatever it is. But then they keep going because they want to make more money. But they're not good writers in the first place. So what follows usually isn't very entertaining and is pretty shit. And that's basically what happened with this show. Even if you were somebody who liked the first 4 or 5 episodes, once it kind of ends its main plot within the 5th or 6th episode or whatever the fuck it was, everything that follows afterwards is just kind of My Life as a Villainess does the same thing, but it does it when you expect it to at the end of the goddamn first season. And then the second season, yeah, it's not as good because the whole main conflict has been solved, but it's not bad because, you know, it's actually decently written. But this show is not the same case. I'm not going to say it's as bad as Shinobi no Ittoki, and it's not like complete dog shit or anything, but it's like a 4 or a 5. It's not that good.
This show turned my
Honestly,
brain off
it's
so much faster than Shinobi no Ittoki because it does the one thing that instantly makes me say this isekai is gonna be garbage, which is to just like, okay, so this show starts off with her literally just being reincarnated, like the same thing as reincarnated as a sword. All we know about her life on Earth is that she's like she was having health issues and she was playing this Itome game and then she died. That's it. We don't know anything of what she was doing on Earth, of what her personality was like there, of, you know, any attachments she may have. It's all blown right over, right? We just don't get into it. And it's like, well, bruh, she was doing stuff on Earth. I want to, like, at least acknowledge that. Like, every good isekai, at least that I've watched, goes into at least a little bit of what they did on Earth. You know, Mushoku Tensei, the dude was a
ReZero was bad.
Well, ReZero's better than this show, clearly. No matter what you think about ReZero, it's better than this.
My favorite thing about the fucking ReZero one, the way it starts. First off, it's bad, yeah, because of a lot of reasons, but also because it's got like an hour-long prologue, and those are almost always bad. But one of the favorite things that it does is every anime always has the guy, even though he's apparently a super loser, right? He's got like a 6-pack rippling abs and he's super fit, and you're like, I don't get it. He never left his room. My favorite part about ReZero is in that first like 10 minutes, they comment on that and he's like, oh yeah, I did lots of push-ups in my room. And I'm like, okay, it's one of those shows where it's going to explain that clued me in. Like, I thought it was funny because it went out of its way to explain something that everything else just goes, It's
The
anime.
power of
they have to
radio
look hot,
calisthenics.
right? Power of radio calisthenics. Like, most anime don't care. It's just to make them look good so that the figures will sell and shit like that. But that immediately clues you in on the type of show it is. The type of show that just overly explains shit that doesn't fucking matter. And then lo and behold, that's exactly what the
that was a
actual show
prediction
does.
and a half, but like at least that was something. Like I know you hate that, but it's like at least it's something about his
Yeah,
life
it's
on
better
Earth.
than
It's better than
this.
this show, which is nothing. It's just like, oh yeah, like it doesn't even bring it up. She's just like, okay, I'm here now. I'm gonna court the villain for some reason. It's like, aren't you gonna take at least a few moments to, maybe think things through? Be like, oh shit, I'm in this video game. How did this happen? Oh no, I'm gonna miss my parents. Maybe she could think about the situation she had on Earth. At least spend like maybe half an episode on her getting to terms with the situation. And I know there's the argument of, oh, with so many isekai there, having every protagonist get like come to terms with their situation is gonna get boring and repetitive. No, it's not. Because that's characterization. That's learning about the character and their emotions. Exactly. Yeah, I've never understood that point.
On life. What doesn't help it either is that it's obviously ripping off My Life as a Villainess, and that show treats the original life as a mystery throughout the entire first season, and then unveils it as it goes on. It makes it an integral part of the plot. And you could say, okay, well, what if that show didn't exist? It would be like every other isekai, right? Even then it wouldn't. Just last season, I believe it was in summer, yeah, or spring, we got Trapped in a Dating Sim, the mob character one, right? Even that show, which is also not very well written, but is entertaining, has the main character. It shows you a brief snippet of what he was doing before, explains what he was doing, and then it throws him into the game world. And the best thing that it does is he treats all these characters the same. He's like because it flashes back to him being a fucking jackass, right? He's like, yeah, these characters they suck. I hate this game. Then when he gets trapped in the actual world, he reflects on what he said before, and his mind, he changes his mind. He goes, actually, I was wrong. It's character development. This show can't do that at all. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and the worst part about it is that even another similarly shitty isekai, which looks considerably worse too, mind you, did it better. And this show just doesn't bother with it at all, and then then after that, of course, you can also get in, like I said, that it's ripping off the obvious better show. Because the girl who was my friend who was asking me about this stuff, right? She was watching this show, and I told her to go watch My Life as a Villainess. And then I updated, I think actually yesterday or the day before, I asked her, hey, what's your progress? She's like, oh, I really liked My Life as a Villainess. I'm almost done with it. And I was like, what about the other show? She's like, I dropped it. And she's a casual. She doesn't watch anime, right? She's less than a casual. She's a general audience type of person. And she dropped this show because it's such a nothing burger. It's like, it's just aping on something that's better, but doesn't try to do anything unique. And it's just like, yep, this exists. You like it, right? Because it's got a cute girl. That's all I need to do to make it sell. The sad part is that it's correct. That is all it needs to do to make it sell, but it's not very good.
So yeah, I kind of liked it.
I mean, what is wrong with you?
No. I can get where he's coming from. It can be entertaining.
All right, let me explain myself.
You better have a damn good explanation.
I did drop it after the first episode.
Okay, I kind of liked it.
It's one of those shows where, and this kind of goes along with Hamifura too, where I can see its quality and I can't confidently say that it's a bad show because I can see where its charm lies, but it's not my genre. It's not the type of thing I typically watch, and it's not the type of thing I'm going to continue. It is literally just Hamifura, but called something different. There is an emphasis more on directly appealing to another villain in the show, as opposed to like trying to court all of the characters at once, and therefore there's more of an emphasis on one relationship as opposed to what Hamifura is essentially building a harem.
I love it.
But in doing so, like the girl in this show is a lot more standoffish, a lot more confrontational than the last one, who was just kind of
an idiot.
yeah, just kind of an idiot. And the villain character, you'd think he'd be like, this like unstoppable demon lord monster, and like power wise he kind of is, but he does get flustered and like wooed a little by he's the tsundere. He's the one who's like go like use teleport magic on her to send her back to her place. And the best character in the show is one of the right hand men of the right hand guys of this demon lord. It's this like brown haired butler guy with glasses whose like primary character role is that he is constantly, even though he is beneath the demon lord, he could probably kill him if he wanted to. He just laughs like nonstop out of like every like little misadventure and little bit of hijinks that results from her trying to hit on the demon lord. And like I found it endearing.
You would love Sleepy Princess and the Demon Castle, because that's what
I've heard that it's good things.
That's what you just explained.
It's one of those Doga Kobo shows that I just didn't have the time to watch.
It is one of those shows. It's basically it's a very similar premise to this, right? With it's got the tsundere demon guy. The romance isn't the main focus, but it's there. I think it actually ends too, which is pretty wild. But it is basic. Like every time I see this show, it doesn't actually remind me of Hamefura. It reminds me of Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle, and I'm like, I'd rather just go rewatch that show. That was another one of those shows, kind of like Shinobi no Ittoki, that was funnier without the sound and the narrator explaining stuff. Like if you'd muted it, the show was funny. Like it was even funnier than it already was. But that's not necessarily something to his detriment, because even with the sound on, fully engaged in the production, it was still very enjoyable. But yeah, that show is actually good, or decent to good. This show, when you're watching something and all it does is remind you of other shows you could be watching, that's not a good thing. Like, if you watch Call of the Night and it reminds you of Monogatari, that's not inherently bad, because it's the same director, so there's a lot of similarities. But when you watch if, for example, you watched Call of the Night and you were just like, God, I should really go finish Monogatari, then that would be a bad thing. But that show doesn't do that, because while it may look similar, it's fundamentally different and carves out its own personality. This show is the definition of a light novel in that it doesn't fucking do that. It just copies what was successful and then makes money. And then that's it. It doesn't actually strive to set out to tell a unique story with a unique personality and unique characters. It just steals from everything else to make a quick buck, and that's it. That's the whole book. And the author probably thinks it's
so if
good.
that one if that one is just about stealing, then how do you feel about I've somehow gotten stronger when I improved my farm related skills and the thieving of ideas?
It's bad, because this one's actually kind of funny, but
I don't know how you found this. Okay, honestly, okay, so hold on.
Was that a stop motion dragon?
It's kind of funny because of how bad it is.
I deadass had to rewatch it just to be like, wait, was that like stop motion, or was that like the worst CG I've ever seen in a TV anime?
And it's great. Like, it's bad. It's really bad, but it's so bad that it's good. It does.
I want to say that it's stop motion.
Doesn't he throw a banana at it or something to kill it? Or carry it?
I did not make it that far.
He kills the dragon with like a fucking banana. Like it's
that sounds hilarious. I did not watch it that far. I made it like 5 minutes in.
Yeah, I think I made it even less, because alright, so normally next to the shows I put down the amount of episodes I watched of it. For this one, instead of doing that, I just put in parentheses "kill me." Because I saw the title. I saw the title.
I need validation from the two of you, though. Was that a stop motion or a CG?
It was really bad CG.
It's just really bad.
Yeah.
CG.
Okay.
It is hilarious.
I was gonna say I was gonna compliment it by being like, well, I haven't seen stop motion in anime really since unique. Fucking Beastars.
I would love to see
if
like
it was
a stop motion.
I mean, it would have looked
even
good.
Even if it was a stop motion dragon, I would still shit all over the anime for having 2D anime characters with really bad compositing running around in the same frame.
The show is not good, but it's one of those shows that looks like shit, but it also knows that it's shit. So it's just this dumb, wacky thing that you can find mild entertainment out of and maybe even laugh a few times. But as someone who made it like 5 episodes in, it starts to take itself seriously around that point, and yeah, I dropped it. I
Spuddle,
was like,
Spud.
no.
Alright,
You
so
waited
hold on.
to
Spuddle,
episode fucking
you say you got
5?
5 episodes in. Spuddle, are you okay?
No,
Remember, self-harm is never okay,
No, no,
Spuddle.
I watch everything, so I usually try and get at least 3 episodes into everything. Only certain cases, like the Shinobi Ittoki show, do I just drop because they're that bad. And even in that show's defense,
Shinobi Ittoki was better than
let me
this.
finish.
Come on.
Let me finish. In that show's defense, I was still going to watch 3 episodes of Shinobi Ittoki, and I still plan on it. I just haven't got around to it. If we're
Why
going
would
through
you
everything,
do that?
if we're talking about everything on this list so far, if in regards to what was so bad that I thought was that I dropped within an episode, because I don't usually do that, of what we talked about so far, I guess I think it was either Beast Tamer or Alchemist, one of those. I think it might have been both, actually. But very rarely do I drop things 1 or 2 episodes in. I give it the 3 episode rule because I'm watching it all anyways, right? This is what I do, not only as a job but also as a hobby. So I'm like, I'm just gonna like watch everything, and if it's good, even if it's mildly entertaining, I'll keep up with it. But
Your
if it's,
hobby perplexes me.
however, if it's a show like this, right? So I dropped it because I got a certain amount of episodes after the 5 or 6 episodes that I made it in. But there are some shows, if they're bad like this, and I'm just watching them because I'm like, I'm mildly entertained and I'm caught up, so I just watch it for like 20 minutes every week. If I were to for some reason fall behind, maybe I had to do this podcast, maybe a YouTube video, maybe I just forgot to watch it last week, I'm not attempting to catch up. I just drop it. So there are those shows that I'm just watching because it's convenient. Like, it's like, well, it's right there type of shit, right? But I'm not watching
yeah, but then
it
do
because
something
it's
like do
good.
it yourself.
Well, I've already caught up on Do It Yourself. I've already watched that. You
Watch a show you haven't seen before.
that'd
Watch
be-
literally anything else.
But that would make sense, Neon. We don't do that here. Logical thinking. You might say, well, Spuddle, Totolini, whatever the fuck you want to call me, in that amount of time that you spent watching 5 episodes of The Farmer Show, if you were already caught up on everything else this season, you could go watch an older anime that you never finished, or something you wanted, like Full Metal Panic, that you've wanted to watch, but you haven't gotten around to. But that would make sense. And we don't do that here.
You could have spent all that time watching Raven of the Inner Palace.
Oh god, no.
I'd so much rather. All right, this might be a hot take, judging from Spuddle's reaction. I thought this was I.
Oh, I don't think it's bad.
Oh, okay.
I
never
just
mind.
think it's boring.
Similar to Villainess. This is another one of those shows where I don't hate it, but it's not my genre.
Well, see, unlike Villainess, this one actually has.
This show is
merit.
better than Villainess.
Of course.
Yeah,
It's
this show
so
is better.
much better.
It's
Okay,
just kind of boring.
Bro, Shushui, kind of a cutie,
Uh,
not gonna lie.
my subs were very, very weird with her name because it spelled it Shouxue, but they pronounced her name, I think, Shusetsu? Something like that.
Well, yeah,
Japanese
because
always
it's
pronounces
Japanese
Chinese.
pronouncing Chinese names.
Yeah. Japanese
Mm.
pronounce the because they use similar kanji, but the Japanese pronounce it differently. So
There's no letter X in the Japanese language.
it'd be like
Yeah.
Shongshui in like Chinese or in a butchered English, but in Japanese it'd be like Shusui or some shit like
Okay,
that.
that does
That happens
make
a lot.
sense.
That happens a lot in
Okay,
Japanese
yeah.
Chinese shows.
Not gonna lie, the first thing well, first of all, it's just sort of a cool concept. Maybe cool's not the right word, but like, an interesting idea at the very least of this Raven of the Inner Palace who is super standoffish towards the Emperor, but they leave her around because it's a tradition and because she, actually has, like value to different emperors over time, where she can, I'm trying to remember exactly what her deal was, but like,
I think she can
she can see
speak
ghosts.
to ghosts.
Yeah, she can. Well, she can definitely see ghosts, but there was something else. She can grant wishes. To varying degrees. Because
I
she's
wish
so
to have sex with her.
standoffish. I do as well, but
She looks like Kitagawa.
Dude, all right, not gonna lie. Shisetsu, super cute. I absolutely adore her design. She is, very, very cute.
I was surprised. I went into the show thinking she was gonna have a cute design, but because this was gonna be like a serious historical period piece, I thought she was just gonna be very stoic and not have much of a personality. I was pleasantly surprised to see that I was wrong and that she does have a personality.
That design with that personality does do something for me, and I am willing to watch another episode of this. I'm not sure if I'll finish it to the end, but I would absolutely watch like a couple more episodes of this, see if it picks up. Because the first episode, it's kind of a, I wouldn't say it's super entertaining at this point in the show, but it is not boring, at least in my opinion. It's got this sort of mystery plot line going on where it's like, okay, what's the deal with this ghost? Oh, she hung herself. Okay, what about, like, what kinds of people are out there hanging themselves in the palace? Admittedly, all right, the worst part of this episode, though, is when the goofiest line of dialogue, when the one girl, or so Shisetsu is, asking around, and this one girl describes how the girl hanging herself became gossip, and Shisetsu's all horrified by that. And the girl literally says, even death is entertainment in the inner palace. And it's like, no one talks like, no one would just say that. Like, we already get the point by hearing about the gossip and seeing Shisetsu's reaction. We don't need you to then explain the point again in a way that no human being ever would. But that's just a minor nitpick. It was kind of funny, but also bad. But otherwise, I thought it was a pretty fun episode.
I watched it, and I was like, I'd rather watch the Heike story. It's just a better version of this. And
Yeah.
it looks a lot better too, actually.
Well, yeah,
The animation
I'll give you that. Heike story looked really good. Honestly, though, I think I'd rather watch this.
See, I was like, this is kind of boring.
Well, see,
hit or miss, and I was like, Heike story, I didn't finish, but I liked. I'm gonna go watch that.
Here's the edge Heike story has over this show. Heike story has more than one interesting character.
Yeah, multiple.
I could not give a fuck about any of the other characters in this show.
That is fair.
This show is like, what if Heike story, they only focused on the lolly, but instead of having the lolly have that, I forgot what the fucking character's name is, but instead of having...
it's Biwa?
Biwa, yeah. Instead of having Biwa be voiced by Aoyuki, so that already takes away some of her fucking presence as a character. The voice actress isn't as good. But also, what if we took away her unique backstory where her, like, dad just gets sliced down in the middle of the street because he disobeyed the Heike clan or whatever the fuck. Let's just take all that away, and instead, let's make Arte. I don't know if you guys have seen Arte. Let's make Arte, but without the painting, it's books, and they're Chinese. And I'm like, that's really boring, because Arte was kind of boring and was only good because it was like an Italian setting during the Renaissance era, and also there was a lot of funny "you're a girl" Arte jokes type shit, because the way the whole anime would go is she would try to do something and be like, you can't do that, you're a girl, to the point where it just became a meme. But this is basically that show, and that show was like a 6 at best. So I'm watching this, and because of the Chinese, well, actually, I don't think Heike story is Chinese, it's Japanese, but because of the similar setting, it's just reminding me of Heike story, and I'm like, I'd rather just go watch that, because I didn't finish it. So yeah, I gave this is one of the ones I gave an episode, and technically, you could say I put it on hold. I might go back and finish it, but it's also like one of those, like, there's better shit to watch.
You watched I Improved My Farming Skills for 5 episodes, yet this is the show you gave the 1 episode pass to, or well not entirely, but you were less inclined to watch it.
I didn't drop it in 1 episode because it was bad, like you said. If I had finished the Heike story, I probably would have watched more of this. The only reason I didn't is just because I didn't finish that one yet, and I was like, man, that one's like a better one. So I actively felt like I was wasting my time. Whereas with Farmer, I'm like, no, all these isekai suck. So I'm already caught up on Jobless. What better, and Konosuba, like what better isekai could I be watching?
You don't need to watch a better isekai, you just need to watch a better show.
Yeah, in
Like,
general.
You need to
so
do
Bocchi.
literally anything else. You don't even have to watch a TV show.
I didn't feel like it was an active waste of time, but this show kept reminding me of the other better shows. I'm like, fuck, I didn't finish that. I should go finish that.
I was
was a really good
reminded by,
story.
hey, there's not a gun in my mouth right now. I'd rather be doing that.
No, I mean, if I had already had all the other guns in my mouth, I'm like, whatever, I might as well let it sit here, you know? Like, fuck it. But I didn't like, if you put a 9mm in my mouth, and I'm like, well, fuck, the AK-47 felt way better, and I didn't get to finish that one, so I would rather you put that one back in my mouth, because the 9mm is just, right? It's like the difference between a good dick and a bad dick, you know what I mean? Not all small dicks are inherently bad, you know? But you would rather the good dick over the unpleasant dick, whether because it's too big, because it's too small, or because they don't know what they're doing with the skill in them, right? It's the same thing with this. If I had already had every dick in the world, and you gave me this dick, I'd be like, all right, whatever.
Well, you heard it here. You heard it right here, folks. Sputtle is a dick connoisseur.
I'm just saying, as a man,
Addicted.
as a heterosexual male who has never
Allegedly.
had dick in his life, I thought that was the
Allegedly.
perfect analogy.
Emphasis on the word emphasis on anal.
Yes, exactly. Look, it felt like an active waste of time, but not because the show was bad, just because the show was okay, and I'm like, well, I could go watch something slightly better.
Notable thing about this show is that Queen Bee did the opening.
Dead ass.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
really?
didn't recognize him?
The hentai studio?
No, the band.
Oh. Fuck, I'm a degenerate. No, I didn't know there was a band named Queen Bee.
Well,
That's
they
talking about the-
they might be
I thought
well
he was talking
better.
about that too.
No,
no
okay.
fucking way.
I think
Why can't
maybe
the hentai
I'm,
look like this?
I might be Anglo-Saxizing the fuck out of them right now because they're listed on Mal and I assume AnyList and all the other places as Ziovachi, which is the Japanese way you say
that's
their
the
band
singer
name.
who did the Dororo one.
Yeah,
the Dororo song.
that's
Really good.
that's the band. The lead singer is Avuchan, who did that. Yeah, Dororo, and was also in the recent. Speaking of Science
Chainsaw
Saru,
Man. They
what?
were also did one of the Chainsaw Man endings.
Oh
or
yeah,
they're
they did
set to.
they did that. But I was going to say fuck, what was it called? Inuo.
That sounds familiar.
It was the it's the latest
Weird.
Masaki Uesa directed movie.
Yeah.
It came out in theaters this year and it was fucking rad.
But yeah. And anyways, what about the next show, guys? It's a lot
All right. Yeah, in fact, not only is it a lot better, I'm gonna stake my fucking claim. I'm gonna slap my cock and balls on the table here. Bocchi the Rock is the best show of the season.
It's anime of the season. That's not really a bold claim. I was gonna say.
I mean,
I was
I'm
going back
super
and forth in my
big-
head. Is it better than Chainsaw
Oh,
Man?
it
And
absolutely.
maybe Chainsaw Man going forward as a show might end up being better, but in terms of like first episodes and impressions of the season, which is what we're basing this off of, this is the best.
Chainsaw Man, with what we've already talked about, with the direction and all that other shit, right? It's one of those productions where you gave something very anime to a guy who was like, I don't want it to be very anime, to the point where they adapted it differently to fit that motif, but also told the voice actors to tone down their performances and actively made them sound worse in some scenes. Compared to Bocchi, where these motherfuckers knew what they wanted to do, and then they were like, okay, but what if we got creative with it? And we just did whatever, we just did some wild shit. They were like, okay, well, this part, Bocchi has a breakdown, or she has like an epiphany, or something snaps inside of her. So we're gonna like represent that with this like wild like mind trip. Like, we don't have time to animate that shit. What if we just popped a balloon in real life? And they're like, holy shit, that could work. And it
is very inspired, very
Monogatari.
creative. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of fucking Chowder.
Yes, Chowder does this a lot too. So does a Gumball. The Adventures of Gumball. Anime wise, it reminded
There's a lot of mixed media.
The way this production worked, it reminded me a lot of Bake Monogatari and Kizu Monogatari specifically, because they're directed by that first director whose name is escaping me. But he only did those two, and he was the one who would have random real life scenes and eyes and stuff like that pop up. You know what I'm talking about,
wait.
right?
No, I don't know who you're talking about. Kizu Monogatari was directed by... I was sure it was just Tatsuya Oishi working under Akiyuki Shinbo.
There's a guy who directs, I think Oishi directs
on.
Bake and Kizu, and then there's another guy who directs the rest of it.
Well, yeah, that's Tomiyuki Itamura.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Oishi, right? The way his directorial style was, it was very experimental and out there in a similar way that Bocchi's production is, where you
okay,
have
I
these,
thought
like,
you were saying he
scenes.
literally worked on Bocchi.
Oh,
I was confused for a second.
no! I was saying
no.
That's
The guy
what it
who
reminded
directed
me of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
the guy who
that's fair
directed
to say,
Bocchi is
he
Keiichiro Saito.
Yeah, he directed
who directed
one
the
other
Aka
show before.
He directed
this.
some of Aka 13.
Who?
Yeah.
That's
and
a
he's
song.
also
Keiichiro
done
Saito.
a few other stints with episode directing, but otherwise he's mostly like an animation guy. And then the other dude, Yusuke Yamamoto, I don't think he's directed anything except for I think some episodes of shows. I think he did some episode directing for My Dress Up Darling. He directed episode 11 of that. But otherwise,
I was actually
he's
going to make that a
animator.
note, like Crunchy. Kiyoki Ryukuta, who is the character designer and animation director of the show. He did episode 11 of Dress Up Darling, and Crunchy, do you remember what episode 11 of Dress Up Darling
Wasn't that the
was?
Love Hotel one?
Yeah, buddy!
He's the guy who said, animate him getting hard. And I'll tell you, that's going to go down in the annals of animation history. Because never in my goddamn life, outside of a hentai, have I seen a man get hard and they fucking animated it. That shit,
Not only that,
masterpiece.
we all the way back in the part 2 Dress Up Darling podcast, Crunchy and I both said that, like, this is the power of, like, good fan service and directing and animation, where this is not a hentai, mind you.
But it felt like
there's jerking off. There is more sexual tension in this one
Than
scene
an
than I
actual
felt like
hentai.
in most shows.
Like, they
Yeah,
fuck
most
in
hentai, too.
They fucking hentai. I felt that shit a lot more in Dress Up
Yeah,
Darling.
they were
guy,
breathing hard, just staring into each other's eyes, fucking relaxing their grip on each other as they, like, become more and more comfortable and more open to the idea. That's the good shit.
the biggest takeaway from the show, I watched My Dress Up Darling. I was like, this is a Cloverworks show. It's a really good Cloverworks show, but this is a Cloverworks show. Oh, hey, they didn't fuck it up at the end. Okay, good. This is a good Cloverworks show. I watched a Kebby Sailor uniform.
This is a good Cloverworks
It's good.
show.
I watched a Kebby Sailor uniform. I was like, oh, okay, this is Cloverworks. All right, this is a little bit different, but I like the direction. All right, this is good. I watched Bocchi. I had no fucking idea this was Cloverworks until I looked it up. I'm like, no fucking way, because it was so different to anything else they produced. This is
so
an animation
different from
studio.
Any anime
I
studio,
know
really.
I know that Cloverworks started as an offshoot of A1 before they just became big enough to
Their
be their
very
own
first
studio.
like major work before they changed their name was the Fate Apocrypha anime. And I've been given Cloverworks shit since then.
I think their first, like, their inception came about when they were like A1 and A1 specifically, but was like, we need more guys to help work on Franks with
Darling
Trigger.
in the Franxx, yeah. But I think Apocrypha preceded Franxx.
No, that can't be right.
I think it did. I don't remember though. I could be missing.
I could fact check that real quick.
All right, so
But
Apocrypha was July 2nd. Oh, I guess I can just talk about Bocchi because, all right, so Spuddle, you were saying it was sort of like.
Franxx was
well,
born in
I know you were
2018.
only.
Oh,
I know you're only saying this because of the experimental visuals, but it's like, even if you compare it to Shaft, it just feels so different from pretty much any show ever. Like, I've seen some of the clips on Twitter where I'm not sure if you've seen this part in particular, but there's this one where it goes into like this 3D CGI of
with the hands.
I think Bocchi, yeah, and there's like all these images flashing on screen. It's like, that's nothing like any show I've ever seen before, and I want to get to that episode so bad just to see it in real time because it's so feels like at every point in this show's production they were like, what is
Fate
the
Apoc
most
was summer
off the
2017.
walls? Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
From what I've looked up, though, it looks like only A1 primarily worked on Fate Apocrypha.
They were named. The studio was still named A1, but it was all the Cloverworks people. They went on interview or they went on record or whatever because like right after that is when they became Cloverworks, or it was right after Darling in the Franxx. But the same people who ended up comprising majority of Cloverworks studio was a lot of the people who worked on Fate Apocrypha, specifically the second half, I want to say. Besides the point, as Bagels was saying, yes, the reason why it feels so unique is because the thing you're talking about, the real life scenes, this is stuff that that has been done in anime before. What makes it so unique is this is one of the very first shows, if not the first show, to do all of it, right? Sometimes you'll see those POV, realistic rotoscope style hand shots and shit like that. I think fucking Chainsaw Man had one in episode 4. It's not exactly
not nearly
1 to
in that
1.
way.
Not. I know, but I'm saying it takes things that other productions have done, and then it one-ups them, and then on top of that, it does it all in the same show. And the interesting thing about this is it's not like a Tatsuya Oishi with Bakemonogatari, or even the production on Chainsaw Man, where it has these super big names in the industry who know what they're doing. These are like basically nobodies working on this show, but they have what matters the most in a creative field: creativity. And that's why this show can look the way it does, where in some shots it just looks inherently cheap and they're all off model and they look dumb, but that's part of the charm. They're doing that on purpose and playing into it. My favorite scene from this show is probably everybody's favorite scene. It's a toss-up between the most recent scene with the dam. It's just a real-life dam to illustrate her throwing up.
I haven't seen past the first episode, but I've seen that clip.
Okay, I'm sure you've all seen the clip where they say
I haven't
Bocchi...
seen the clip, actually.
No, not that clip. The next one I'm about to talk about, where they say, Bocchi, you should make a social media account. And then she starts screaming and glitching out. I know you've seen that clip.
I've seen that.
Oh,
Yes.
No, I haven't seen that one. That sounds fucking hilarious.
Dude, it's so funny.
Good.
I'm just imagining,
alright.
is it like some Doki Doki Literature Club shit?
No. Bagels can
It's
probably.
insane.
It's basically... Go ahead.
No, you
All
can,
right,
you can
talk. I'm gonna go look it up right now.
All right. So I'm
Go ahead.
gonna speculate on this show a little bit. All right. So riffing off of once again Bakemonogatari, the reason why Bakemonogatari in particular looked so good is because Tatsuya Oishi and Shinbo are very like-minded directors. They worked together before even Shaft, and so they joined the studio at the same time. They have very similar creative tastes, basically. And I get, I don't know a whole lot about Keiichiro Saito or Yusuke Yamamoto, but if I can speculate a little bit, it feels like they both have very similar tastes in media as well, and very similar tastes in how to direct a show, and that they're very like-minded creatives. Sort of like...
I'm sorry. I just watched the clip.
It's funny as fuck. I think
it's amazing.
I think it's not just the directors, but it feels like one of those shows. Like, you watch Bakemonogatari, right? And you're like, damn, this is the director's vision. This is him. Bocchi feels like one of those shows where the whole staff, down to the intern, is involved, where they just meet up for every episode and they're like, what do we do here? And literally anybody can give their opinion, and the director, Yusuke or Saito, goes, fuck yeah, that's a good idea. Let's show a
Funnily
damn.
enough, that is actually something that Shaft does, or has been known to do, kind of frequently.
That's what this feels like, because even though Shaft does do that, when I watch Monogatari, it feels like, well, at least in Bake and Kizu, right? It felt like I was like, this is what this guy set out to do. He's the one responsible for all this. When I watch Bocchi, I'm like, I feel like they just didn't have any ideas and they didn't have a lot of time either, obviously, because of how anime and crunch time and all that shit works. And instead of just producing a shit product, they just got creative with it, and they started taking ideas from the entire staff, and they were like, we do not have the time to animate a whole 30 seconds of this portion of the show, but we need to show her throwing up, and we need to make it be entertaining. So they do what like a YouTuber would do. A YouTuber doesn't have a lot of resources, right? You want to make something funny and entertaining.
but you don't have props that you can use, and you don't have money or time at your disposal. So you just come up with a creative way to make a funny dick joke or something like that. That's exactly what they did. They were like, I don't have enough time or manpower to animate Bocchi throwing up while having the other characters move and having it being entertaining. So they just show a picture of a dam or a video of a dam of water flowing, and you hear her throw up in the background. That is the cheapest yet most creative workaround for that, and it saves them time and effort. That's what this show
You know what it
feels
reminds
like.
me of? It reminds me of the animation Trigger does in Kill la Kill, where, you know, you can say that, oh, the way they animate Nui by, like, just, like, dragging her model around and, like, tweening it instead of actually having her drawn moving is so cheap. No, it plays into, like, the feel, the tone that they're going for.
Yeah,
and because
exactly.
I
And
love
it
the
makes it so
tone
much
of
better.
This show so much because, all right. So not gonna lie, before the season started, me and Neon were looking at this show and we were like, "It's just gonna be K-On!" It's not.
I'm holding the fattest, most regrettable L of my life.
We're both holding L's right now.
I even, like, I had followers being like, bro, Bocchi the Rock is, like, hitting different. Like, it is that guy. And I'm like, do you mean K-On! 2? And it's like, no, you gotta watch it. It's like, yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch K-On!
The
all
way
right.
Vlusky
And then I watched it and I was like,
to me,
I repent, God. I apologize. Save my soul from damnation.
The way Vlusky describes this show to me, because at first he kept on comparing it to K-On! And I was like, what the fuck? No, they're nothing alike. And then Vlusky sent this amazing description out, and I was like, that could be a tagline. He said it's K-On! But with depression.
The way I pitched it to Armagon, because he's the biggest K-On! Fan I know, I said, it's K-On! But replace Yui with Tomoko Kuroki.
I honestly... hold on, Tomoko Kuroki.
The girl from Watamote?
Oh.
Yeah, the disgusting
Okay,
girl.
that's apt.
There is... The thing with this show is it's not... Because it's an anime original, too, if I'm correct.
No, it's a 4-koma.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's right.
Manga Time Kira.
Manga Time Kira.
I want to read the manga so badly. I'm so curious. I want to watch this
K-On!
with the
was also a
manga in
4-koma,
hand.
by the way.
I feel like it's... What happened? What did you say again?
K-On! Was also a 4-koma.
Yeah, they're all manga Time Kiara show. I forgot, we just discussed that a minute ago. No. My point was, it's perfect that you bring up that you want to read the manga. This feels like the type of show that is only as good as it is because of its production, not because of its source. Not to say its source is bad.
the best kind of adaptation.
It is the best kind of adaptation.
That
This is
elevates
type
the
of
source
show
material.
Where you tell me the premise, and I go, okay, that could be good, and then you show me how they handle the idea of social anxiety, and you're like, okay, that's pretty good. That's better than how most shows do it. But what pushes it over the edge into being a legitimately great show is that on top of that, the production just goes nuts to butts all fucking in. It's the exact opposite of Chainsaw Man and Urusei Yatsura that rely on that overabundance of talent in the sense of notoriety, I mean. Not because these people definitely have talent.
No, these guys are fucking
They're
talented.
very talented. I'd say
They
more
got the guy who
talented than
directed
those people.
the sexy scene from Dress Up Darling. They know what the fuck they're doing.
I would argue they're even more talented than the big names working on the other two aforementioned shows. But my point is that it takes something that legitimately should not be this good. It could have been good on its own, and the manga is probably decent to good, but it turns it into something that's great, to that 9 out of 10, which, as Neon said, is literally something every adaptation should do, Spy X Family, but this show actually does it, and it's so fucking good to the point where it's like, I would check out the source material. Same way with, like, Monogatari, right? I would check out the source material because I want to see how it's different, but if I want to sit down and watch it, or if I recommend it to somebody, I'm gonna tell them to watch the anime. Because the production just puts its whole bussy into it.
It's the kind of thing where it's like, it almost makes the manga obsolete. Cause
almost,
like,
yeah.
Even with something like, you know, you mentioned Spy X Family, we have differing opinions on, like, the quality of that as an adaptation. Even then, like, while the anime is good, and I would think it's the superior way to consume the manga,
because
it doesn't make it, like, obsolete. I could see myself if Cloverworks and Wit just came out right now and said, hey, Spy X Family anime canceled after season 2, no more. You gotta
I'll go
read the manga.
That's the problem. Every anime you watch should make you feel like this show does, like Monogatari does, like Jobless Reincarnation does, where you go, you have an interest in reading the source material to see how it's different. Maybe you want to read the light novels for Jobless and what the other show, Monogatari, because you want to see how different things were adapted, and you want to see how the author's like one-to-one vision was, or you want to read Bocchi because you want to see if the comedic timing is even better than it already is, or if the jokes are better. Did they cut some stuff?
Honestly, I just want to see how whacked out the expressions are in the original Coma.
Shit like that, right? But overall, when you go to want to experience the story for any of those 3 shows, you go, oh no, I gotta watch the anime. The source material is an afterthought, and every single anime should be that way. And it used to be back in like the 90s. You'd get shit like Akira, and you'd be like, yeah, I want to read the original Akira because they cut out so much. But when I want to sit down and experience Akira, I'm watching the goddamn movie. Every anime should be like that. And because they're not, when that does happen with shows like this and Jobless and so on, that's what makes it so special, because you go from all the dog shit we just talked about to something like this where you're like, yeah, no, I don't have any reason to read the source material. Even something like Chainsaw Man, because of the nature of deciding to adapt it in a different way that's not inherently true to the source, it does not make I think that's actually a unique case, because that one doesn't make either obsolete. That one makes you want to experience both because you're going to get 2 different versions of it. Whereas something like Spy X Family, you're like, I could go with either. Like you said, if it got canceled, you wouldn't give a fuck. You'd go read the manga. If Chainsaw Man got canceled, it would kind of suck, because you're like, well, I might not have completely agreed with the direction they were going in, but it was different than the manga, and now I'm not going to see how that vision would have played out. And with Bocchi, but with something like Bocchi and Jobless, those are like, oh no, they understood the assignment, and they, in this case, the source material, and they adapted it so, not one-to-one, obviously, because adapting things one-to-one is not how you make something good. They adapted it so fucking well, keeping the soul and the comedy and the piece of the original material they're adapting, but then added so much onto it with their creativity that it, as you said, basically makes it obsolete. You might go read the source material for various different reasons, but when you sit down and want to enjoy it, you go with the anime because it's so goddamn good. It may seem like I have a lot to say on this show. That's because I'm currently writing a review for it, because it's really good.
I want to write a review on it too. The only thing
I
that's
have
making
the
me
most
hesitate...
notes on this show. I have a page and a half of notes on this show.
God damn. I do have an entire paragraph for this show. It's one of the few shows I wrote an entire paragraph for.
This is one of those shows I don't have any notes for. It's that good. I just remember all of it. I do have notes for jokes, way to make jokes at, but even then, I don't have that many, because I'm like, the jokes make them fucking selves. Like, I could just play clips. That's funny as fuck, right? I don't even have to do anything if I didn't really want to.
The show practically writes the video for you.
Exactly.
Dude,
so
speaking of the comedy, this show is one of the funniest fucking anime to come out.
It's up there with Konosuba, Asobi
Konosuba,
Kaguya, Academy, Kaguya.
It feels
it's
like
hilarious.
Nichijou. It's like Nichijou and Monogatari,
done right,
but in terms of animation, like they had this Lovecraftian horror child, and it's just like this slice of life narrated by this super cynical loner.
I was not expecting Hitori's voice to be so deep.
Yeah, I thought it would be.
Dude, I love the scene where she's alone in a park, right? And then this dude sits down alone after his job, and she's like, oh, this is a gathering place for loners. He's just like me, for real.
Like me for real.
And then his wife and kids come.
My favorite is she's like, I'm about to blow them all away with my mad skills. They don't actually know that I'm Totolini, that I'm a 30,000 subscribed YouTuber. She plays a song, and the girl goes, yeah, you kind of suck, bro. And she's like, oh.
Dude,
like, that was her entire being.
Dude, no, dude, wait, hold on. So, like, first of all, incredible performance by fucking, what's her name? Yoshino Aoyama, who, by the way, has not had a main character role in an anime since fucking Love Tyrant, and that show was ass.
Love Tyrant was great. What are you talking about?
I hated it. It looked like shit, and it just was not very funny.
It doesn't look that good, but it is a very funny show.
But it's like her performance. Like, first of all, I did not expect her voice to be so deep, and it was a pleasant surprise because it makes all of her.
It makes her stand out.
Like, Yeah, because and then you think about it's like, hey, you know what? An introverted person who probably doesn't speak a whole lot probably wouldn't have a very cutesy, endearing voice. She probably would sound like Hitori, and the fucking immediately just trying to better herself, trying to get more, become less of an introvert and more of an extrovert, and then she sees the VH1 documentary that she's watching with her dad on the TV, being like, oh yeah, even though I'm introverted in this band, it still allows you to shine in public. And then she takes her dad's guitar and is fucking shredding after just 3 years of practicing every day. She's a fucking mad lad at it. And then she's like, I'm still not as popular.
Still not as popular. She's like, oh yeah, I have to perform in front of people. Oh fuck
Dude,
that!
I love that she made her YouTube pseudonym Guitar Hero. She says after her dad's advice, which means that her dad fucking plays Guitar Hero.
Here's a weirdly specific and probably personal to me compliment, where I'm glad that the first episode didn't show the entire performance scene, right? Because one of my pet peeves about a lot of these shows is that they'll have a performance scene that's supposed to be all glittering, you're supposed to vibe to the song, and it's like, I don't really care, honestly. I want the performance scenes to be at the crux of an emotional arc, so K-On! Did it. Otherwise, I don't care. And so many shows have a performance scene in the first episode that's a couple minutes long, and it's I'd rather skip it. This performance scene is immaculate. And the reason why is because it's not really supposed to be one of those, oh, I'm very entertained by the song and the glittery, sparkly performance. It's the setup for a joke, basically. Where Hitori's, she's sort of monologuing to herself, and it sounds like she's going in the direction of oh, this is inspiring me so much, but then she's like, no, I'm inside a cardboard box. This is actually terrible. I haven't made any progress. It's such a good lead into a joke. And it's well, now the performance scene is completely justified because it's the build up to a joke that caught me off guard. That's perfect for me. That's my type of episode 1 performance scene.
That's one of the things.
If you
removed how good the production itself was, right? And that this is part of a production, so that might not make much sense, but if you removed the quirky animation and creativity, and you removed the good writing in general, but especially in terms of how an introvert acts, the one thing that would carry this show above all those things is the fucking comedic timing. This show knows how to tell a goddamn joke.
Let me go through my 3 favorite jokes in the episode real quick. The first one, when she's going through her memories of trying to trying to become popular in school, and one of them's she's like, oh, I don't know what I've been doing wrong. I tried so hard in middle school. I dressed up in cool band merch to get people to start a conversation. I tried to have music magazines on my desk and read them, and that maybe people would talk to me about it. I even requested a death metal song at lunchtime. And then as she's thinking about how cringe it is, she starts furiously banging her head on the floor be gone, cringe thoughts.
Be gone, embarrassing thoughts. To a character more than her wanting to die over playing a song that.
She goes to the club, and she, like me in real life, sees a goth girl and immediately turns into a quivering weakling. And then the shootout scene in Akiba Mabor's first episode. It is it's humorous, but it's not. I was not laughing. I had a big fucking smile on my face because of how goofy it was. But it did not make me laugh. It just made me smile. When Hitori was playing solo, cannot coordinate with the band, and the show goes out of its way to explicitly state her to be sub-waterfully, and then she is and thus ends the tale of Bocchi the Rock, who's whose life is worth less than a water flea's. And then the title card shows up. The end. The end credits start playing, and the show's crediting Bocchi as water flea.
I saw that.
Let me tell you, I howled. This is the only show of the whole season that got me to.
I rewatched
to
that
laugh
scene
out
twice
loud
in a row and laughed both times. And by the way, can I just say how weird it is that 2 shows this season had fake out credit scenes in them? That's so
And
weird.
one of them did it really well, and one of them did it really shitty.
Wait, what was the other
Yeah.
one?
Four people in the respective lies.
Did it? I don't even fucking remember.
It did it like near the halfway point of the
Well,
episode.
we can talk about that when we get to it. For now, we're on Bocchi.
But yeah, Bocchi, if you removed everything else, the comedy is, and again, that's comedic timing is part of the production on the director's side and whatnot anyways. But even if they didn't do all the other creative shit, the comedy itself fucking carries it. But it's the combination of all the other things that make this so good. And when you think about it, most really good anime comedies or anime in general are things that have all those factors in one. Like Konosuba is not as funny as it is just because of the or as good as it is just because of the comedic timing, but it's also because the anime and the voice actors go along with it so goddamn well. And it's the same thing here. There's a reason why it's so good, and it's not this massive scandal to say it's anime of the season. This is probably potentially anime of the year. It's definitely up in competition for being anime of the year. I think
Honestly,
right now,
despite how much I liked Spy Family, it honestly isn't out of the realm of possibility for this to be anime of the year for me.
it's
The
it's up there for
episode
anime
1
of the year.
hard sold me.
This Kebby, Dress Up Darling, Licorice, Call of the Night, I guess maybe Chainsaw Man, depending on where it goes. It's got competition, but
Cyberpunk.
yeah, anyways, it's got that's like a 7. It's got competition, but it's like you look at something like Chainsaw Man, you're like, well, of course it's gonna be in the runner for anime of the year. You don't look at fucking Bocchi the Rock and go, that's anime of the year. It's not.
This was the other dark horse of the season with Akiba Maid War.
Exactly. I would argue Akiba Maid War more so because the studio was like a Literally Who, and it just comes out of
PA Works
this
is not a
had
Literally Who.
Cloverworks attached to it.
PA Works is not a Literally Who. They made Angel Beats.
Yeah, a Literally Who studio. Like, they don't make anything good, let's be real here. They have
you
good
can
shows.
question their output, you can't question their name.
I mean,
In fairness, I think Cloverworks has more status than PA Works by far.
and that's sad because PA Works has been around longer.
Yeah, I would say. Well, that's just because Cloverworks is slowly, but it's not. I say slowly, but also really quickly.
Taking over while
they're
working
pulling a
people to
Mappa
death.
where they're becoming like one of the top tier. Like when you think about current anime, you think this studio.
I mean,
but unlike
Cloverworks is a
Mappa,
lot
who've
better.
also been around for like a decade. And now they're just like now coming into their own. Cloverworks is like coming fresh out of the gate. Like, yeah, they fumbled with Franks, and not everything they put out is a banger. And they're
Cloverworks
simultaneously
has
suffering of the A1 Pictures problem, where they'll make whatever they get their hands on, and not everything's gonna be a banger. Like Slow Loop or Slow
was pretty
Start.
good, though. No, they didn't make Slow Loop. I think they made Slow Start, and that one was decent. Cloverworks is one of those studios. The reason why they take whatever they get is because they're a business studio. They make whatever Aniplex tells them or Sony tells them to make. But Cloverworks is one of those rare studios where most of them go
most
the way.
of the time they give a shit.
No, most of them go the way Mappa do. Where Mappa started out Production IG, Madhouse, right? They start out really good, and then as they go on, they just kind of get worse and worse and worse. Cloverworks was the exact opposite. I've been clowning on Cloverworks since they became their own fucking production studio because they always make serviceable shows. Like, sometimes they'll make absolute dog shit, but a lot of the times they just make like 6 or 7 out of 10s. But the thing with their shows is it's like, man, if they had just changed this one thing, that could have been an 8 or a 9 out of 10, but they always...
You say that 4 of my favorite shows of the year.
No, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Cloverworks.
Neon, I'm getting there. You let me finish. I clown on it because it's like, man, if you just change this one thing in Shadow's house, that could have been like an 8 instead of a 7, so on and so forth, right? But for whatever reason, and again, I've never really seen this happen before, Cloverworks got better. Because I watched Dress Up Darling, and I was like, what the fuck? This is good? Cloverworks made an 8 out of 10? They've never done that before. Then, that same season, they made a Kebby. I'm like, what the shit? Now, granted, they also made Tokyo 24th World that season, and that one was really bad. That was more Cloverworks-esque, but they made those two really good shows, and then they made fucking Bocchi the Rock, and it's just like, it seems like, for whatever reason, since this year has started, they've just gotten
left out
better
Spy X
and
Family.
better and better at production, right? Spy X Family is primarily a Wit Studio project. Cloverworks just helps out on it. So I wouldn't count that one, and it's not that good anyways. Besides the point.
They
Even if
help
you-
out enough to where they have equal billing.
I wouldn't even say that. I think Wit Studio still handles a majority of it.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was primarily Wit, but like Cloverworks is definitely.
If you like Spy X Family and you think it's a good, adaptation or what have you, it's still more of a Wit Studio show. And even if it is 50-50, it's still a 50-50 show. It's not a Cloverworks show. I'm talking about primarily Cloverworks Productions, where they have all of the say, and for the most part anyways, right, outside of like Suits interference and shit like that, corpo interference. And like this year, they have just, for the most part, have just produced banger after banger that has been nothing but an improvement over what they've done before. And I think the reason why, obviously, is because the talent was always there. They just weren't given enough time. But now I think, especially this shows the most with Bocchi, they're getting to the point where they know that this is going to be the norm. They're going to have all these projects thrown at their doorstep, and they have to find out a way to handle it without fucking killing themselves like they did in the beginning of this year with those 3 massive shows flowing right into Spy X Family. Their staff was dead, right? And they were like, we need to figure out a way around that. So rather than resorting to what Madhouse, MAPPA, Production IG all did, which was either take less shows or just make some of them really shitty and some of them really good, Cloverworks was like, what if we just got creative with it? And that's what they did with Bocchi. Bocchi is cheap, right? It's not like this dress-up darling, a Kebi Sailor uniform level of production.
You say it's cheap, but like even with the
I'm not saying
like the
cheap
mixed
as in-
media.
I'm not even saying it's cheap in like a negative connotation. I'm saying
I mean,
it's
Bocchi
cheap to its
Monogatari was
benefit.
also cheap.
Also
So like,
cheap.
I
Yeah,
get where
Monogatari
Spuddle's
is
coming
cheap.
from. Yeah,
Yeah,
Bocchi Monogatari is like objectively low quality art and
It's
animation.
very low quality, especially if you go back between that and Owari. You're like, oh, that looked kind of questionable. But they use those time constraints to their benefit rather than just saying, fuck me, I just CG it. I don't know. Like, we don't have time to animate this shit. I wish the shitty corporations would understand they need to stop producing so much anime. They said, nah, fuck that.
Although,
I'm still gonna be number
you
one.
You say that, but I wonder how much of that is Cloverworks and how much of that is the directors being competent people.
Well, these are people that work at Cloverworks. This is staff that has probably worked on those other Cloverworks shows. In fact, they have. You already told me they have. And
the director seems to be more of a freelance guy.
There's 2 directors or whatever, right? Or there's the other guy.
Assistant director here. What's Yusuke Yamam? Yusuke still...
He worked on other Cloverworks shows.
Yeah, he did work on
Saito,
some others,
his other works, he animated Tacked Up Destiny, Heike Monogatari,
yeah, they're both
Psycho
like
Season 3 this season. Yeah, he works all over the place.
Yeah.
So
they're not really Cloverworks guys. They're more they're both freelancers.
That they're freelance and they're not going to work on any other Cloverworks shows. But it doesn't matter because they set the groundwork for other people who will, and I'm pretty sure, I guarantee you they'll work on more Cloverworks shows, but especially after the success of this show. But what the fuck was I saying? But it doesn't matter because they laid the groundwork the same way that the Tatsura Oishi did for the Monogatari before the other director took over. They still continued to emulate his style, albeit not as good. They still did it because they knew that
wasn't Oishi. They weren't emulating Oishi's style. They were emulating Shinbo's style.
I don't even think Shinbo did he do a lot on Monogatari. It was primarily Oishi who was responsible for a lot of those decisions. And Shinbo was just a figurehead.
All right, this is another debate we can have another day, but nah. Shinbo decided the main style. Oishi is the one who worked on it, I think, he worked on Kizu on a moment-to-moment basis. He was the main director for that. Bake, I don't actually know, because Oishi was chief director then and not the actual director, whereas Shinbo was the actual director. But chief director
Shinbo
is an
by and large,
ambiguous...
Shinbo is by and large the guy has his name slapped onto every production because it sells, but he doesn't
Not
actually
really.
do that much.
He
Because-
does way more than you think. He decides.
But he is not
he's
the reason why there is.
for-
He is not the reason for the super creative, real life imagery. There's
Yeah,
interviews
that is
where it's-
Oishi.
That's all Oishi.
You're right
But that's
about
my,
that.
That's my point. That type of style, they can not. I think they eventually cut out like the real life stuff. But my point is that kind of they tried to streamline his style with the second director Itamura or whatever his name is. They tried to streamline his style because Oishi set the groundwork and Shimbo, whatever the fuck, went, do what he did. And the guy was like, well, I can't do what he did. They're like, all right, well, do the best you can. And then you got the rest of Monogatari. And the rest of Monogatari is great. It's just not ever as good as Kizu or the original Bake in terms of direction. That's the same thing here. They'll see that this show is a success, and they'll go, do what those guys did. And they're like, well, I can't do what they did. It's like, do the best you fucking can. Get creative with it. Because the alternative is shitty CG and not really trying as hard like they do on Spy X Family. Not every Spy X Family episode is like that, but a majority, especially not the openings and endings, but the majority of it has these scenes where it's like, you could tell there was clear time constraints and they wanted to do something better, but they couldn't. So they're like, let's just, CG the crowd. This is a hypothetical, but CG the crowd and call it a day, right? And then there's some episodes where they could put their whole bussy into it, and you get some of like the more recent episodes in part 2 were really good. The episode, the volleyball episode, and the episode before it and after it, so on and so forth. But these freelance directors or whatever the shit who are working on Bocchi, they went, well, when you have time constraints, that's one way to do it, and you can push out a subpar product, or you can make it just straight out shit product, or you can get creative with it and do things that will entertain people. You think outside the box. So even if these guys, and again, I'm pretty sure they will work on more Cloverworks productions, but let's say they never do, other people will either take inspiration from them or be directed to do something similar to what they did. And I think that's a good thing because even if they don't, and this type of style never shows up in a Cloverworks production again, it doesn't change how good a Kebi Sailor uniform and My Dress Up Darling looked. Those are obviously a result of having time to work on shows, but I think even those shows were rushed to a certain extent. It's not like they got that much more production time. My point I was trying to make with this is that Cloverworks is one of those rare studios who, although I clowned on them for a while, they've actually done the opposite of what most studios do, and they've gotten better as time goes on. And Bocchi, even if the directors are freelance, is a good example of that, because rather than conforming to shitty time constraints, they thought outside the box and did something new. And even if it was primarily because
They thought
of the
outside
directors...
the box and put Hitori inside of one.
Literally putting her inside of a box. And even though they may not directly work with Cloverworks, Cloverworks is the name that's attached to it. They're the staff that's a part of it, and it's always better to look past the anime studio. But just from an outside perspective, without digging too deep into it, it does seem like Cloverworks itself is, or at least the people who make up Cloverworks, are trying to come up with different ways to keep making their shows better and better and better, and the studio as a whole is improving. But yeah, obviously for this show, it is primarily just because of those two directors who might not come back.
After this year, like when this year is all said and done, and like I actually finally go back and finish watching Akabi, and when this show is done, I think Cloverworks might just actually cement themselves into my top 5 favorite studios, anime studios rather.
Do you think they'll ever pass? Because I already know what your number 1 is. Do you ever, without you telling me, you think they'll ever pass KyoAni?
No way.
Well, here's the thing. Even I say KyoAni's my favorite studio, I still haven't seen too many of their stuff. See, it goes KyoAni, Trigger, fucking, you know what? Maybe Cloverworks might just take 3rd.
My top 5. Actually, never mind. I didn't have a 3. It's the 3rd.
I have the
I
position
struggle to think of 2 other studios who are like have made so many of my favorite things. I haven't seen enough Mappa shows to say
I'm the
that
unfortunate
that
soul
good.
who has Shaft as their number 1 favorite studio, and the years have not been kind to me.
I don't do favorite studios because, with the exception of UFO Table and KyoAni, most of them are like Bocchi, like we just discussed. They're freelance, or they don't directly work with that studio and the staff can move. Konosuba is a
Well, then I
perfect
judge
example of
them on the
this.
basis of how often they are able to produce good shit and how often they hire people to make
Yeah,
good shit.
if we judge it like I just was doing with Cloverworks, then you have a different. There's a conversation to be had. But typically, when you look more into it and you understand the production process as a whole, you know that I mean, outside of like a handful of studios, maybe like 2 or 3 of them.
I could also be a cheating bastard and include anime movie studios.
No,
only.
that'd be cheating. No comics waves. No. Well, Science Sorry does.
No
TV
Chizu.
show. No cheese. No. What Studio Colorido or Colorido? They're really fucking good.
Yeah, Colorido.
Colorido. They make really.
Oh
good
yeah,
shit.
I thought. Hang on, I remember a fourth. Science Saru. Now that you said the name is in my top 5.
Though, one of the one studios, even when we're looking deeper into how the production process works, so I said you can include places like Cloverworks that bring in outside help and all that. You could actually include Studio Bind,
Ooh,
even though that they do the same
I thought
thing.
of a 5th as well.
Because that's literally what the studio was created for, and that's why it's called Bind, because there is no like core staff, to my understanding. It's all freelance type of work. So that could count, because that's what they base their whole thing off of, as opposed to something like Cloverworks where they do have core staff, but they also bring in a lot of like freelance directors.
I thought
and
of a
shit
5th
like that.
studio. It's Toei.
Oh god, you're fucking with me, right?
Dragon Ball hit different, bro. I saw the Broly movie and I was a changed man.
I mean, it looks good, but like, you good, bro?
I
You
saw
okay?
superhero and I was like, oh my god, they can even do CG.
Are you okay?
Do you hated superhero?
No, I liked it, but you good?
No,
Toei in your
Sputtle,
top 5?
hold on. You've seen episodes of our podcast, right? And yet you're asking if Neon is okay. You should already know the answer.
I've seen 1 or 2 episodes of the podcast and had the displeasure of talking to Neon for the last like 12 hours. I know he's a shit taste casual, but come on, Toei, man. Neon, I didn't think you were that low.
I'm a fucking Dragon Ball tard. What can I say?
I get it. I like Dragon Ball too, but just
And I've also seen some
at
cool
least
clips
put him
of
in
One
your
Piece.
top 10, man. At least
I've seen.
Don't get me
I've
wrong.
seen cool clips
Megumi
of
Ishitani, the guy who did Broly, the character designs for Broly, and I think he's currently helping direct or do the character designs for Wano and One Piece. They have good core staff, and a lot of the people who did Dragon Quest die as well. But like, come on, top 5, maybe top 20. You know, come on, top 5.
Well, I'll tell you this: if they didn't make Dragon Ball, it would honestly. It's less. I love Toei Animation, and I'm more of I love
Dragon
whatever
Ball.
studio is animating
I
Dragon Ball.
get you. I love.
If Ufotable were making Dragon Ball and made it look this good, I would say Ufotable.
I get you. I like Dragon Ball and Naruto. I'm a shonen tard in general. Like, it can be absolute dog shit, and I'll be like, yeah, I like Black Clover, right? Like, it's just how it is. But that's besides the point. We should now move on.
You want to know why Bocchi the Rock is a masterpiece? Did you catch what Hitori's little sister's name is?
I don't remember.
No.
Her little sister's name is Futari.
Like Futa?
No, like
the dick?
Hitori, Futari, one person, two people.
Oh.
See, I heard it and I thought like Futanari. It's like 1 letter short.
Well, see, you're thinking of Lolly and Fuda, the greatest story ever.
Yeah! You know, Neon, I might just have to take back what I just said. Goddamn! Woo! That's an oldie but a goodie. Well, multiple goodies.
Dragon Maid fans fucking reeling.
Cool.
It's not an oldie. It's like a couple.
No,
years
I
old.
said it's multiple oldies but goodie. You're talking about the Dojin series, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot it was a series. I just
It's
think
a
of
series.
the Dragon Maid.
No,
one.
there's a good Dragon Maid one. Don't get me wrong, but no, they make multiple. There was some with Can Cole. It's all good.
I love that Hitori is like, or the band girls are like, our band is called Keisoku Band, and she's like, Zip Tie Band.
I like how
I
it's
love their
all-
band name so much.
I love that most of it is a reference to Asian Kung Fu Generation. That's really cool. A lot of like.
Wait, is it a reference to Asian Kung Fu Generation?
The band name, the song names, some of the performance visuals, they're all referenced. Some of the times, the way they stand when they're practicing, They're
Oh my
all different
God.
references to Asian Content Generation. Look it up.
I need to someone needs to make a YouTube video putting those like references side by side.
They
The only
probably
like real life
have.
band
Probably, yeah.
The only real life band thing I noticed was that there was it was not literally called Kanabun, but there was a parody poster in Hitori's wall of an album artwork. And now that I know that there's Asian Kung Fu Generations references, I'd imagine there were probably some on the wall too.
They might. I don't. Wait, Asian Kung Fu Generation didn't do Kanabun. Kanabun is the band. Silhouette's the song. God damn it, I always get those confused.
Yeah.
Asian Kung Fu No, they might reference other bands. I just know Asian Kung Fu Generation is the main one. Like they reference it like every fucking episode. But it's like references to the Japanese names of the songs or the way they stood in a music video, so they'll fly over your head if you're not like a big fucking fan of it. But I saw it pointed out on Twitter and a few other places. You Google it, you'll find it immediately.
Speaking of music, opening fucks. The opening has sex.
It's pretty good, yeah. I wouldn't say it's the best this season though.
I mean, best this season
it's a contender.
is clear for me, but
It's wonderfully creative and visually
3.
stunning.
I think Seishin Complex honestly might top the. It's questionable whether it tops Chainsaw Man's opening, but like it could.
What the fuck? Why does that sound familiar? Seishin Complex.
That's
It's
the name of the opening.
Of what opening? Oh, a
Bocchi
Bocchi
the
the Rock.
Rock.
Oh.
The thing, the thing we've been talking about for 45 minutes?
I thought he was talking about Urusei Yatsura. I'm like, no, it's not. It's called Aioe or some shit.
And then the ending art and animation, so fucking cute.
That's really cute, yeah.
It reminded me of the Dress Up Darling Edie with kind of like that chibi city pop punk aesthetic. And it's animated so fucking smooth.
Except for no, come to think of it, I do find it funny that the same studio animated a show about a nerd girl who was very extroverted. And then a technically non-nerd girl who is the exact fucking opposite. And they're
she's
both
kind of a nerd.
and
She's
they're-
a music nerd.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I said technically, like by traditional like sense, because the other one's an anime manga nerd. And they're both competing for best girl of their respective seasons. If honestly, I'd probably give it to Bocchi, but she's got competition with Lum and Makima Power.
She's better than Lum.
The captain or the captain or whatever in Akiba Maid War.
Ranko?
Yeah, I don't know what fucking name is.
Ranko, rather?
Her.
Yeah.
She's great. And then some other girls. Oh, so Tomato from fucking Gundam. She's pretty
the
cute.
cat lolly from Sword.
The cat lolly. the cat lolly from Do It Yourself. Pretty much every character from Do It Yourself except for the rich one because she's kind of ugly. This is my opinion.
Nah, dude, they're all hot. Or cute,
I don't know.
rather.
I'm not
Yeah,
feeling.
Some are
I'm
hot,
not-
some are cute.
adorable.
I'm not feeling the rich lolly. She's like, I don't know. Maybe it's her design. She reminds me of the.
She's the only one
girl.
that doesn't wear an undershirt under the
That's the problem.
overalls.
That's the problem.
She's got the pits exposed, bro.
Yeah, but I want to see the Band-Aid nipples. Like, why bother if you're not going to show me that? I think it's because she reminds me of the chick from Adopt Deities because they have like the same fucking design, and I thought the one in Adopt Deities was hotter, even though that show was worse.
Well, that's a cool Kyo thing, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
Cool Kyo Shinja.
The Dragon Maid author.
Yeah, he did eat it to
He?
deities.
I thought it was a girl.
Well, no, I always forget this. He I can't. Or Crunchy, help me out. Did he draw Edaton deities, or did he write Edaton deities?
He wrote.
He
Edaton
just
De-
made
No, he drew it. I think.
I think.
Yeah,
just made the
he
character
drew it,
design.
and then the Interspecies Reviewers author
Called
wrote it.
Wrote it.
Idaten.
It was kind of okay. It wasn't.
And
any
then
amazing.
he did Peach Boy Riverside the same season. He
That was
wrote
good.
that
I like that
one,
one.
and
But
then
I don't-
some other guy drew
Okay,
it.
the
Kokyo
art, yeah.
did do the art for Idaten.
Yeah, he did the art for Edaten, but he wrote Peach Boy Riverside. I thought Peach Boy Riverside was pretty good. But
I heard
also,
this anime adaptation got fucked up for no good reason. They aired the episodes out of order for some reason.
People complain because what they did is they made the episodes in order, and then right before it aired, the director said air them out of order. But it ended up working. A lot of casuals didn't like it, obviously, because it made them pay attention, and they hate doing that. But it worked because the way it kind of serves it as its own little mystery because it's starting in media res and you have to put the pieces together. That said, it did have some faults because of that, because then the show ended on episode 10, but it had 2 more episodes to air, and so the actual ending in the 12th episode was kind of subpar and kind of shit, because it's like, it really should have been the one from 10. So it wasn't perfect, but it took something that would have otherwise just been a kind of generic show and made it a lot more entertaining as a result. I would
Remember
definitely go read the manga,
Bocchi?
though. I thought we were done with Bocchi.
I wanted to talk a little bit more just because we didn't talk about the story of Bocchi too much, and how it has, not only is it like good on all the like the art direction fronts, the voice acting,
It's good
the
on
music,
the
and whatnot.
portraying
It's
social
got a
anxiety.
good story too. It's
Yeah.
got themes. It's got things to say. Hitori's out here thinking that she can be sociable just by looking cool, and yet she's like wondering, well, what the fuck am I doing wrong? If I've got the guitar, I've got the merch, the gear. Why isn't anyone talking to me? Cause you ain't talking to them, girl. You ain't going out there and putting yourself out there. You can't have the onus on them. You gotta take charge. You gotta take the initiative, bitch.
I love her extrovert dance.
I've seen that clip. Yeah, I've seen that clip.
I haven't
no.
seen that clip, actually.
I don't.
It sounds
I-
amazing.
Maybe it's just the dumb hey reference part of my brain going. But was that dancing scene a Yakuza reference?
I don't think it was a direct reference to anything. It was just her doing a stupid dance and pretending like this is what extroverts
I
do,
could
so
have
I'm
sworn she was
extroverted.
dressed up like
It could have been.
Kazuma Kiryu.
It could have been. I haven't played those games, but I didn't see anybody saying that it was a direct reference, but it might have been. But yes, the writing. I've already said this. The writing is very good, and on its own, it's a good show. It's like a solid 6 to 7 out of 10. Like, it's not bad. But what carries it is the other aspects of the production. It's one of those things where you see the premise and you go, that's gonna be okay. Then you see the writing and you're like, okay, this is actually good because of the writing, right? Because the writing makes the premise even better. Then you add the production on top of that and you go, there's no fucking reason why it should be this good. It has no goddamn right. But all those things come together and make it really good. If even one of them wasn't there, oh, well, except for maybe the premise, obviously, but if even one of them wasn't there, it would falter. Because if the writing was shit, the production couldn't save it. And if the production was shit, the writing couldn't save it. It would have just stayed at a 6 to a 7. But what pushes it to an 8 to a 9 to even a 10 is, though I think 10 is more, nothing's completely perfect, so that's more personal enjoyment, but besides the point.
If every episode of this show is as good as the first episode, I will easily slap it with a 10.
Oh, it's
I
yeah,
agree.
100%. It gets better. I would say it gets better, I'd argue.
Oh,
I
that
think
is
I've seen, like,
exciting.
That's exciting.
it is 100% something that you could slap a 10 on, not just out of personal enjoyment, but be like, objectively, this is pretty goddamn close to a 10, right? Like, I'm trying to remember what I was saying, but yeah, it's because all the facets are good. We've already talked at lengths about the production. The writing, there's not much to talk about. It's a very simple premise, right? Girl wants to make friends and be popular, but can't. But the reason why the writing excels with the premise so much of like joining a club.
The screenplay is good. The script is fucking god tier.
The reason why it excels so much is, again, we've already said this, is not because of the way it portrays social anxiety and it has this really deep and thought out plot. It does portray social anxiety really well, but remember, this is a 4-coma. It's a comedy manga. The reason why it's so well written is because it's so goddamn good with the jokes and the comedy. It's just a cherry on top that it also ends up portraying the thing it's talking about better than most other things would. And they managed to have character development despite all of the clowning on Bocchi and well, mainly just Bocchi. Some of the other characters too, but mainly Bocchi.
Some of the other ones get like little.
Some of the
digs
other
at each
ones
other.
get it too.
I
They
love
make
that.
digs
Speaking
into it.
of, I love that fucking the blue-haired one, Rio, is implied to like get off on being insulted.
I know, it's great. She might be my favorite, but
It's like I think I love this show.
But the writing is really good because it knows how to tell a joke, and the anime adapted that perfectly, if not better than it already did. And that's what makes it so good. It's hard to talk about the writing in this type of show, though, because while it's more low-key. Like, you have these things happening in the background behind all the jokes. The jokes are the forefront, but then in the background you're like, yeah, no, it's actually portraying social anxiety really well, and how Bocchi goes through the works and is slowly coming out of her shell, blah blah blah, the mental state of a person like that and the thoughts that they think. It's one of those fucking YouTuber thinks he's smarter than he is, makes a 50-minute analysis on it, and it's like it's not that deep. Like it is well written, but it's not particularly deep because it's the comedy that comes out first and foremost, because it comes from a style of manga that lends itself directly to comedy. It's very impressive though that despite that, I don't know if the manga did this could be an anime thing, but that despite that, they've managed to interwove things like character development for the characters into this type of story. But that's why I wasn't really speaking on the writing much up till this point, and I might not even do it in my video too much, because it's something that you could talk about in a minute or two and then go, but here's what makes it so good.
Well, like, imagine how good it must feel to be, Mr. whatever the fuck the dude who wrote the manga's name is, feels seeing this, like, beloved anime adaptation, and, like, people praising his work and probably flocking to the manga. And imagine how Mr. fucking Satoshi Mizukami was feeling when the fucking Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer anime came out those years later after the manga, and just took a big fat steaming shit all over it.
You hate to see it too, because he really pushed for it to be made. He really wanted an anime adaptation, and then they got you.
And then the monkey's paw fucking curl.
One of you saw, one if not both of you have seen. The Japanese name is Immoral, the A Sister's All You Need.
Yeah.
Right?
I've seen the first episode. Crunchy's seen the whole show.
Yeah, Bagels. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the light novel gets the
arc.
shitty. He gets a shitty anime adaptation, and he's like,
that
"This
scene
sucks."
is so crushing in the anime.
That was basically the Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer author, because he worked so hard for that anime adaptation, and then it got given to the worst studio
Girlish
in the
number
goddamn
moment.
industry. And
Dude,
it
Neon,
sucked
this
dick.
is why you need to watch Immoral. Bro, that's
See, my thing is, I would just watch Girlish Number to get the opposite effect and just revel at all of the fucking light novel
Fair.
adaptations. Be like, I fucking knew this is how they
Girlish
were
Number
made.
is also really good. They're both shows that you should watch, and they both give you insight into how the industry works. I feel like if I personally, I feel like the manga author for Bocchi is seeing the praise and they're like, I really love how you displayed social anxiety and all these other things, and in his head he's like, yeah, I was just shitposting, really. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I wasn't trying to make anything deep. I just thought it would be funny.
The very last note that I have about Bocchi is my favorite line from that episode was, "Oh man, I love Guitar Hero. I follow her with notifications on, and you should too, viewer." Or else we'll put you in a fucking box like Hitori.
I like it. Did she has her ass in a trash can at one point too.
She takes hers after the fucking credits bit. She fucking places herself in the trash can.
It's funny as fuck. Oh, I can't wait for the porn.
It's a okay. I don't know, this one, the characters are too cute. The characters are too cute for porn in this one.
That's never stopped me before. It's already got some, trust me.
I feel like we've talked about this show.
Bocchi the Rock, more like both of these nuts.
Oh my god, right? But anyways, play it cool, guys. Am I right?
I'm not a Fujo.
Okay, so before the anime came out, I was, perusing Barnes & Noble, and I saw the cover for this manga, and, I was like, okay, what is this about? Turn it over, I see the premise. All right, amazing premise for a manga. It's about these dudes who always look cool, however, secretly, they're always klutzy, and the joke is that they have to try and find a way to play it off. And I'm like, that's an amazing idea for a comedy. I didn't end up buying the manga, and so I saw that this was on the seasonal list, and I was like, maybe I can see if I was, maybe if I should have bought it. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't, because this is... The comedy is super weak in this show. It's such a good premise, and it is completely... I was, pretty much straight-faced. Well, no, I think... I'm looking through my notes, because I remember I did laugh one time, I think, but in an 11-minute episode. One laugh in a comedy
It's bad.
Not good.
It's funny that you have this on the list right after fucking Bocchi the Rock, which is like comedy of the year, and you were like, yeah. Anyways, play it cool, guys. Like,
Not funny.
This
Didn't
is-
laugh.
See, I
Not-
saw. All right, so the OP of this show, that was the first big warning sign to me, because the entire OP is just showing the guys playing off different awkward experiences, and I was looking at that and I was like, is this show just gonna be this one gimmick? Is it completely riding on that? And granted, there is some like more naturalistic dialogue that they attempt to do to like try and build the characters. Was not doing anything for me, honestly. And the gimmick is kind of... Alright, I actually remember the one part of the show I laughed at, which is when he... So at the beginning of the episode, he gives a cashier his wallet instead of what...
The drink he was buying.
Yeah, the drink he was buying. But then near the end of the episode, he doesn't give her the wallet, but the only reason he didn't give her the wallet is because he forgot his wallet in the car. And that's so all right, that's clever. I like that. But otherwise, it's just a complete flatline, honestly. Like, if the show was entirely made of moments that clever and funny, it'd be like a solid 8 out of 10. But since that's like the only funny joke in the episode, it's kind of a huge whiff.
It reminds me a lot.
I feel like this show is setting up very dangerous false hope. It like if girls love clumsy handsome boyfriends so much, ladies, I meet one of those credentials. Why aren't the girls flocking to me?
I meet one really well.
I would say this show reminds me the most of Chubu Gekihatsu Boys. I think the English name is Super Outcast Dreamer Boy. It's on High Dive or whatever. It was
I think I remember that show. And if it's the one you're talking about, I fucking hated it.
Yeah, it fucking sucked. It's a show. I watched the whole thing, of course. It fucking sucked, and it's a show where there's just one gimmick, and it's that they all have chunibyo. They're all super chunibyo in their own way, and then the girl's like, oh, I have to deal with these people. I don't think there's no girl in this show, from what I remember anyways. But it's a similar premise in that here is the one gimmick, that's the entire show, but the comedy doesn't hold up, and even when it does, the gimmick gets old after a while. It's one of those shows where it's like, you know, if you wanted to watch something very similar, but better, just go watch Pretty Boy Detective. It's a lot better.
I was gonna say, aren't there shows like
Pretty Boy Detective is a very different beast from this show. But
it's
the thing
slightly
you're
similar in the terms of it's all guys. They have a similar type of gimmick / personality that they're pretty boys. And then it goes
that's
from there.
a bit
Obviously,
of a
it's a lot
tenuous
different
connection. But...
It's a lot. But when I was watching it, I was like, hey, I haven't finished Pretty Boy Detective yet. I should probably go do that because that's
yeah.
It's just,
I need to finish it as well.
I was gonna say,
really good.
just go watch the daily lives of high school boys.
Yeah, even that is better than this. And it's basic. That's a better comparison. It's just so, when there's other shows that have done this, like Daily Highs of High School Boys, shit, even Chubu Gekihatsu Boys did it better, and that show wasn't even good.
I would rather watch Play It Cool Guys all the way through than that fucking shit.
Like what you were saying, Spuddle, about it only having one gimmick. Honestly, like when I saw the OP, I was already like, yeah, the gimmick's already wearing thin, and this is just the opening song.
Exactly.
Am I really gonna have to watch this OP every single time when it's just the gimmick of the show played a billion times? It's like,
right way to do gimmicks like those is not to be like every character has the same personality or very similar because they have to fall into this one gimmick. Like that guy's chunibyo, but that guy's just a slightly different type of chunibyo. Though that could be fun if done right. It just wasn't done right. A better way is the way Pretty Boy Detective does it. Is like, the gimmick is that they're all pretty. And then it gets wacky from there. Because they're like, wait, well, what constitutes as pretty? And they all have different personalities. So they keep it interesting. This show didn't get that. Where instead of just making it something general like that, which they kind of did, playing it cool, like that's the gimmick, you can still have unique characters based on that. But it just didn't try very hard. I also find it funny that people thought Bleach was gonna look worse because of this show, because I think Period is doing this show, or
They
Perot,
are.
whatever you want to call them.
Yeah,
They're doing it, and so people were like, "It's gonna be worse because they're focusing on this show," and I'm like, "Bro, I think it's the opposite."
This show definitely
they
got the short end of the stick in that
they-
arrangement.
They put their whole Bleachissy into Bleach, and they said, "Fuck this show." They like, it don't look that great.
Nah, it's very. It doesn't. I wouldn't say it looks bad, but like it definitely looks like it fits the 11-minute timestamp.
There, I will say that it is only 11 minutes, similar to well, it's Human Crazy University. We'll talk about later, which I also think is a short.
No,
it's
it was
not.
full length.
Yeah.
That's full length. Oh no, that's the show I thought.
You would
should
think
be
it was a short, but
Yeah,
you think
that's the
with
show I
style,
thought
you think
should
it lends
be a
itself to
short.
shorts.
And it was awful because it wasn't a short. No. Well, okay, but anyways, yeah, it is 11 minutes. I don't think the Shunibyo Outcast Dreamer Boy show was
That one was
short.
full length.
That was full length. That sucked dick. At least with this, it's boring.
You can
but
get
it is
in and
only
get
11
out.
minutes. You can get in and get out. Personally, I think gimmick shows like this should be like 3-4 minutes long. Like there's one it says it's like Hitori-chan Can't Say No. It came out like 2015. It was like when I first started watching active seasonal anime. For some fucking reason, there was a lot of them that were only like 5 minutes long. It was like it came out in the same season as Hakone-chan and the Haunted Hot Springs. Those
I think
type
I know
of
which
shows,
one you're talking about.
yeah.
Can't
Komori
say no.
Komori can't.
Oh, yeah, that's also Cool Kyo, baby.
Yeah, it's the same shit, but better because it's 5 minutes long.
Yeah,
It
because
gets-
Cool Kyo's the goat.
That's why, like, I'm worried for next season that they're gonna have Tomo-chan as a girl be full length. I'm like, bro, it shouldn't be full length. It should be like 50. It should be this length. It should be like 11 minutes. That show would not benefit from being full length, but who knows until we see it. But yeah, this show is not good, but it is also short.
This is just Perot's Fujo side hustle while they do Bleach, and now it's time to go into the completely opposite end of the gender spectrum and watch Immoral Guild, which is TNK's hustle for
I have
people
a
like Bud.
story.
I'm fucking wet. I like this show.
Sputtle.
All right, now the first
all right.
question I gotta ask both of you.
She sucks her titty,
I
and there's
already
another
know-
scene where they lick
I
through the
already know
spats.
your.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I already know the answer,
There's
but
a
I know
Lolly. I'm sorry.
you already watched the uncensored cut. Crunchy, did you go out of your way to, now that you are of age, to go watch the uncensored?
Actually, okay, I have a story for this show, right? I didn't watch the uncensored version, and it didn't appear when I typed in the show title. And I didn't even know there was a censored and uncensored version. But
You see, the reason you think that was because there's literally only like one instance of nudity in the first episode. It's like right at the beginning.
Yeah, so my story is I started the episode and I saw the scenario, right? The dude's facing down all these monsters, and then he has his entire harem, and they are all being exposed in various ways, each one more asinine and annoying than the last, and each one of them is screaming like, yeah, and I saw that, I paused the show, and I was like, I literally say out loud, do I really want to do this? Do I really want
It's
to
gonna
put myself
be one of
through
those
this?
days.
And I decided I didn't want to put myself through that. And so I watched
so in one
5
episode?
seconds of this episode, and then I clicked off because I was like, I'm not willing to jeopardize my mental health for this anime.
Yeah. So in one
Crunchy
episode,
confirmed,
one
not
girl
a
gets
Coomer.
One girl gets tied up by a slime, and it throat fucks her in a similar way to Asuna in that one really weird SAO scene. And then while that's happening, another girl gets licked through her spats from like a dog or some kind of ogre or some shit. I don't remember what it was. And then I think the lolly
Wait,
is
this
like,
the sequel to
Yeah,
Renai
anyways.
Flops?
and probably actually, I don't remember if it was a dog. It was some kind of monster. And then the lolly watches on in horror. Then there's a part where like the big tittied redhead starts to suck the titty of the other one because it heals her or something. It is peak goddamn trash titillation.
I was gonna say, I'm slightly uncomfortable with like the enthusiastic fervor of which you are recounting all of the moments of this show.
It's No Nut November, all right. Come on, I need it. I need something. I'm torturing myself, bro. I'm telling you. I had to stop watching the show. I was like, why am I doing this? I'm gonna watch all of it when it's
Why?
finished. But
No,
What?
because it's got titties in it. Listen,
No,
I'm gonna
hold on.
explain.
This is not the
Let me
show.
explain.
You don't
It's
watch.
not
You don't
okay.
watch the show. You watch the X videos compilation when it's done.
Let's say that's true, but let me explain because the show is kind of funny
Because
too.
you hate yourself.
No, because there's every once in a while you get an interspecies for viewers. Even that, I wouldn't even say once in a while. It's
Okay,
like
hang on. That was an anomaly. That was
That's
the
what
rare
I'm saying.
porn
Like,
show
every
that was good.
every 100 years, you get some shit that has excellent titillation, but is also really good and really funny. Then you get a bunch of shit that tries to measure up to it, whether it be through the titillation and like really good on-screen sex scenes, which is what they've been doing recently, or in terms of like the comedy. None of them really mix the two because they're either good at one or they're bad at the other. The fucking dungeon show was had really well animated sex scenes, but they almost never fucking happened, and it was boring as shit. Right? It was a shit titillation show. Redo of Healer was kind of funny, but it didn't really have a lot of comedy. But it was really good at delivering on the titillation. Somebody got fucked every episode, and it was basically a hentai. Right? There's even a cum shot in the last episode. It's straight up a hentai.
Yeah,
And
it is.
the World's End harem, dog shit all around. There was nothing good about that one. The thing with these shows is there's a perfect...
I like the one part where she pulls out her swimsuit and then the guy climbs into it. I feel like the swimsuit should have snapped, but
It's bad. I hate that show.
Who am I to judge another person's
Look, bro, how
fetish?
can you have titties in your show and I still drop it? It's got titties in it. I'm inclined to
'cause
not
the
drop
story
it
was
because I want to
retarded.
see titty. You know, the story's bad, but that's what I'm saying. It's very
At least
rare.
High School DxD had the decency to make
It was
some
amusing.
slightly
Titty physics.
fun characters.
DxD is similar. It has fun characters.
I
an
like
interesting
Issei as a
story.
character.
Issei's
I'm
fun.
not gonna lie.
How the fuck do you put titties in your show and even the titty isn't that entertaining? Like, the characters suck, the comedy sucks, the story's dumb as dick, and the titty sucks. Like, World's End Harem is a perfect example of how you don't do this. World's End Harem is what people who don't watch these type of shows think they're all like, where they're all like, yeah, they barely try and people watch them. No, World's End Harem is dog shit. You watch them because just like any other anime, they can be good. It's just for their brand in particular, they're more want to show titties and uncensored and whatnot. So there's a different balance. It's the same
So then
thing
how does
as
it stack
watching
up to Immoral Guild?
Yeah, that is.
World's End Harem? What do you mean? I'm talking about
the-
these type of shows in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was gonna
saying
say,
World's End Harem. No, I said World's End Harem is the worst of these type of shows I've
But
ever seen.
what about Immoral Guild?
I thought you were like leading into.
Oh, no, I was
how
talking about
Guild
Immoral
stacks
Guild.
up among all of them.
No. I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I was
Is this
going
a good
for.
example?
These type. Yeah. I'm getting there. These type of shows, similar to something like an HBO Max show like Game of Thrones. They're shows that tell a story, but also happen to have titties in them. In the case of, like, I don't know, I guess Redo of Healer. A lot of them though opt for the DxD, the high school DxD route, where it's telling a story, but also the titties is a major part because there's titties and then it's really funny. Interspecies Reviewers is the cream of the crop in that regard, where you could take the titties out and I'd still watch that fucking show because it's hysterical, right? They did it the best. And a lot of these shows try to go for the more comedy route as opposed to the super serious route. I think the only other one that did that was High School of the Dead, and we all know how that turned out. So the balance
good
that
show,
they
though.
have, I'd still watch it. I think it's a lot of fun. But either way, the balance that these shows have to find, since they all tend to stick to the same genre, not the ecchi genre, but in the sense that they try to be funny titty shows, this show is a good example of finding that balance. They don't do it as well as Interspecies Reviewers that does both perfectly. They don't do it as well as Redo of Healer that just completely forgoes one of them to just make it a porno. And they don't even do it as well as something, I'm forgetting the name of it right now, but there have been examples of really funny ecchi shows that happen to have titty in them, but you're not watching them for the titty, because the titties kind of either rarely shows up or it's subpar. But ever since we got Redo of Healer, a lot of these shows have been pushing towards, oh, we can just show uncensored sex and people will watch it, because they've been getting really good sales. So they've just started shoving fucking in it, and they think that makes it good, and it doesn't. This show, it's not the funniest in the world, but it can be pretty funny, and to make up for it, it doesn't go full on with the sex scenes, right? Like it has been doing with shows like Redo of Healer, but it does put effort into it. Like, you know, the slime going in and out of her mouth, obviously it's supposed to be like a tentacle fuck scene from a hentai, but it doesn't go full in. It's only there because it's part of the joke of the lolly watching on in horror, because he brings his harem out to fight these things and they all suck. And that's the joke. But the joke, rather than just being the joke itself, which was delivered decently, it got a chuckle out of you, haha, they all got beat up. It took it a step further in a way that only it could because of the ecchi genre that it was in, and it made them all get fucked in different types of ways. Not directly, they didn't get, like, graped with a silent G or anything, but they all got, like, disrobed and stuff in humorous ways. And so in that regard, this is one of the better trashy ecchi shows that we've had in a good long while, I would say. It's not Interspecies Reviewers, but it's like, if Interspecies Reviewers was the cream of the crop 10 out of 10, it's like a 7. This isn't bad. Also, another thing I'll give it credit for is variety in the girls. I fucking hate shows that they're like, we are titty shows. And in, like, for example, Rito of Healer. Rito of Healer is like, here is the lolly. This is Setsuna. And I'm like, doesn't she have, like, smaller tits in the manga? Like, shut the fuck up. Right? And it's like, here is the petite girl. And it's like, why does she also have big tits? I thought she's supposed to be petite. Shut the fuck up. Like, they tend to oversize the breasts, or they just make every character the same goddamn carbon cutout of each other. Here, not only the girls have different varying body sizes, and they stick with that. The lolly is supposed to be flat, and yeah, she's flat. Not only do they stick with the body sizes, but also the character personalities as well. They don't all act the same goddamn way. Like, High School DxD is actually guilty of this. The characters introduced are kind of their own, like Zenobia, for example, is kind of her own character in season 2, and then after her arc is over, she just becomes exactly like Rias, Akano, and every other chick that wants to fuck Issei. So you only really end up watching it for Issei and the girls to get naked, less so than the girls' characters themselves. In this show, yeah, 100% you want to see the girls get naked and end up in precarious situations, but also, even without their titties out, they're still pretty funny and amusing as characters.
You see, you say that, and I didn't laugh, and I dropped the show after one episode.
Well, I didn't say it was the best comedy out there. I said the comedy benefits from the titty. Did you watch it censored or uncensored?
Uncensored. When I saw, like, I appreciate the inverted nipple. There's not enough of that.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah, you're right. I forgot to mention that.
There's not enough of that IMO. But after that, I was like, okay, the show. I was like, I got 10 minutes, and it's like, the show's not very funny, so I'm just gonna skip ahead to see if there's any more, like,
Titties.
how good the titillation is, just so I can see if this is X videos worthy for when the show is done. And no, this is another fucking what's it called? Was it the hidden the dungeon sex slave?
The one from last season. That one sucked.
The one from last season.
No, it's nowhere.
I forget what it's called. This is like, to me, this is like a tiny step up, only because it looks better and doesn't, like, pretend to have a story. But it's just dedicated to comedy. But the problem I have is it's the same fucking joke over and over.
It gets better in the next episode in regards to that. But like I was saying, because I know I sounded like I was hyping it up, I'm not saying it's fantastic. I'm just saying that everything we've gotten recently in this genre has been complete dog shit. That something like this that incorporates that new leniency in terms of what they show on screen. Because before DxD, right, most you got was some titties. The titties would pop out and maybe they fell on it, right? They never got real into the titillation. It was just boobs. And ever since Redo of Healer, they kind of went way too overboard in the opposite end of the spectrum, like the dungeon show where they're like, well, there's fucking in it. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. The rest of it sucks and is really boring. If you're gonna fuck, then at least show more of that, which they did in like the last 2 episodes. I'm like, that was the last 2 goddamn episodes. This show, it finds a balance. It finds the balance that shows like High School DxD had, right? Where they're nothing that amazing, and this main character is nowhere near as good as Issei. So they're nothing like that's super amazing, but they find the balance that a lot of these older shows had. However, they add on the new leniency toward titillation. So they show a lot more than just titties. Now they're showing a chick get licked through her spats, the tentacle fucking that I mentioned before, and then there's the traditional, like, their clothes burst into pieces or whatever the fuck, but you get my point. It's nothing amazing, but I find it, I find it a good thing that they're taking what those older shows did in terms of finding that decent balance. And I wouldn't even call it a good balance, because, again, it's not overly funny or anything like that, but finding a decent balance, and then to make up for it, rather than just doing what they would used to do. And it's just T and K. This is a perfect example too, because T and K did the first 3 seasons of High School DxD, rather than just doing what they would used to do, where it's like, oh, she popped the titty out, there you go, that's all there is to the titillation. Here they go a little bit more nuts to butts with it, because they're like, well, Redo a Healer got away with just visible fucking, so I think we could take it a little bit further.
Not gonna lie,
and that makes it a lot more enjoyable.
If I wanted to watch a show for that reason, I'd just watch Haganai, because at least that's written by Yomi Hirasaka, so I know it'll at least be okay.
How many times have you rewatched the scene where she's reading off the visual novel?
I mean, I haven't actually seen Haganai.
Oh.
I need to watch it.
Big brother, why you give me a big fake juicy. How's the line go again?
Haganai, it's just like, Nichan, give me your big bag, give me your big,
I've seen
dick
that
cock
one.
throbbing. That scene, yeah. It's
gasping
funny as
for
fuck.
air.
I mean, me gasping over there. I said it.
If I wanted to watch a show for that reason, I'd just watch Haganai, because that show also had nudity, and it's written by Yomi Hirasaka. Come on, I at least
Haganai is
know
a
it'll
good
be
example.
entertaining enough.
Haagen-Dazs.
Haganai is a good example where they lean more into the comedy than they do the titillation. Like I said, if Interspecies Reviewers does both perfectly, Haganai is the example of the show that goes more for the comedy, and then there just happens to be titties there. Kind of like High School DxD does too. It goes more for the story and the comedy, and then there's also happens to be titties there. This is the type of show that tries to do what Interspecies Reviewers does, and manages to do a decent 6 out of 10 adaptation of it. You know what I mean? So it's
I
nothing
don't know how
amazing.
either of you got past the first scene of the entire show. I saw that and I was like, this is obnoxious. Why would I
Crunchy is not a
continue?
Coomer.
You're not a Coomer, Crunchy. That's all it is. I wouldn't call myself a Coomer. I'm a connoisseur of the titty.
A Coomer sewer?
You were literally mouth breathing about the lolly.
Yeah, you're saying you're not one, but then you do that as soon as
I
we
mentioned
bring up
lolly
the
and
episode.
Fuda, and you like gave me the Discord equivalent of the high five.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Yeah, you can't say you're not a Coomer.
No. I wouldn't say I'm a Coomer if only because this is not the only thing I digest. I watch gay shows, yaoi or Yuri. I watch shonen. I watch everything. So it's less.
I mean,
bisexual
for the
Coomer.
It's
for
less
the
that I'm a
yaoi,
Coomer.
You were having a very intricate metaphor earlier that I seem to recall you saying.
Hey, look, I'm not a Coomer. I'm a connoisseur, and I can appreciate all of these different genres to the same extent. I could go like I just did with this
all
show.
of the genres and all of the sexes.
Exactly.
All the dicks
I'm
inside of my ass.
all the dicks inside of my ass. I'm a person who can go at lengths like I just did with any of the shows on this list, with any of the genres, like a 12-inch Blackhawk. But like,
Well, you heard it here, Neon. We're
there.
being super inclusive.
I'm in there. So I wouldn't call myself a Coomer, though there are definitely people who only watch these shows and jerk off to them. I don't know how you can jerk off to these shows. They get me
With X videos. That's how you do it.
even then. They get me
get the
warmed up.
compilation cut.
They get me. The only one that I could feasibly jerk off to was fucking Redo of Healer because it was just fucking. It was just a hentai.
If the girls are hot enough.
The rest of these shows, it's like I'm either too busy laughing or I'm like it gets me going, but it doesn't make me want to jerk off. Or if I do jerk off, I go to somewhere else. So. I would define a Coomer as someone who only partakes in these type of shows, and that's it. It's like their whole lifestyle, and they just jerk off.
All right, then how did you feel about the lolly from the Little Lies We All Tell?
The one that is or is not a boy?
So,
sure. All
honestly,
of them, I guess. They're all pretty much lollies.
I like a lolly in any show. Even better when they're all lollies. Duh. Though I do like variety, as I said before, so I do prefer there to be...
Sputtle, the
they're all
Gochi Yusa
lollies.
fanboy.
What that
Gochi,
sounds
is it?
familiar.
Yeah, the one where they're
Isn't that
all lollies in a cafe.
the rabbit? Is this order a rabbit? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Fuck, I knew what it was. Oh no.
The Little
fuck,
Eyes
I am a
Motel is surprisingly okay.
It's good.
The fake out credits was, I even have in my notes, 2 fake out credits in 1 season. This one is way less funny than Bocchi's though. But it isn't laugh out loud funny. And there is one thing I find kind of irritating where, okay, so before the season began, me and Neon were talking about it as usual, and I was like, this is Haruhi but worse. It's the same exact premise of Haruhi. Granted, it's different tonally, it's done a bit differently, but it's pretty much the same thing where it's like each character is has like a sort of like alternate, I guess, identity. And granted, Haruhi is much funnier than this show. And in particular, the way Haruhi revealed it was way funnier. Because in Haruhi, it like LARPs as a normal slice of life for like 100 pages. And then the joke is that, like, literally the joke is that, okay, at first it's shocking when you hear that one of the girls is an alien. Then the main character gets so used to people getting revealed as having alternate egos that he just gets used to it, and he's like, oh yeah, well, you're an Esper, okay, who cares? And then it's revealed that Haruhi is literally God, and then it's shocking and funny again. In this show, it's like they just get revealed instantly in a massive exposition dump. And granted, it's got a very energetic narrator, and it was way less boring than I thought it'd be. Because when the narrator started
They even
talking,
have their
at
own
first,
diet Anya.
Yeah, they do. Like when the narrator started, I was like, oh my fucking god, this is gonna be insufferable, isn't it? It's actually not insufferable. It's just okay. And it was at least an efficient way to set up the stakes and the idea of the narrative.
I applauded exactly twice. I applauded when they were fucking playing air guitar and air drums in the opening, because I thought that was cute. Then I saw the words "lolly alien" and I stood up and I saluted.
That was amazing.
The lolly alien did not impress me because Adachi and Shimamura had the better lolly alien. As did
I watched that show then.
I think, didn't Bagels watch it? Or did
I only watched the first episode.
Oh, then the lolly alien shows up like 2-3 episodes in. You don't even know she's an actual alien. I think she's supposed to be a reference to the author's other work, Mysterious Girlfriend X, I think is what it was. But either way,
hold on.
This show,
the author of Adachi was not the same author behind Mysterious Girlfriend X.
I think
Mysterious Girlfriend was a manga. Adachi is a light novel.
Novel by Hitoma Iruma.
Here,
and
Adachi
he
and
also
Shimamura.
did what else did he do?
Adachi and Shimamura, Hitori Iruma.
Oh god, the silence. We can't have silence. Fill the noise.
Okay, yeah. Oh fuck, he did Psychoelectric Girl. Okay.
That's what it was. I think that's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
He also did the spinoff for Bloom Into You.
Huh. Hell yeah. Okay, but
Bloom and
anyway,
Onion.
we're sort of off topic, but this
Anyways,
show
yes, no. So that
it actually did get a few laughs out of me, and the hardest I laughed in the entire show is when the assassin girl, who's basically like running away from her assassin past to become a normal girl, she presumably like beats up / murders some dude, and she has blood all over her face. So then the guy who's secretly a boy and the alien lolly both see her walking into the girls' restroom. And she literally says, it's that time of the month. And it's like,
that was kind of funny.
The reason why it's funny, well, first of all, it's just funny on its face. But secondly, it's because the way they misunderstand it is so understandable. Like, sure, the guy should know how periods work, let's be real, but it's still like, if you apply some retard logic to it, it makes sense why he would misunderstand it. And the alien obviously has no conception of what a period even is, so she's just like, huh, time of the month? She thinks it's like some astral lunar
it's my time of the month too.
I would say
This
oh,
is
go ahead.
definitely a retard logic show though, because like the girl
there was one thing
who
I was
reads
confused
minds,
about, though.
she can't read the boy's mind, and it's like the explanation as to why, because like she can't figure out he's a boy, right? For show reasons, but the explanation is that she doesn't know how her own powers work, and I'm sitting here like, wouldn't she realize that like 50% of the population, right? She's seeing this all the time, presumably every day. She's seeing boys, like while she's walking down the street. She should realize by now that, every time I get near a boy, I can't read their minds. But you know what? If you suspend your disbelief and just say, look, it's a wacky show with stupid logic, it doesn't really matter. It's like,
But
it's
here's the one bit
stupid,
of logic I
but-
don't understand. If the guy shows up in I think the guy shows up in the opening with tits and like in a bikini, but is clearly just a guy. Unless that was his sister and I didn't
Maybe-
put it together.
I don't think it's
I don't
actually
remember
a guy.
that.
I don't think it's actually a guy. I think it's supposed to be a girl, but they tell you it's a guy. Either way,
Well, then what's the point of that then?
because it's stupid, like he already said. That's what.
Well, that's just not funny.
I
yeah,
know
that
it is.
removes the
Like,
joke.
I'd say this show is well, yeah, but like you just said, this is the type of show that runs on dipshit logic. So I don't think it's actually supposed to be a guy. I think the twist is that, and I think it already got confirmed actually, because we both only seen the first episode.
I only made it halfway through the first
There
episode.
you
I
go,
didn't
yeah.
find it
I
that
think
funny.
one of the more recent episodes confirmed that it was a girl, not a guy.
Well,
and
if
that was
that's
supposed
the
to be
case,
the big
that's
twist.
stupid.
It is really stupid. The big twist was supposed to be that, we told you it was a guy, but it was a girl. But everybody who sees it should already knows that, yeah, that was a girl.
Well,
Either
then why
way,
don't her powers work on him?
dude, I don't fucking know. I couldn't tell you. I didn't like the show that much. I didn't make it that far.
Honestly, it's like a
Um,
decently
Or
entertaining
wait, am I getting
ride.
this? Am I getting
but-
this confused with another show? Hold on.
Is
Are
it
you
Love
Are you
Flops?
spreading misinformation on
Are
the
you,
internet?
Are you confusing it with Love Flops? Because in that one, the guy, quote unquote, is pretty obviously a girl. Just-
I might be. I don't think I am. But my main problem with this show is Bagel's already said it in the fucking beginning. I thought it was going to be a show that slowly unveiled what each lie was. So it was going to be a mystery into, like, what is it that they're lying about? This really intense introspective drama that is, like
You
said,
saw
is
the
digging
UFO
deep.
in the poster crashed into the top of the school, and you thought it was gonna be
No,
serious?
I didn't see anything. I only heard the brief, like, one sentence synopsis and the the title. 4 people on their respective lies, which it got changed to The Little Lies We All Tell. And even that sounds like it's going to be this introspective, unique drama show that's also got a tinge of mystery to it. Kind of not exactly the same as Oh Maidens in Their Savage Season. It's not even remotely similar, but I felt like it was going to be a more serious, dramatic show that delved deep into the characters in the same way that show did. But here, it would be the mystery of, like, what they're lying about, what they're hiding. And then they fucking just exposition dump it in the first episode, and I dropped it.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was bad. It just annoyed the shit out of me, so I didn't
Even
keep
though
watching it.
they're both tonally dissimilar in some ways, Haruhi is... I kind of called it, not gonna lie. Haruhi's just this but better, even as a comedy, which Haruhi isn't just a comedy, it's also a fun story to just read. But it's Haruhi, but less funny, less interesting, and less self-aware. Haruhi is like this super sarcastic comedy. It's great. This show's just kind of No, it's got some funny moments. I do like how the lolly ends up holding them at gunpoint, and the mind reader girl
Oh,
keeps
shit, I
on
missed that
having
part.
to. Yeah, it's near the end of the episode, and the mind reading girl keeps on trying to navigate the situation and trying to make sure her friends don't get killed. It's great, but it's an okay show. I can watch a few more episodes of it. I don't think
Well-
I'll finish it, but I would be willing to give it a few more episodes.
Well,
I'd
in
give it
the
another shot just to see if the comedy is as good.
The scene where
Like,
the
the
lolly
comedy-
alien holds them at gunpoint is very funny. It's just a
I would give
matter
it
of if the show can continue to make the premise interesting. Because so far, each
Yeah.
skit has been pretty varied.
I would go and give it another shot just to check that out. But I had a knee jerk reaction to it because that pissed me off. I was like, I hate this.
Yeah, I had a knee-jerk reaction to it as well, but not quite as strong as Futoku no Guild, so I managed to power through it, and it's surprisingly
In the interest of time, because I think by this point we'll have crossed the 4-hour mark, and we only have 3 shows left, and then we have to do the ending bit. Let's try to knock these 3 out in just 10
Here,
minutes.
I got
think
you.
we
No,
can
I
do
got
that.
you. We speed this one. All right. My Master Has No Tell. Anime can't do Rakugo right. It's pretty fucking boring. It's not inherently bad, but it's just kind of whatever. The only show that I can think of.
You're going a little too fast.
The only
Give
show I
us-
can think of that did Rakugo well was the Sherlock Holmes one.
What about
And-
Rakugo Shinju?
Yeah, Sherlock Rakugo. Whatever. Oh, that one. That's a good example of where it's not bad, but it's just kind of boring because they don't make it visually entertaining. They just stick with Rakugo presentation. That's the same thing that this show fucking does.
This is the only show on this entire list where I made it 10 minutes in, and I was just like, I have nothing to say about it, because I was just like,
I was kind of the same
I consumed
way.
it, and I was like,
That was a
I
thing
feel
that exists.
nothing.
I did
feel
not
like I feel
finish the episode.
I feel no
but-
hatred nor love. I feel nothing but
See,
apathy.
The thing, I'm sort of riffing off a Spuddle here because he was constantly being like, this show reminds me of that better version of this. Throughout this entire show, right, I was watching it and I was like, God, I still need to watch Joshiraku, don't I? Because Joshiraku is
Oh yeah,
the
that is a
Rakugo
better
show
version of that.
that's
The one
written by
good
Koji
Rakugo
Kumeta.
show.
Yeah, it's like
I got the song stuck. In my
oh,
goddamn
also, and this is, this gets me the most because if you have a show with good animation quality, I can instantly, vibe with the setting. This show has fucking negative animation quality. It has negative frames of animation. It looks terrible. Like it is.
I don't remember it looking terrible. I just remember it looking at
It's
bog standard.
very like the art quality is super bleh. It's like
That's a
sure it exists, but it doesn't look appealing at all. You sort of vaguely made the character, and then the animation is just nothing. There's no frames.
In every sense of the word, from down to the writing to the production, animation, whatever, it perfectly fits the expression. It's a thing that exists.
I like the
that's it.
character design. That's it. Oh, and also in my
It's-
notes, I literally say I miss Urusei Yatsura. So there you go.
He was like, "Man, I really want to go watch that new episode, but god damn it."
Guys, I gotta make a confession. I lied. Bocchi the Rock is not anime of the season. Anime of the fucking year goes to Aro Asa Dummy Head Mike ni Nateata.
You
Or
see,
Ikun no
I-
Jinsei.
I didn't like this one because I liked the one before it that preceded it by the same exact studio, where it's the same thing, but it's 3 minutes long. And I don't fucking remember. Is this one a short too?
Yeah, this one's
Yeah,
short too.
it's
This
three.
one's a short too.
If this weren't a short, it'd be insufferable. What?
I liked the other one more because it was.
I like-
It was like based on ASMR, and I think this one is too. Obviously.
Yeah.
This is.
But-
Alright, I'm one of those degens
just
who
a-
kind
takes
of
a
like.
very,
But when I
very
listened to
weird
it,
take on it.
it actually sounded like ASMR, and the way the other show opens up is she's literally already whispering in my ear, and I'm like, oh fuck, and I only made it one episode in, and it's only 3
Before it
minutes long.
came.
Before I came, and then I was like, yeah, I'm done with this shit. That was all I needed. And then this show, I'm like, it doesn't have as good as an opening scene, not the sequence, not like. I don't even think it has a fucking OP actually.
It doesn't.
I mean,
Yeah,
if it had an
it
OP,
doesn't have
that'd
as-
sort of defeat the purpose of it being
You
an
would
That's like
ASMR show.
1/3 of the
No,
runtime.
no. You'd be surprised by the amount of 3-minute shows that do
Well,
have a
no,
1
it's
minute
it's
opening.
not a 3-minute show thing. It's if this is meant to be ASMR, having an opening song would completely defeat the purpose.
Not if it was sung in ASMR.
But it's like, I don't know. If it
Look,
had
there's
no
many
P,
ways to
I'd-
get me
By
off.
the way, the show, the studio who did this, who have, funnily enough, have kind of just made themselves the ASMR anime studio.
The only other thing was the other
See,
ASMR
That
one.
that's the niche that they're targeting.
See,
They're fucking cowards for dropping the Yuri from this title.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that.
dropping the Yuri. What do you mean by that? Is there something? I'm
This show
missing?
used to have the word. Remember, this is the show that had like. This was the Yuri ASMR show, and I was like, "Ooh, that's gonna be cool just for the Yuri." And then they renamed the show. They dropped the word
that's
Yuri from
awful.
the title.
I forgot about that.
That's
now I'm
punishable by
mad.
death in my country.
Now I hate this show.
Did this one get officially licensed? I don't think it did it?
No, I had to find the shit on Kiss Anime.
Okay, yeah, because the other one
In
did not get
Minecraft.
officially licensed either. They put it on YouTube,
So-
and then I had to watch that with subtitles.
Yeah, I'm one of those degens who kind of likes some ASMR. I don't think this show is for me at all. But also, it's
yeah.
like I like the character interactions, kind of, because the two girls have talked about like, oh, you need to get a boyfriend. It's like, it's like the conversation seems like it could be something that's fun
never said it
in
had
a
to be a
better
boy.
context. Yeah, it should be a girl. They
Well,
if
the
it was
black-haired
Yuri,
one is
it'd be
gay.
good, but it's not
The
Yuri.
black hair girl is definitely gay.
She should be, the cowards. Overall, it's sure someone likes
fuck-
it for the ASMR.
By the way, like I
Otherwise,
know it's
I
not
don't
technically
care.
he doesn't get transferred to another world, but this is technically an isekai. Truck-kun takes another life. I am curious though, because the most interesting thing about this show is the first line in the first episode where like the girl's like, ASMR is not like, she's like, the gay one is like, isn't ASMR just like this weird pervert thing? And then like the
It
ASMR
is kind
girl
of,
is like,
if you go on
it's
Twitch,
like,
it is.
no, it's not. It's like it's just like this cool audio stimulus thing. And then how far did you guys get? Did you watch past the first episode?
No.
I did not, because like I said, I watched the other one, and that one starts with her picking your ear, and I'm like, this is hot.
Okay, so let me tell you this. You would think by like the nature of like the title and just the kind of show it is, that the guy who gets reincarnated into the dummy head Mike would just be a dummy head Mike throughout the whole show. What if I told you that he reincarnates into something different every single episode?
Okay, that's kind of funny. I might actually watch it now.
And then what if I told you that in episode 2 he becomes the seat of the gay girl's bicycle?
Okay, yeah, I gotta watch it.
Oh
And then he
my
gets sit on.
Lord.
See, the other one was just flat out about ASMR. Like, there was no isekai. It was just girls practicing on a dummy head mic. But
Now-
this sounds entertaining. The other one
Now-
was just horny.
Now, what if I told you that in episode 3 he becomes a chicken and he gets taken to the fucking slaughterhouse, gets turned into sentient fried chicken cutlets, and then
What?
gets and is satisfied by being eaten by the girls.
Damn, why did you fucking lead with this? I gotta actually go watch the show now. I thought it was the
they're
same.
eating the chicken, like cut the fried chicken into the microphone ASMR style, and he feels like a sense of
How
weird
is that
satisfaction out of it.
ASMR? Why?
No, it is ASMR that like they eat it up to the microphone and you hear like the crunching in your ear.
I can't wait for
Um,
episode 4. That time I got reincarnated as a vibrator.
Hey, that's a
I
thing.
did. I think I see. I think I straight up saw a vibrator in the
Wait,
the first
what?
episode in her ASMR box.
Wait, is it God, I need to rewatch that.
I'd
just to-
have to rewatch it. I swear to God, I thought I saw a vibrator.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 2
Pretty sure I
minutes.
do
I
too.
can go fucking check. Hold on, that.
That sounds a lot better. I didn't really give this show a shot because I was like, this is just
Literally
the
the
same thing
only
they-
reason I watched past the first episode is because well, it's the Yuri ASMR
It's
show, and
2
only
minutes.
it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 minutes.
I
Like, what
didn't
the fuck
fucking
else?
bother because I was like, well, I didn't finish the last one they made. I feel like I need to be in the.
I wanted
ASMR
to see how
cinematic
gay
universe.
it got.
No, for me,
Wait,
I was like, I
okay.
need to be tapped into the ASMR cinematic
Wait,
universe.
hold
and I
on.
didn't.
Neon, you're right. You're right.
I told you.
It's actually there.
So yeah, in that first episode where she's like, "No, ASMR isn't pervert shit." This show is not helping its case. ASMR is weirdo shit.
I didn't make it past the first episode because I was like, I gotta be tapped into the ASMR cinematic universe, so I need to go finish their other show. But fuck that, I'm dropping that.
Hold
one.
on.
It
What's
doesn't-
even funnier, I just now realized it, that ASMR thing perverted people. Like, it's the same shot as when it shows. Yeah, oh yeah, it's totally not a pervert thing.
Yeah, this is the anime of the decade, by the way.
You think she sprays that on her pussy? Like
No,
the
she
spray
well
next
she
to the
sprays it
vibrator?
into. Oh no! I thought you were gonna say she sprays it on her pussy and then puts the vibrator up to the microphone.
So I gotta make sure my pussy smell good for the sound quality. Like what?
No, I was going for like you hear the sloshiness up to the microphone, but
Oh shit! Yeah, both work.
anyways,
Anyways, yeah, great show.
Yeah,
this
Oh,
this
no.
is up
Human
there.
Crazy University.
This is up there with One Room and the other one where the girls just work out in front of you for 3 minutes, and I forgot what the fuck that one's called. That one
I think it's
was
like
great, too, though.
Antior or something. I don't know.
On
if I
a
know.
Torre EX or something like that. And then One Room's the same one where you just have a POV. This is your girlfriend every 3 episodes, and it changes. And one time your sister's your girlfriend, but she's mad at you for jerking off, so she burns your porn stash. Still haven't forgiven her, and it's been like 3 years. Fuck her for that. But that show got 3 seasons for a reason. It's a goddamn masterpiece. If you really want to have a good time,
That's the
fuck
only reason.
fuck Chainsaw Man, fuck all these other shows. Go watch Anne Torre, then watch this, and then go watch fucking One Room for the cream of
And
the
then
crop of
swallow that
anime of the
cyanide
decade.
tablet you keep in your desk drawer.
And it's all... Yeah, anyways, Human Crazy University suck dick.
I watched the entire first episode and I don't even know
I
why.
did too, actually.
You poor bastard.
It honestly, okay, it's very slow and very kind of droll because, and also because it's cheap, it's DLE. They do the cheap animation style where the characters are cutouts and they only animate the mouths and the faces, like they swap out without like having to do any in between framing. I am actually like the show kind of sold me on the idea of wanting to like watch a story about a death row inmate. And
That-
like how they have to cope with
literally
like
the same thing went through my mind. That is like the most interesting thing in this entire show. Where it was
yeah like how the inmate copes with it and how the guards have to cope with it, knowing they have like their job is to kill people.
yeah, that's
But,
so interesting to me, and that actually carried me.
That
through
yeah
the
that got
first
the
beginning.
noggin
Yeah.
jogging.
And I
And
also
then,
don't
and then
dislike.
and then it became about like surviving death and like human glitches.
Yeah.
Like, can we go back to the death row shit?
I mean, you say that, and I do agree because the death row stuff is more interesting. But I also don't even mind the premise that much. I think. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna make it last 12 episodes. That seems like a stretch to me. But
This
the
should
idea
not have been
of
fucking
this
full
person,
length.
yeah. But the idea of this person who keeps on surviving these it literally goes into all the various diseases he's contracted and the collective chance of him surviving. The idea of that and him being studied seems like it could last 6 episodes, maybe like 6 full-length episodes or 12 half-length. 12 full-length, that seems a bit of a stretch to me, but hey, it's not the worst show out there. It's got ideas. The dude who made it clearly read a lot of Wikipedia articles, and it's got a little bit of person. I felt a pulse at times, but I mean overall it's just kind of boring, bland. There were times when I wished it wasn't such limited animation. Overall, just kind of not that engaging of an experience.
Spud, you have anything to add?
Yeah, I got 5 minutes in, and I was like, okay, I can't wait for episode 2. Oh, it's still going. And then that was that. I was like, well, I'm done.
Yeah,
That was it. I didn't like it. It's one of those fundamental shows that did not understand the assignment that it needed to be 5 goddamn minutes long and it would have been a good show. And then it wasn't. And it kept going. The only show I've seen that, you on the surface should be a short and isn't is Skull-Faced Bookseller Honda-san. And I think even
DLE did the same thing.
then they also did that show. That show was actually good. I liked that show, and I think it was either full length or it was like 15 minutes long. But either
Special
way,
Yaoi book. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, like the show's really funny. And on the surface, you're like, that should be 5 minutes long, and it's not. It's like 11 to 15, if not longer than that. But it's like the only one I've seen where I'm like, this should be this length, and it wasn't, and I'm like, oh, it's still pretty good. This show, no, it's one of the many others I've seen where I'm like, this should be 5 minutes, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I was right. It should have only been 5 minutes. This sucks. I'll probably give it another shot, but I had other shit to watch.
Don't give it another shot. There's no point. I mean, actually, hold on. No.
I like to finish.
Give
I
this
like
a
to finish
shot,
the episode.
Give this a shot instead of something like Beast Tamer. I'd rather watch this than another generic isekai.
More like
I'm gonna go
Rat
watch
Tamer.
all of Beast Tamer just to spite you.
And with that, even though we're more than 4 hours in, we are finally done. We have seen all of the shows, the non-sequels. After all the delays, the dropping of a guest because they did not read the fucking guidelines. Oops.
Oh yeah, why did that guy leave?
I told him, hey, you want to be on a seasonal cast? He said, sure. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually understand what you meant by seasonal cast. I'm like, bruh.
Oh, he thought we were gonna talk about Chainsaw Man and a few other shows. He's like, wait, I don't watch everything.
Yeah.
He's
You hate
not
to see
mentally ill. You hate to see it.
I don't even think
he has an
hard.
anime podcast, so that's up for debate.
It's really not that hard to watch every anime that comes out. It's literally like what at most, except for sometimes Saturdays can get a little bit ridiculous, like almost every goddamn season where there's 10 shows at once or something stupid like that. But typically, you watch like 2 or 3 shows a day, and if anime is your main hobby, especially if you do YouTube on it, it's really not that hard. It's not like this mentally, like, you know, people make that joke a lot where like, you have fucking problems if all you do is watch shitty anime all day, and I'm like, it is my hobby, and so as a result, I watch. It's the main thing that I do. I have fun watching all these different shows.
I'm
even if a lot of
Spuddle,
them
and
are
I
really
am
bad.
proud of watching Beast Tamer weekly.
And farming.
I am,
skills.
goddammit! Hey, I'd rather watch Beast Tamer weekly than play whatever shitty video game people are losing their mind over right now.
Sonic Frontiers is maybe good. I haven't played it yet.
I don't know. I did actually look kind of good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does kind of look kind of hype.
I
All
do
right.
anime and YouTube. I don't have time for video games anymore, so I don't know. I used to play a lot of video games, but it's Switch. But anyways, it was a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I when you guys invited me, I was like, huh,
Who the fuck are these idiots?
who the fuck are these guys? Turbo
My
casuals.
5,000
They don't
sub
watch
channel is too good for this 70 sub channel.
No, when you asked me, I was like, oh fuck yeah, I get to be on an anime podcast. Then you linked me. I'm like, wow, that's all they do. Crazy. Never seen somebody ballsy enough to do that. Usually they have like another channel, and then you're like, I was like, you must have another channel, right? You're like, no, this is all I do. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. All right, bet I'm in. But no, I'm open to going on anybody's things. I don't really care about people's sizes. I told you that before.
Yeah, we
'cause
know
it's
know
fun.
you take dicks of all sizes. You've made
Also,
that
I
abundantly
take
clear.
I take every different size cock in my ass. Everything has a place in my asshole because I mean,
yeah, put that on my epitaph.
even if I don't agree with like most of the shit you guys said,
High school yearbook quote.
talking with anime in general is just a fun thing to do. Like I have friends who are very super turbo casuals who have the shittiest opinions I've ever heard, but I'll still sit down and talk about anime with them, even if they're like, even if in my mind I'm like, they're objectively incorrect. This show was good, blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I just want to talk about Japanese cartoons with people. That's why I made a YouTube channel.
You've been a wonderful guest on the podcast, and now the fall season is, for at least as far as podcast seasonal impressions coverage terms, is wrapped up. Now the only thing left to do is give the top 3 and bottom 3 from each person. Spud, since you're the guest, we'll start with you.
First off, fuck you. You did that because you haven't figured out your list yet. Second
No,
off,
I actually have figured out my list. I had an hour and 20 minutes because you were talking that whole time. Of course, I had time to figure it out.
Wait, what was I talking about? Oh, fuck. Oh, before we started the podcast. See, I told myself, I was like, I'm not talking to these people. I'm getting in this time, not the first time, obviously, but like this podcast, I'm like, I don't have time. I'm getting in and I'm getting out. That didn't fucking happen. We still talked like an hour and a half before the podcast. I'm conceited enough to say that it's going to be a while before you get a guest that tops me, if ever. I'm like, who knows? Maybe the viewers think
I've got
otherwise.
best guy ever on line 2. That's the final boss end goal.
Just get fucking Michael Reeves on. It's like, well, yeah. It's just, somebody told me like, you're just like that guy. I'm like, okay, cool.
I've got
He does
Demolition D
engineering.
on hold.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
get demo on. I want to be the other fucking guest. Anyways, top 3. Does it have to be in a specific order or just in general?
Either or. Typically, if you can, maybe like do it best to least
Number
best.
1 anime of the season is Bocchi the Rock. It's not fucking. It's pretty obvious. Number 2.
His ass has to think about it.
I would say probably Chainsaw Man. Like, even if it's not the perfect adaptation that I wanted, I don't hate the different style that they're trying to do. I don't think it fits the manga, and I think some of the voice acting, mainly just the acting on Makima's part, especially in the latest episode, like, Jesus Christ, was that supposed to be sexy? Because it sounded like she was just reading the script to me. Besides the point, I think the acting can be shit, I'm still very much enjoying it. I think it looks really, really good. And the only other thing I would maybe put at a number 2 contender is Do It Yourself. But Do It Yourself is one of those shows where it's like, it's really relaxing and fun to watch, but it's not something I consider this like masterpiece that transcends all boundaries. It's just doing the same thing every other slice of life does, but instead the gimmick is that they build stuff, and also it's animated really well and the characters are really quirky. But a lot of other slice of life shows do that same thing. Bocchi is different because it stands out with the comedic timing and the production, shit we've already talked about. So I probably put Chainsaw Man as second. Third, Beast Tamer was really goated, so I think
I will
honestly
kill you if you make Beast Tamer your third place.
I don't know. I mean, I really like the one girl who sucks his dick and says, "Wow, you're so amazing." No, you're not shitty. Oh my god. No, it fucking sucks. No. The third one. So currently, it's a toss-up. You're not gonna like this when I say this. It's a toss-up between Akiba Maid War.
Oh no. Oh,
An Immoral Guild.
Spuddle?
More Than a Married Couple, but not lovers.
Are you mental?
Look. No, not Futoku no Guild. That just makes me horny. No, because I told you this before. More Than a Married Couple, on its own, as in a sub, is okay. But the fucking dub is so goddamn funny. There's a part where he is like, "Oh no, I can't let her titties get too close to me because I don't know what to do in this angle," and she falls asleep. Because he's like, "Oh no, I don't know what to do. Am I gonna have sex? I don't know. I've never done this before." And she falls asleep, and then he turns around in his mind. He goes, "Let's go!" And he just screams it. It's really fucking funny. And I'm already a connoisseur of trash. I love shit like Rent a Girlfriend, and I think that this is the closest thing. This is one of the better trash shows we've had in a while outside of Rent a Girlfriend, because things before it were just kind of shit and not in the fun way. But this, when you watch the dub anyways, I've watched the sub. The sub is, yeah, it's just kind of whatever. I can see why you guys don't like it, why a lot of people don't like it. But I find the dub really fun, and it consistently makes me laugh my ass off. So it's between that and Akiba Maid War, because Akiba Maid War is just good. If I had to give it to one, also Gundam. Gundam is also in there for third, but I would put Gundam as like a 5, right? In fifth place, I mean. In terms of, it's like a solid 6. The most recent episode was a good 7. So if the rest of the show continues like the most recent episode, it could easily be the number 2 or 3. But right now, it's like 5. 4, I don't know off the top of my head. Probably whatever loses between Akiba and Married Couple. So I'd say 5. I know you said to give 3, but 5 is Gundam. 4 is Married Couple. 3 is Akiba Maid War. 2 is fucking
You said Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man, and then anyways, bottom 3, So is third the absolute worst one,
Least
or is
bad.
one the absolute worst one?
The first one is like the absolute
Shit of the
worst
shit.
one. Yeah, the shit. Well, I guess for this instance, go from least
3 to
shitty to
1.
most shitty. Yeah.
3. What separates the men's from the boys? I'll tell you that much.
I distinctly remember before we started recording being a Mr. Oh, I looked at the show and I instantly
3. Well, no, because
figured
I'm
it
trying
out.
to find what I think is bad, but also what would piss you guys off, because that's funny. But
Well, choose what you think
3?
is bad.
A real
Thir-
man adjusts his political
I'm
opinions
real-
depending on who's he's talking to.
3 is Beast Tamer.
Fair.
It's not 1. And I'll tell you right now, Reincarnated as a Sword isn't 1 either. 2, probably just because I personally don't like it, and I hate when shows do this. A lot of like the Manzai comedy shows do this. My Master Has No Tail.
Honestly, fair enough.
I don't like when, because I've seen a few fucking like additional clips from it, and I don't like when they give the performance and the audience laughs their fucking ass off like it's the funniest thing in the world, and I'm sitting there stone faced like, am I supposed to laugh? Like that wasn't funny.
Built-in canned laughter.
Yeah, exactly. So I personally just don't like shows like that because I know they could be really good, especially this one because it has quirky characters, but it just kind of falters on its main aspect and doesn't make it visually appealing, or in the case of those Manzai comedy shows like Maisetsu, doesn't make it fucking funny. So yeah, I'd put that at number 2. Number 1, worst show that I absolutely hated and I do not like watching every week to the point where I dropped it. Also Chainsaw Man.
Okay,
Now,
but what's your
that-
actual number 1?
I'm being dead ass serious with you.
You are not.
That might
being
not-
dead ass serious with us.
No. It might not make any sense, but every time I watch a Chainsaw Man episode, because I've read the manga and I'm the overly critical person I am, even if I hadn't read the manga, I'm like this with every show, I go, man, this could have been so much better, but Mappa got it.
Oh,
And like
you're
I said,
you're that kind of insufferable.
yeah. To the point, I watched this with my casual buddy. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. 1 second. My podcast didn't stop recording, did it? No, okay, it's still going. I watched this with my casual buddy, and he could see my gripes. Like, he couldn't put into words why it was worse than it should be, but he also didn't sit there and vocalize it like I did. Chainsaw Man is one of those shows where I'm like, I wanted this to be perfect because it's one of my favorite manga, and it wasn't. And it's not bad by any means. I still think it's a good show, but every time I watch it, it's me making a review and saying, okay, how can I shit on this in the nicest way possible so I still get views and make it funny? Now, the only reason I'm not going to actually put this as my number 1, I do consider it as my number 1 or 2 least favorite show to have to watch every episode of, is because the most recent episodes, episode 4 and 5, have improved. They have been doing a lot better. And so because of that, I'm willing, and it's not like, again, it's not like I'm not enjoying watching the episodes. It's like, man, I'm reminded every week that this isn't as good as it could be. And it's not like someone else is, it's not like the Urusei Yatsura team or the Bocchi the Rock team is magically going to adapt it just because I don't like it. It's not how it works. But if we don't, put that into account, if we put into account that I do think it's improving, and you want like an actual worse show, probably the Farmer one, to be honest with you. Like, it was funny with the banana shit, but it's between that one and Shinobi no Ittoki. I give it to Shinobi no Ittoki. I fucking hated that show. Like, a lot. Like, Alchemist, I dropped because I was kind of bored, and the Farmer one was kind of funny, and then I dropped because they got serious, and Beast Tamer and Reincarnated as a Sword are exactly what they sound like, but Beast Tamer's not an isekai, but they're just kind of whatever. But yeah, I really didn't fucking like Shinobi no Ittoki. Like, how do you make something that a light novel artist would think is bad? Like, bro, they just rip each other off half the time. Like, how do you fuck up that hard? And this is an original. That means a team of people thought this was a good idea. Fuck this show. I'm giving it to this one.
All right, well, you heard it from the
about you,
Spud
Crunchy?
himself. All right, so for number 3 on my top 3 shows, I'm giving it to Chainsaw Man. It's pretty good. I liked the first 2 episodes. Makima, I love how much of a manipulative cunt she is. As for number 2, Bocchi the Rock, it's a very close competition.
Bagels, don't do this. I don't want to flame you, Bagels, please.
All right,
Please
listen.
don't say you're number 1.
I really like Bocchi the Rock. Listen, it's really good. But you know, there's one show that I just liked a little bit more.
There isn't. You would say that this show is anime of the season. Are you shitting me right? You look me in my goddamn eyes through your computer screen.
You don't have a video up. I can't do that. I'm gonna look.
You
really
look directly in the center of your monitor.
Intently at the Chisato GIF in your Discord banner, right? I am looking into Chisato's eyes as I say this. The number 1 show of the season is reincarnated as a sword because it has a cat wally.
Now, see, I'd call you base for that, but I know that's not what it is.
We know it's fucking
It's Urusei
Yatsura.
Yatsura. I like
Audible
it a lot.
sigh.
All right,
Well,
listen.
hey,
it's
what
chaotic.
you like.
At least you picked one of the good shows of the season.
Yeah,
In my
listen.
opinion,
I
Bagels
just
has
have a
said
soft
at
spot
length-
for chaotic comedies. It reminds me of Gabriel Dropout, and it's easily as funny as Gabriel Dropout. I love how the main character is just having the worst time of his life because of, you know, the biggest problem in his life, women. Just getting everything ruined. That to me is so inherently entertaining. And granted,
And relatable.
Bocchi could easily overtake. It is very close. But if I had to cite a show that made me laugh so hard and that I just had such a fun time watching, it'd be Urusei Yatsura.
Lum is also really fucking hot.
Yes.
And I can't actually give Bagel shit for this because I'm of the opinion when it comes to these top 3 lists, it's less so that we're rating the top 3 objective best anime this season, except for
No, we're rating the impressions.
we're rating what you
I put Licorice Recoil as my number 1 top show of the summer, and boy, did that come back to bite me in the ass.
I think that was a great choice, and I don't know why you would change it.
I
But
thought
besides
so at the
point,
time.
I'm not talking about the impressions based on the anime because I mean at this point they're all like 6 episodes in, but you could make a judgment call this far in. However, I meant in the sense that even if these shows were all finished, it's not that we're rating the objective with these top 3 personal lists. We're not rating the objective best show of the season again, except for Bocchi the Rock.
We're rating
what we
the top
personally
3
like.
Yeah, what we personally like and what we would recommend people to watch. Like,
Except
based
for
on the
Bagel,
But
recommendations.
what you are forgetting
He-
is that my taste is the objective truth, and anyone who defies it is wrong.
But that's my shtick, so you can't really do that. You're gonna have to get a different shtick. I don't know how to break it to you, and I've been doing it longer. You know, I don't make the rules, kid. You know, fucking shit. Bagels knows that Urusei Yatsura is not like a 10 out of 10. He knows that it has its fault, and so as long as a person can recognize that about the thing that they like, I don't give a fuck what their favorite show is. I'll agree with them even if they say Reincarnated as a Sword is their favorite show, but they know that it's pretty bad. I don't care. I'm like, oh shit, man. I take issue with people who have only seen One Piece and go, yeah, One Piece is objectively the best thing ever. And I'm like, bro, just tell me you don't watch shows.
Well, see, that's how
don't
you
watch
can never
anime.
win, because the only way you can disagree with them is if you've watched One Piece, and then how you
I
gonna
have,
fucking do
unfortunately.
Oh, you
I have.
that?
poor
All
soul.
1,000 episodes.
Not all of it. No, I
Well,
saw
no,
fucking...
that's what I was talking about. How you gonna
No,
tell
no,
them
no,
when
no,
they're
no.
wrong?
If I watched a good 70 episodes, and if a show doesn't get good in 3 episodes, it ain't good. I hate to break it to you.
All right, so
It exists for a reason. But anyways, yeah, I don't take qualms with Bagel's pick because although I don't think Urusei Yatsura is that great, I can see why somebody could have it as their number 1. And it's not like Bagels is over here like, this is anime of the year, objectively the best thing ever created. It's perfect. I laughed every time.
Nah, that's Sword Isekai. But anyway, I digress. So as for my bottom 3, number 3 is I'm the Villainess, so I'm taming the final boss. I know Neon's molding at that pick, but god damn it, it starts
I'm
in
not
the
losing
worst
sleep
way
over it.
possible.
I dropped it
It's-
after one episode.
It's such an like I see that opening and I'm immediately like, yeah, no way, this is awful. As for number 2, really number 2 and number 1 were such a close pick. And honestly, my order for them is completely arbitrary. It's I somehow became stronger by raising farm-related skills, and the Beast Tamer who got kicked out from his party meets a cat girl from the superior race. They're bad. They're just really generic, awful isekai. They are completely, at least to me, completely soulless. Maybe I can give the slight edge to farming related skills just because the
He throws a
CGI is
banana at a
funny.
dragon.
I didn't see that scene, but the CGI dragon is very funny. But otherwise, it's just both of these shows are nothing. They are absolutely just flat lines, the bottom of the barrel, no creativity at all, just going through the motions.
You'd put like Villainous over Play It Cool guys, Bocchi no Guild. Like, there's a lot of bad shit. I don't know. Villainous is just. I think it's not good. It's bad.
I mean, okay,
I just don't think it's
Sputtle,
like bottom three worthy.
Admittedly, I was considering Futoku no Guild.
Shinobi no
but I was
Ittoki,
like,
you know?
but I only saw like a single 10-minute or 10-second scene from Futoku no Guild, so I was like, even though my inherent reaction to that is disgust and go away, no, I was like, fair enough. I only saw 10 seconds.
I
And-
talked so passionately about it that you're like, well, it can't be the worst thing.
No, I had my list decided before the podcast even began.
It's
so-
it's okay. You don't have
Like
to
a
be
good
assumed
boy.
about it. It's okay.
And Shinobi no Ittoki,
Well, I'm gonna-
even though I hated that too, generic isekai are so much worse. If it's an isekai and it's generic, you've already made my bottom 3.
It gets
Like,
bonus
come
shit
on.
boy points.
Yeah, Shinobi no Ittoki is
Um,
bad, but it's not generic isekai bad.
I'm gonna flip the script a little. I'm gonna start with my bottom 3. Third worst I'd say is Reincarnated as a Sword. It's just it's just another bad isekai. Yeah, there's a cat lolly, but the sword is fucking. It wastes its own premise. The sword is the ugliest sin, and it's just the same as all other generic shitty isekai. Number 2. I'm gonna reach for this one. Princess of the Bibliophile. I fucking hated the first 5 minutes of the show.
That is a
Like, yeah,
huge
there-
reach.
There were
I don't
there
know. I
were-
can't really give a shit. It's
there-
it's
there
the same
were-
level as
you could-
Villainous, but
I would not be surprised if like overall episodes like from this block are worse than the first episode of Princess of the Bibliophile, but it is just like you automatically get put on my shit list if you start your show with like the literally tell don't show. Like
that is annoying as fuck.
Yeah,
like that is
it's
the
annoying
number one way for me to
opening.
get me to hate your show.
It's not even annoying. It's bad writing
Well, yeah,
too,
it is
or
awful.
bad storytelling.
Well, I'd
As
argue
someone who,
annoying
like,
is bad
dreams-
writing, but-
As someone who's like who dreams of like being able to have a pipe dream of one day like writing my own story or like show and getting it as like a TV show out of it or something like that. Maybe I'm like writing an animated show. Knowing that this exists and got greenlit and was able to like start like this, I'm like fuming. And maybe that's just me, but you know, fucking do better.
It's not just you. It did make me fume. I do have to humbly disagree on based on the quality of every other scene in the episode, though.
And then number 1 get worst show of the season that I've seen, Beast Tamer, by merit of I looked at all the shows on this list and I was like, I don't remember what happened in Beast Tamer, and that automatically slotted into number 1. Because like I do not remember a single
have to
fucking
raise
thing.
an eyebrow about not putting farming related skills there. But
Here's the thing: I remember the fucking hideous CG dragon. That's forever burned into my retinas. That is taking up permanent real estate in my brain. I'm racking my brain right now. I could not tell you a single thing about Beast Tamer other than
He
it's a show
meets
about a guy who tames
girl.
beasts.
That's all I remember.
It's shit. That's all you really need to know. It's not good.
Yeah.
All right, but
Now,
what are
as
your
for my top three, yeah, as I debated back and forth, and I'm sorry that I gotta do it to him, but number 3 is Do It Yourself because I'm in love with the art direction. I'm in love with the art style. The premise is hitting real hard. I love seeing these cute girls Home Depot it up. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Akiba Maid War. You didn't make the cut. You get the 4th place honorable mention. Like, please also watch that show in addition to these 3. Number 2 is Chainsaw Man because it's as far as like your traditional TV show, it's like it's the whole package. You got the good visuals, you got the good directing, you got the interesting story. It's the jack of all trades. And it's pretty. And honestly, it's pretty good at all of it. And number 1, it's no surprise to anyone who is listening, anyone who is watching. The best show of the season is Aru Asa Dummyhead Mike ni Naitaka Oriku no Jinsei.
We all had fake out first place, or no, Spuddles was 3rd place, but damn.
No,
Oh shit! I did fake out the 3rd place one.
No, it's fucking Bocchi the Rock.
Wait, no. You had it right the first time. My life as a dummy head Mike, where he reincarnated as fried chicken and they ate him and then he orgasmed. That's Bocchi's good.
I didn't mention this because I forgot about it until now. After they ate him, there's a scene where the gay girl comes in and like the girl from the first episode, and then this new girl that's like eating the shit with her. They have like. It's almost deviant art inflation fetish tier, like bulging stomachs. Like it's comedically large.
Nice.
But like I was like actually uncomfortable when they said, cause like
it's like
they
me
like
when I put all those dicks in
themselves
my
up
ass
from eating it.
So
Yeah, that's why it's anime of the
to it
fucking
at this
century.
Yeah, good thing
All
nobody
right,
heard
Neon,
that. You didn't hear it, Bagel.
I hope you know how hard I had to hold myself back when you said whole package during the Chainsaw Man bit to not immediately say, well, Spuddle knows a thing or two about the whole package.
I mean, I said a lot of sus shit on this this podcast, but I'm glad the dick in my ass analogy is the one that's gonna stick, and not. I don't remember what I said in the previous 4 hours, but I'm pretty sure there was some equally wild shit.
Yeah,
Yes.
no doubt. And with that, we have finally come to an end of the Castaway Anime Fall 2022 Seasonal Impressions cast. We've finally done it, boys. We've gone full circle. We covered an entire fucking year's worth of anime.
Oh god, kill me. Oh, well, you guys did.
Yeah,
I mean, technically, I did too. I made
watched
videos on it.
pretty much every single, even slightly relevant show this year. At least one episode of it, which is a feat. Or not at least one episode of it, but like at least a couple minutes of the first
we
episode
sampled literally everything that's not a sequel. We sampled it
throughout this entire year, and I mean, and last year too. I've been doing this for years actually, but I watch everything, and also like multiple episodes in before I decide to drop.
Well,
it,
you're
it's
just
really bad. I
a
think this
nutcase.
this is. I will say this is the only season, probably because I was busy with YouTube. And in fact, the more busy I get with YouTube, the less time I dedicate to some of these shows. This is one of the few seasons where I did just drop shit like a couple minutes in, where I'm like, this is dog shit. I'm not gonna waste my time. But I think when I first started YouTube, ironically, I covered every single winter show in a video. I made a video dedicated to each one. I got really close. I did like 30 out of the 40 that aired or something. I even covered shit like Cestvis, the Roman fighter. So. I do this pretty consistently, so when you guys called me on and it's like you have to watch at least one episode, I'm like, just one? I not more? I already watched more. You sure you don't want more? And you're like, no more. I'm like, okay.
Well, the list said you can watch like more if you like, but try not to go
don't
past episode.
Talk about it. Yeah.
Don't talk about
that's what
it
I'm.
past episode
That's what I'm
2.
saying. I was surprised that it was only like set to 2, like 1. Or even I thought it was actually 2 episodes at first, and then it was like, oh no, it's only 1. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, it was 2.
Was it 2? Okay, maybe
Yeah,
I'm just misremembering what I read.
Yeah, the guidelines. So like we would like the guests to watch at least one episode just so they can have something to say in the conversation.
To talk about,
but
yeah.
but like if you like feel the need to like watch another episode, like yeah, you can watch the second episode and that can still fit within impressions. But like try not to go past the second episode in terms of talking on the podcast.
Then yeah. Either way, you called me on and you said you had to do 1 or 2, and I was like, well, I already do that. It's not that hard. But understandably, everybody is not like me. I think most people like anime. I'm thinking about porn. God damn it, November. I think most people like anime, but they'll at most like, cause you guys, I don't think you go back to most of these shows after the podcast, right? You just kind of like.
We're actually, it's funny that you say that because we're one of the first podcasts that we're gonna do at the start of the new year is a big year-end roundup where we're gonna talk about like the shows that we covered on the podcast and the shows that we didn't make podcast episodes for, but we covered in the seasonal impressions, and then go back to them and like go back to as many as we can and be like, hey, we didn't ever do a series on your boy Kong Ming, but we went back and finished it, and now we can talk about it, like do like a year-end best of.
You gotta be careful. Oh, well, you're doing it in one big video? Never mind. I was gonna say, you gotta be careful on the individual ones because people might not care about it.
Your boy Kong Ming
yeah.
would not make for a good
random
solo podcast
video, yeah. But no, that's a good idea with the year-end one. But wait, we're done recording, right? Or did
I was about to like transition us to the outro.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's the end of the podcast. Spud, where can they find you?
I am on YouTube at Totolini, or actually, I think YouTube has these handles now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Your handle is gonna be in the title of the video. And also
then
in the
yeah,
description.
it's just at Toto, but the YouTube channel name is Totolini, Totoellini. It'll be in the fucking description. I shitpost and I cover anime, every single anime that comes out in the season. Some I've recently started doing weekly, like Gundam, Bleach, and Chainsaw Man. But in general, if the show is good enough or bad enough, I will make its own dedicated video on it. Like I have a Bocchi the Rock one upcoming after that. I'm probably gonna do one on One Piece Film Red, and then I have one coming not on Do It Yourself, but on I already did one on Eminence and Shadow. I'm fucking blanking on what the other one was. Anyways, besides the point, that's where you can find me. I also have a Twitter with the same name as my YouTube, but I don't give a fuck about Twitter. If you want to follow me, I recommend going to my YouTube channel, where you can hear me be the complete asshole I was here, but with more jokes interspersed. And it's a lot more fast-paced.
And I finally get to show my Tomazaki-kun vid after a podcast. Dear Lord,
God.
that has been in the works for most of this podcast's history at this point. Watch that.
I'll put a card in the top right corner for that right now.
Hell yeah.
It's actually pretty good. It's just 2.5 hours long.
It's actually pretty. That's high praise coming from Spuddle with an AniTube video.
I didn't think it was bad. I thought the points made were good. I just think it's really fucking long, and I personally don't watch really long videos like that. But if you're a fan of really big analytical deep dives that go in for like 3 hours straight, I think it's worth giving it a watch. I myself only made like 20 minutes in, but I didn't think it was a bad video.
Hell yeah. You know what? I'll take that.
And if you enjoyed the podcast, please be sure to head on down to the comments, let us know what you thought of the podcast and of the season. What was the best? What was the worst? And don't forget to fucking hit the subscribe button. God damn it, you watched 8 hours of content. It's the least you can do. Subscribe to Crunchy's channel. Subscribe to Toto's channel. That's the end of the fucking podcast. I'm Neon Manta.
And I'm Crunchy Bagels.
And I'm Totolini!
And you'll see us next time.
I gotta let you guys in on a secret. I didn't watch half of that shit. Yeah, I didn't see most of the shows on this list. Oh wait, hold on, shit. I'm still recording.